Hey, what's up? All right, welcome. Whoa. Lou, is it your birthday? Happy birthday, Lou. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lou. Happy birthday to you. I hope you're not lagging. That would be too bad. I started singing before I got confirmation, but, if not, awkward. But let's get the Centon out. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing that good stuff. When that scumbag Dr. Blitz is done with his live, I have like a question for him related to I don't know, related to like priority monism. I'm like working on like an argument. I'm formulating one that has like a lot of potential for why theism collapses into a view called priority monism, which is basically the view that everything depends on the entirety of reality. Okay, there are like dependence relations. Some things depend on other things. I depend on my parents. I wouldn't have existed without my parents. But there's like a lot of contention about whether like wholes depend on parts or parts depend on wholes. And the view of priority monism is that there's like a maximal like sum of all of the objects. Like if you just took everything in reality to be like, like the whole, that all of the parts, everything else that you like subdivide from reality would be dependent on the entirety of reality. And I'm working on an argument for why I think theism probably collapses into that. But then that's like hugely problematic for theism because it necessitates then that God is a dependent being because everything would depend on like the entirety, like the composite sum of reality. So I'm excited for that scumbag Dr. Blitz to get in here because it's there's like a certain argument to motivate priority monism with the universe, which is basically to argue that the universe has emergent features to it. So, for example, if you argue that the universe, as like taken as its entirety, is a quantum system, well, quantum systems have emergent features. There are features of quantum systems that don't reduce to any of the individual parts. Whoa, it's that scumbag Dr. Blitz. All right.
You caught me at lunch. What's up?
Yep. Okay. I have an idea for an argument that runs pretty similar to the entanglement to priority monism argument, except it would collapse theism into priority monism. So basically, my understanding of it is that the thing that gives reality or like the universe like an emergent feature, or sorry, the thing that makes reality have like priority or like the universe have priority is because it has like the emergent feature where the emergent feature is entanglement, and the specific emergent feature is that there's like a necessary connection between two otherwise like unrelated things. Is that like roughly accurate?
Why would having entanglement make it be the thing that has priority?
I
mean, like, I understand the argument for priority monism.
Yeah.
Talks about entanglement, but like, it doesn't seem like it could be some other thing that supersedes it, right?
Yeah, that's true. But in terms of like just the universe taken as like an entire quantum system, I think so. The argument crucially depends on saying that the entire universe is a quantum system.
Yeah, and that's totally reasonable.
Do you think the argument follows if it's taken as like an entire system? Like if there's emergent properties of the whole, do you think the argument follows?
Oh, yes, probably.
Okay. I wonder. I think there might be. I think there might be an emergent feature of reality if God exists that doesn't reduce to either God or like creation, which is that there's like a necessary connection between God, like God's knowledge and creation. That God is like modally constrained insofar as like if you do a specific action, then God must have specific knowledge. Like there isn't going to be one of the things that Schaefer talks about in the paper that I'm currently reading through is the idea of like free recombination, and that if free recombination is false, then priority monism follows.
Are you telling me that God's knowledge is entangled with my free will?
Yeah, I think the theist is committed to saying that.
Crazy. So then what's the claim? Is the claim that this...
It collapses into priority monism because the whole has emergent features, which means that God would be a dependent being. So you have to give up aseity.
Interesting. That's cute.
Do you think the argument might work?
I think so.
Okay.
The only thing that you have to be careful about is that, like, it's probably not the case that just because I know something about something, that it follows that, like, there is some emergent relationship between me knowing it and the thing itself.
Yeah.
So you have to be a little bit careful there. But I understand what you're saying, that there's like that God must know the things that happen.
Yeah.
And so maybe there is some constraint there.
Yeah. Well, it seems like there needs to be a constraint there because, if God knows that I'm going to be talking to you right now, then I must talk to you right now. And if I'm talking to you right now, then God must know that I'm talking to you right now. It seems like these things are like totally inseparable. In the same way that you might want to say, God, Blitz, please forgive me. In the same way you might want to say that like the measurement outcomes of particles are entangled.
Yeah. So the question is does it follow? Yeah. So does it follow that if you just know that God knows something, that's not enough to be able to fully describe the system?
Are you specifying the thing that God knows?
Yeah.
Well, it seems like that would fully describe the system.
Then it's not the same kind of thing that you get from entanglement.
So
it might not imply it, because the point is that if you look at the entire quantum state of an entangled particle, it will look identical to the quantum state of a particle that's just in a superposition but not entangled. By looking at the quantum state of particle A, go ahead.
Yeah. Let me like write this down so I can follow along.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah, say what you're just gonna say. I gotta get all the voice cracks out ahead of the debates.
Yeah, of course. So then you can rhetorically slam people. So if you know, if you throw away all the information about the second particle and you just look at the first particle, even though they're entangled, the first particle will look identical. It will have the exact same quantum state as a particle that is just in a superposition. Namely, 50% of the time you'll measure up, 50% of the time you'll measure down. And so the state is identical. So everything that you could learn just by looking at particle one would still not tell you that there's a correlation with the second particle.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, then in that case, I think maybe there would be, right? Because you would say, I think what you would want to say is that God, absent knowing what the person actually does, you might want to say, well, God knows that the person will do that or won't do that. Like God could know either of these things. It's only when you add the thing that they actually do that God's knowledge becomes determinate.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird because it sounds like you're trying to say that like God's knowledge is in a superposition.
Yeah.
But that's about absence of information. So what you're describing is like a hidden variable, which is what we know doesn't exist in quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Where there is some fact of the matter that indeed God either knows it or doesn't know it, and therefore the person either does it or doesn't do it.
Yeah.
But that is distinct from it being genuinely undetermined.
Sure.
It's not just about a lack of knowledge.
Yeah. So I think that this argument, then maybe that's actually like a disconnect between two arguments that Schaefer runs, because Schaefer runs like the quantum entanglement argument, but then he also runs this argument that I'm currently reading through called the argument from like internal relatedness, which basically argues that everything is like internally related to each other because everything modally constrains everything else. And from the fact that everything modally constrains everything else, you can deduce that that everything depends on the whole, that there is no proper part of the whole that is basic.
Yeah, that might be true. That does sound like a separate argument, though.
Okay.
Which, I mean, it sounds like it might succeed, but that argument is just, at least in my eyes, it's less straightforward than like the obvious thing that doesn't exist in the parts that does exist in the whole with regards to entanglement. Like there's just like this obvious thing that you can't know about, even if you know everything about the parts.
Yeah. But regardless,
whereas the example that you gave is a little bit trickier.
Oh, sure. Sorry. That makes sense. I'm going to be reading about this over this weekend, but regardless, I think the much bigger issue for God, as always, is that he can't make a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it. Okay. I appreciate the help. I'm going to go on to the first debate. You're of course welcome to stay here if you'd like.
I'm going to eat lunch. I'll be in the comments though.
Yep. Sounds good. All right. Thanks for coming
Later.
up. Yep. Bye. Let's get the very first guest. Whoa, Jonathan G. I see you in the comment section. Come on up.
Hear me?
Oh, wait, what? Huh? Huh? Oh no, my stuff is like obliterated. Okay, wait, 1 sec. Okay, I sent the invite. Jonathan G, are you there? I'm trying to invite you up. Okay. Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, how old are you?
Yeah, how's it going?
Oop, wait, shit. 1 sec.
I'm 40.
My stuff is like disconnecting and reconnecting. Give me just a sec. Okay. Yeah. What religion are you?
I'm Christian.
Okay. Yeah. And how old are you?
I'm 40.
Yep. What makes you think that God exists?
Creation, morality, science, all the above.
Okay. Which of those things do you feel the strongest about?
The strongest thing, oh man, they kind of all go hand in hand. But we could start with creation itself.
Sure, let's do that.
If anybody says that a rock created another rock, that's already delusional.
Okay, I don't think God could create. Do you think that God's act of creation
can a rock
is...
create a rock?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, a rock could certainly be a part of the causal process for producing like a separate rock.
The only way a rock can create another rock is if some power behind it had a mind to help it do that.
I don't think that's true. So for example,
that's pretty common sense.
Let's say that you dropped like a rock from a really high place and then it like split in half. You'd have like 2 new rocks. So in some sense, you'd say that this one rock gave rise to 2 new rocks.
Okay.
So it kind of seems like that totally could be the case. It could just be forces of nature that dropped it.
Who dropped it?
It could be forces of nature for like the 8th time. Asking the question like 7 times isn't going to do anything. For example, we live in a dynamically evolving system.
Well, once again, you're right. If I drop a screw and over 1 billion years, can it become an engine for a car?
Are there things happening around the screw?
Can it? Sure. Explain it to me. What makes sense to you?
Yeah, for example, right?
If I pop open the trunk of my...
if the screw got combined with like the rest of an engine that was just missing a screw, then yeah, certainly it could become an engine. It's about each individual piece.
Who combined it? You're right. Who combined it? Who
in
designed
terms of
it?
an engine, typically engines are made by engine makers, which isn't analogous to the universe because we don't know that universes are made by universe makers. But anyway, I think there's a problem with God creating Do you think God's act of creation is eternal? That is, like, it exists but doesn't begin to exist? Or do you think that God's act of creation does begin to exist from a state of not existing?
Well, the first part let's rewind a little bit here because we got to stay on this topic here.
We're talking
What's
about
more
creation.
believable to believe? You're right. What's more believable to believe that a mechanic built an engine or a rock evolved to the engine? What's more believable to you? What makes more sense?
Yeah, the mechanic built the engine. In the case of the engine, do you want to answer the question or do you want to dodge again? Do you think God's act of creation is eternal?
I think you're dodging. Let's take a step by step.
I answered your question
Once
directly.
Again,
you keep on dodging my question. I don't know why you're doing that.
Okay, but hold on. No, you're saying you asking for. You said what?
Your Wi-Fi is like super bad. It keeps on disconnecting.
The first thing that you said. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you want to answer the question? You want to dodge? I wouldn't want to answer that question either if I was in your position.
What's the question that you asked?
Yeah. Do you think God's act of creation is eternal?
What is the question that you asked? His act of creation is eternal? What do you mean by that? His act is eternal. What do you mean by that?
I explained it in detail, but I'll explain it again. So God's act of creation, like the proximate cause of creation, the thing in the causal chain that's immediately before creation comes into existence, that thing is what I mean by his act.
God is eternal, and he made a world. He started it.
But is this act of creation eternal is the question.
Are you saying is the universe eternal or is God eternal?
Is God acting to create eternal? The action that God took wherein he creates, is that action eternal? That doesn't even
make sense.
It makes lots of sense. That doesn't even make sense.
You
think that God acted to create? I'm asking you. Okay, so you don't think that it's eternal then?
No, that's like saying if I swing a bat, is swinging the bat eternal? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, sure. So in this circumstance, you'd say no. So it sounds like the answer you're looking for is no.
You're saying is an action eternal? That doesn't even make sense, bro.
Yeah,
common sense right here.
Yeah. Okay, then you would agree that it's not eternal.
That's like saying if I. Well, yeah.
Sure.
God is eternal,
so then
and
you think
God
changed. So God changed from not creating to creating. So you think God's in time, which means that he can't possibly be the creator of time.
Wait. What?
Yeah, you just said that God changes because his act of creation begins to exist. God goes from not creating and then he begins to create. You know, it's just like you said, the idea of an eternal action is gibberish. So because God changes, that means that he's within time, which means that he's within creation, which means that he can't be the creator.
You're putting words in my mouth.
You're short-circuiting.
I never said that. I never said that God changed from eternal to not eternal. You put words in my mouth. I never said that.
You said that God's act of creation began to exist.
No, that's not. No.
You don't think you said that?
No. You're trying to put words in my mouth. Let me make it very clear. Let me make it very simple for you. God is eternal, and he created the world. That's it. Simple.
Okay, let's pull up the notepad, and then we can get clear on which premise you would disagree with here. So, okay.
Sure.
Yep. So premise one, God's act of creating is not eternal. Premise two, if God's act of creating is not eternal, I'm saying it's not eternal. Are you literate? Are you like illiterate? It says it's not eternal. It says his act is not eternal. Are you dumb? You said that his act is not eternal, so I wrote down the thing that you agreed to. Okay, is his act eternal or is it not eternal? Which one? Yeah, so then you think that God's act is not eternal, so you agree with the first one.
An action, there's no such thing as an action.
The first one.
Of course not, but it doesn't mean that he's not eternal. That's the part you're messing up right now.
Okay, so then here's what you're actually going to end up rejecting is just this basic law of logic. Either God's
I think basic law of logic is believing that somebody invented something
is eternal.
You're saying that
it is
that a rock
eternal.
Created another rock with no power.
I just want to be clear. You're
saying that a rock created another rock
I don't know.
With no power.
Maybe you feel cornered. I'm not sure why you're like sprinting away from the
No, I don't.
conversation at
Not at
top
all.
speed.
I think
If you're
I'm
not
sprinting
sprinting
at all.
away, would you be interested in
sprinting at
maybe
all.
actually just engaging? Are you saying that you reject the law of excluded middle?
Would you be interested in listening to what I'm saying?
Do you
I'm
reject the law
being
of
very
excluded
simple right
middle?
now.
It's yes or
There-
no
there's-
question. I'm asking you a very simple question. In
what?
fact, it's literally yes or no. Do you
No,
reject
you're
the
not.
law
You're
of
not.
excluded
No,
middle?
I'm being very simple.
I need you
No,
to calm
you're-
down.
you're-
I need you
because
to
you're getting
stop
cornered.
short circuiting. He's like literally trying to steal my rhetoric. So uncreative.
What does that
Do
mean?
you
Steal
think
your
that
rhetoric? What does that mean?
do you reject the law of excluded middle?
I don't know what that even means, bro.
Yeah, so the law of excluded middle says that either something is the case or it's not the case, one of the two.
So in other words, do I believe in something is yes or either it's no? Yeah, sure, I believe that.
Yeah, okay, then you would agree that either God's act
Yeah,
of
sure.
creation is eternal or it's
Wow.
not
So
eternal.
intelligent.
Okay, so you would
There's
agree
no
with
such thing as there's no such thing as an action
Okay.
that is eternal.
Gotcha.
There's
Then
a
it sounds like
thing
that would
that is eternal.
then it sounds like that would put you into the God's act of creation is not eternal camp. This is like
Once again,
honestly quite simple. It's one or the
God-
other, and you're saying, well, it's
God-
not one of them. So
God,
then it just must be the
once
other.
again, I don't think your brain can comprehend the simple logic here. God is eternal,
Ironic.
and He made the world. Simple. You're saying
You
that His
keep on
action is
short-circuiting. You
eternal.
repeat that as if that's an answer
No,
to any of the things that I'm
We're
saying.
going in circles here.
You say, okay,
What does
so
it
you're
mean His
saying
action is
you
eternal?
agree that either God's act of creation is eternal or it's not eternal, but you're saying no action can be eternal. So we would say God's act of creation is not eternal, or is
That's like saying, hey, it's like saying I dropped the ball forever. It doesn't even make sense. You cannot drop a ball forever. It doesn't make. You're saying an action is eternal. It doesn't even make sense. And you're saying that I'm the one that's dumb. Think about that. Can I drop a ball for eternity? It doesn't even make sense.
Okay, so then it just
either
sounds
the
like
ball
you'd
can be
straightforwardly accept the conclusion. If you're saying it doesn't make sense, then you just agree that God's act
No,
of
you're
creation
trying-
is
you're
not
trying-
eternal.
No, I
It's
think
like
it's just so
it's like
simple, man.
brutally
God is eternal.
straightforward. I
God
agree. It's like
God
so
is
easy,
eternal.
which is why I'm confused as to why
Okay, yeah,
you're
sure. Yeah,
confused.
I agree that I agree that an action cannot be eternal. But what's
Okay,
your point?
yeah,
that has
so-
nothing to do with
sure,
what we're
then
talking
you,
about.
Then you agree with the first
Nothing.
premise that God's act of creating is not eternal.
And there's no such thing as an action that is eternal. Those
Then
are
you,
two
so
different,
you agree with the first
two different,
one.
totally different topics here.
Yes, so you agree with the first one
What's the first?
that God's act of creating
God is eternal, and He
not
made the
eternal.
world. So
It's on screen. I don't know. Just look up, read.
His act of creation is not eternal.
Yeah.
Are you saying that you mean what He made is not going to live forever? Is that what you mean by that?
No, just the action that he took
Is that what you mean?
to create.
No, it doesn't. No, dude, that's like third grade like
Short-circuiting
English,
still.
dude. That doesn't even make sense.
You think
It's not
saying
so
God's
short-circuiting,
act
dude.
of
It's not.
creation is not eternal?
It's
Is this
common sense.
this is
Dude,
too much reading
dude,
comprehension
it's
for
common
you?
sense, bro.
You can't. You
Bro,
lack the
you can't
reading
swing a bat
comprehension
for
to
eternity, bro.
understand the proposition
Bro.
God's act of creating
Bro.
is not eternal. You literally agree
Bro.
with it.
Bro,
You're like freaking out.
I
You're
thought you had a
swaying
better
out.
debate.
And in fact, you
Swaying
agree with it.
out.
I don't know why you're swaying out if you
bro.
literally
I'm
agree
not
with
swaying
it.
out at all. Bro.
You can't
You're
even
saying-
say the word
look,
swaying
I don't-
out.
I
That's
don't
how badly
agree.
you're
I
swaying
don't
out
agree.
is that you can't even say the words
I
anymore.
don't agree.
You don't
I
agree that God's act of
'cause
creating
it's
is not
absolute
eternal?
nonsense. There is no such thing as an act that is eternal. It doesn't make
Then
sense.
you agree with the first
You don't-
one.
you
Why
don't-
are you
you don't-
being? Wow. Okay. Are you like not thinking?
Okay, sure,
Like,
yeah, but
oh,
no,
then-
no,
okay,
no.
so
I
you,
see.
so you
I
do
see what,
agree.
I see
you
what
do
you're
agree the
trying to
first
do,
one.
but you don't make sense.
Yes, correct.
I
Okay,
see
so
what you're trying
if
to
God's
do. You
act
don't
of
make
creating
sense.
is not eternal, then God's act of
This is the part where you're
creation
wrong.
begins
This is the part where you're
to
wrong.
exist from a state of non-existence.
That's the part where you're wrong. See, you don't make sense.
You don't think this makes
God
sense
is
to say
eternal.
that if something isn't eternal, then it begins to exist?
You're saying an action is eternal. That's the
The
first like
opposite.
dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That's like saying that
opposite.
I dropped the ball for
I'm
eternity.
saying the opposite
It
of
doesn't,
that.
it doesn't make sense.
I agree it doesn't
If
make
some-
sense.
if
I'm
s-
saying, which is why I'm saying the
Yeah,
opposite
then
of
why
it.
are you even then why are you even making it a topic then if it doesn't make sense?
I never claimed that God's act of creating is eternal. I never said that.
Okay, but you're saying because actions are not eternal, therefore God is not eternal. That's what you said. That was your
No,
argument from the
I
very
didn't
beginning.
say
I heard
that.
what you
That's not
said.
my argument.
Okay, that
Maybe if you
okay,
stopped
go ahead.
swaying
I'll
out,
let
maybe
you
if you
say it
took a
again.
deep breath, maybe if you calmed down a bit, You'd be able to track
I,
the argument
I
a bit
didn't.
better.
I didn't call her. I didn't call her to get counseling from you. Let's stick to the debate here. So
I
go
can't
ahead.
even
Explain
understand
logic.
your attempt at an insult because all of your words got jumbled together. You should try pronouncing.
I said I did not get on this to debate to get counseling from you.
Okay.
I'm saying let's get on with the debate.
Yes.
So what is your point?
Do you agree that things that aren't eternal begin to exist?
Do I believe things that are not eternal begin to exist? Yes, I do believe that.
Yep, sure. So then you agree that if God's act of creation is not eternal, then his act of creation begins to exist.
Not his act of creation, once again, because it doesn't make sense. The creation begins to exist, but not his act. Come on, bro. Come on.
You don't think that his
bro.
act of creation begins to exist? You don't think he like starts to create?
Okay, yeah, sure. We'll go that route.
That's
but
all
I
it's
already know where
saying
you're
is
going with
that
this. Sure, yeah. Okay,
he
yeah,
begins
sure.
to create. Sure.
Yeah, if I start to build an engine, I
Okay.
started to build it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
If
So
I
God's
start
act
to
of
build an
creation
engine,
is
yeah.
not eternal. We'll just do it in that language. So if God's act of creating is not eternal, then God begins to create at some point.
Yes,
But
of course.
If God begins to create, then he changes from not creating to creating.
No, he doesn't change.
Okay.
God
Does
doesn't-
he,
that-
does
that's
he
part-
go
that's
from
part where
not
you're wrong.
creating to creating?
That's the part where you're wrong.
Wait, sorry. Does he go from not creating and then he begins to create?
Yeah, but you said that
Sure.
he has changed, right? He has changed.
Yes, that is a change. It's not the same, is it? Is creating the same as not creating?
My name is Jonathan. If I build an engine, I'm still Jonathan. I don't change.
Yeah, that's fine.
Simple, bro.
But is
Simple.
creating the same
Common
thing as
sense,
not
bro.
creating?
It is the difference, but I don't
Sure,
change.
then
if I
you
build
agree
an
that it's
engine.
not the same. So then in order to
Yeah,
go from
yeah.
one to the other,
Yeah,
there would
but
need to be a
but
change.
I know where you're
because
where
you're not
going,
the
bro.
same,
It's-
you must
it's
have
so
changed.
ridiculous. Sure, yeah, keep going.
Yep,
Keep
okay,
going.
so then you agree then that he changes from not creating to creating.
Yeah, sure, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Let's get to it.
If God changes from not
Mhm.
creating
I already know where you're going with this.
to creating, then God is in
Mhm.
time.
No, that's where you're wrong.
Okay.
God's not in time. That's where you're going with
Is
this.
it
I already know
in
where
the
you're going
same state
before
of
you speak.
affairs, or is there like a progression in the state of affairs?
If my name is Jonathan. If I create an engine, that doesn't mean I changed. That means I built it. That's the part where you're wrong. You're thinking, oh,
That
if
just doesn't
Jonathan
interact in any way, shape, or
No,
form
no,
with
no.
the premise on
You're
screen, by the way.
No, you're saying that if
That
Jonathan
was the
created
last
an engine,
premise.
you're saying if Jonathan created an engine, that means Jonathan changed.
That was premise
He-
3. The time to raise this objection would have been at premise 3.
Wait, what?
You said
Bro,
you
bro,
said that
stay
you
on topic
granted
here,
that
bro.
if
Bro,
God
stay
begins
on
to
topic,
create, then he
bro,
changes
bro.
from not creating to creating.
I
Did
know
you
you're trying
forget?
to sound.
Did I slam
know
you
you're
so
tr-
hard that you're concussed? You forgot
know
the
you're
thing
trying
that
to-
you agreed to?
I know you're trying
Unfortunately,
to
you
sound
can't
super
unsay
smart, bro,
the dumb
but you're
shit
not,
that you've
bro.
already said. All you can
Bro.
do is move
Yeah,
forward.
yeah. I would insult too if I didn't know what else to say. You sound
Okay.
really ridiculous, bro. So you're
Okay.
saying that if God if created something, then He changed. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that he goes from not creating to creating, which isn't the same,
Yeah.
so it must be a change.
A common sense, bro. When you got on this TikTok before you started it, were you doing a TikTok? Yes or no? You were, and you weren't. There's a difference. But did you change who you are? No, you didn't. You stayed the
Ooh,
same.
sorry, my
Common
claim.
sense, bro.
Whoa, I'm so sorry. My claim
Common
isn't that
sense,
God's
bro.
essence changed.
1, 2,
That's a
3,
straw man of my
ABC,
position.
bro.
You're straw manning me. My position isn't that God's nature changes, just that the thing that he's doing changes.
No, but then you said then you tried to go to the part where he's outside of time, right? Or he is in time, right? I
You
know where
can't
you're
even
going, with this,
track.
bro. You're then after that, the next step you said that means if God did something, that means He's in time, correct? Is
That if God
not what you said?
changes from not creating to creating, then God's in time.
No, He's not in time. That's the part where
Okay,
you're wrong.
wait, so do you agree with 1, 2, and 3?
Repeat it to me again.
Yeah, so 1 is that God's act of creation is not eternal. Premise 2 is if
Yeah.
God's act of creation is not eternal, then God begins to create at some point. Premise 3 is that
Sure.
if God begins to create at some point, then he changes from not creating to creating. Premise 4 is that if God changes from not creating to creating,
No,
then God...
He doesn't change. I know where you're going with this. You're trying to say that God changed and God. I see where you're going, but that's the part where you're wrong.
You don't think that he went from not creating to creating?
I do, but it doesn't mean that
That's
He
a
changed.
change.
I know where you're trying to go, bro.
That's literally
I
a
know where you're
change.
trying
It's
to
not
go.
the same.
If I, Jonathan, created an engine, do I, Jonathan, change?
Yes.
No, I
Yes,
don't.
you change
No, I
from not
don't.
creating the engine to creating the engine. Yes.
But doesn't change who I am, though. Who I am.
That's not my
me.
claim. My claim isn't
Okay,
that God's
okay, we'll-
essence
we'll-
changes. My claim is that
Okay.
the thing that God is doing changes.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if that's true. Let's keep
Okay,
going
so
then.
then so you agree with premise 1, 2, and 3.
Sure, yeah, keep
Yep,
going. You're gonna get
yep.
to you go. Yeah.
Then premise 4, if God changes from not creating to creating, then God's in time.
No, that's the part
Okay.
you're wrong.
I guess I could like further motivate that one.
You can motivate all you want, but it's not true.
If so, wait,
The
which one do
the
I
funnier
want?
thing is you think you're
If
smarter than God. That's the
something
funniest part.
changes, then something happened. So if nothing happens, then nothing. Sure. Okay. So the premise I want is if nothing happens, then nothing changes. From 4.1, it just follows that if something changes, then something happened, and then an event
Ridiculous, man. It's so common sense,
that happens.
Bro. We don't got to do all this,
And then
man. It's very simple.
4.4, yeah, I bet this is probably a way higher level than you've ever tried to think at, which is why you're not doing too well.
This is actually the dumbest debate I've ever got into my life. But sure, go ahead.
You keep on short circuiting.
This is
It's so
actually
dumb.
the dumbest debate I've ever gone into, bro.
An
Like,
event
you
is a
can't.
thing that happens.
For you to say that a swinging a bat is eternal, that's the first thing that's so off, bro.
I didn't say that. You're confused still.
This is not an easy debate.
Okay. Sure. All right. So here's the supporting argument that I don't know. I guess this argument's meant to establish that all changes are in time. If nothing happens, then nothing changes. From that, it follows that if something changes, then something happened. An event is a thing that happens. Events are in time. Therefore, if something changes, then it's in time.
So you believe everything's in time? Everything had a beginning?
Everything that
Or
changes
start?
is in time.
Okay, so then when did everything start then? If everything's
Why are
in time?
you so desperate to pivot away?
No. If you want to go that
Why are
logic,
you,
let's
you're
go
just
with the
like
logic.
giga desperate to pivot. Why would I let you
No,
pivot?
Bro.
Which premise
ample
here do
simple
you
question.
reject?
If you believe that everything
Which
is in
premise
time,
here do you
then
reject?
how-
I'm not going to let you pivot.
Bro,
Which premise do you
answer the
reject?
simple question, bro. I'm not pivoting, bro.
Do you
didn't answer
reject
my first
the
question.
premise? Do you accept the premises?
Can you answer the question?
Which premise
answer
do
the
you
question?
accept? What's up?
If everything's in time, then how did it all start? Tell me.
Okay, this is like a
If
total
everything's in
pivot.
time, according to your logic right
This
now, I'm
is a
going with
total
your
pivot.
logic.
The
Not at
argument's
all.
on
Can you answer the
screen.
question?
I'm not going to let
Can
you
you answer the
pivot.
question?
Stop trying to pivot.
Can you answer the
I
question?
know
I'm
you're
not pivoting
trying
at
to
all, bro.
scramble away because you
If
got completely
everything's-
beat the fuck
I'm not
down on
pivot-
this
I'm-
argument. All you can do is cry,
Not at
whine,
all,
and
bro.
pivot. You can't
You
track
can say that
even
all
a
you
little
want,
bit.
bro. But
You probably, I
you're
think
real dumb
probably
right
what
now,
the
bro.
problem is that I wrote out 4 premises, which is higher than you can
And
count.
yeah,
which is why you feel the
you,
need to pivot
you wrote
away.
them. You wrote them out, and it still looks like
Yeah.
nonsense, bro.
Sorry, which
It's still
premise do you
nonsense. No matter-
reject?
No matter how you word it, bro, you
Which
believe
premise do
that
you
everything
reject?
came from nothing. You're
Which
trying to make it seem like
premise-
everything has time, bro.
Yeah, this guy's throwing a
This is
mantra.
a
That's
waste
a
of
good
time.
word.
You're a
He's getting like emotional, and now he's running the fuck away. Can't even blame him for that one. All right, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends to know the good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some sort of reason to think that God exists. Nikubudo, thanks so much for the super chat. This caller is tracking as a case against God. That's true. I mean, the fact that that dude couldn't track is like pretty unexpected on the hypothesis that God exists and that he designed our cognitive faculties. But it's kind of like exactly what we would expect under atheism. Teamy, thanks so much for the super chat. Can you please start using an example of sitting and standing as a change to help fools understand the difference between a change in state and identity? I think so. I think I probably should. I don't know. For whatever reason, people just can't seem to like grasp the idea that I'm not saying that God's like identity changed. I'm saying that his like action changes. All right. Let's go to the That's funny. Hey, how's it going? What's up?
Going good. When you were Dr. Blitz were talking, I'm not sure if you saw my comment, but I had a bit of a critique to it.
The argument's not. I wouldn't run the argument yet. You'd probably beat the fuck out of me on the argument. It's still under development.
Well, I do want to give like a recommendation.
Sure, go for it.
The problem I notice is like, would you agree that like under like B theory of time,
Mhm.
like God would God would have knowledge of the things that are happening in virtue of the fact that like it's factual that these actions occurred, not because it's an emergent property of his all-knowingness.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this. I think that this causes like pretty big problems for God's ultimacy. It kind of sounds like you're saying, okay, I don't want to be like a horrible evil fuck towards you and bully you for your belief in simplicity. But I think that this like basically necessitates that God is grounded. But even if you weren't holding to simplicity, you'd at least be saying that like God's knowledge is grounded.
Like it depends on other things.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think that's a problem. Like if like say that I don't know, like if it was the case that tomorrow I decided to eat a banana or something.
Yeah.
I mean, and let's say, okay, well, actually, I think it's better. So, like, under a theory of time, let's say it was the case that tomorrow I decided to go eat a banana. Right? Today, God's not going to have access to that knowledge unless I go to eat it on the next time. So that's more of what I mean. I don't think it's that big of a problem. Maybe I'm like, because then, like, the type of knowledge God has is grounded, but I don't think God's like God's property of being omniscient is the thing that's grounded.
So I think here's an interesting question, which is just that if there's like an aspect of God that's grounded in further things, is God still truly like an ungrounded being? It's kind of hard for me to interpret. It's kind of hard for me to understand how we could say that God's knowledge is grounded, but also that God is completely, absolutely ungrounded.
Well, when you say God's grounded, do you mean like his properties are grounded, or do you mean
just that his knowledge obtains in virtue of specific facts external to him?
I'm not sure if that changes his properties. Like when when we say like the like omniscience, I mean, it's true that the kind of knowledge God has would be dependent on the actions that occur and is therefore grounded in external things. But I don't know if the property of being omniscient, like having all knowledge, is in virtue of that. Like, let's say if there were no agents and such, or like, let's say if it was like there was no things that happened as far as like the universe goes, like he'd still have knowledge over like his own properties, or the kind of nature of being and such. I don't think that changes much. Like the kinds of knowledge he has.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just not able to focus at all because there's like this dude. I'm being such a bad friend, but there's this dude in the comment section who's like crashing the fuck out. Can I talk to you after I'm done talking to this dude?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'll bring you right back up. Hey, how's it going?
Good evening. I'm from Romania.
Okay.
But you promised me not to ban me, because I'm not going to swear or say something bad, but you seem so highly vocative about God and stuff like that. I'm from Romania. I'm famous in my country from jumping from a river and stuff like that. Can you tell your team not to ban me or block me for whatever I say?
They're not going to, well, first of all, it depends on what you say. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's probably going to be fine, but yeah, they're not going to like block you like mid debate. You'd have to, better claim. It's never been the case before that somebody's gotten like blocked mid debate on my stream. That just hasn't happened. But okay, how old are you and what religion are you?
I'm no religion. I'm the same as you. I am a dog trying to eating God. So you're like a dog barking at people just to try and act like you are a rooster, like you just want to make people, believe in your saying in your Scientology, because my English is not as great as yours. I'm from Romania, so I know English from the Wu-Tang.
Wait, you said you're from Romania? Oh, okay, that's cool.
From Romania, famous from jumping from a high
first,
whatever.
Yeah, it's the first time you mentioned. Okay, sure, yeah.
Yes, I mean, I tried yesterday too, but yeah. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So the point is, you try and what you do here.
Do you think God exists?
Believe in God. I prove that God exists. Look, how you not believe that God doesn't exist. Look, you breathe, you exist. Even if you mumble jumble with words, you vibrate in whatever you do, and people are not knowledge that what you do here is just trying to act and be the rooster of people. That's how you manipulate people for cash, acting like you don't believe in God. But while you don't believe in God, God exists because you breathe. Your existence is the evidence, the final evidence that God exists. May the Lord Jesus Christ believe in you. Even if you mumble jumble with the words or whatever you do, you look like a dog.
Sorry to cut you off, but I just need like a bit of, whoa, let's just calm down there, mouth breather. No need for you to be getting this upset. Like seriously, just calm down, just chill. Well, I just have a quick clarifying question about your position. I just wanted to get clear about this. You're saying that was your evidence for God, but let's say God didn't exist.
But look at you.
Why
look
wouldn't
at
it
you,
be
you exist.
whoa,
That's
let's
the
just
purest
calm down there,
evidence that
mouth
you
breather.
exist.
There's no need for you to get upset.
You just vibrate
Dial it down,
words and
dipshit.
manipulate
It's really gonna be
people just to
okay.
get cash.
There's no need to crash the fuck out this early. Why wouldn't it be the case that I would breathe, exist, vibrate, be the loser of people and manipulate people for money if God didn't exist? Or why wouldn't these things happen unless God exists?
Talk about God, and that's how you get people, because otherwise you wouldn't be famous. You're just using, religion just to get famous because you look like a dog. And I'm not barking at you. I'm just, using the Lord.
Yeah,
the
I know.
Lord's-
I'm barking at you because I'm the one that looks like the dog.
No, we both look like dogs. I look like a pit bull. You
Okay.
look like a chihuahua. So
Yeah, no, I know. But I mean,
But God
I'm wondering,
exists,
do you have
look,
like
you
a real
breathe.
reason to think that God exists?
Because you breathe, you exist.
No, I know,
existence,
but
the way
why
you
would
speak.
these things not happen if God didn't exist? Let's say God didn't exist. Why wouldn't those things still happen?
You're trying to, put it in other ways. God exists. You have to see how are you able to speak, because you say universe, whatever. Your parents grew you, and you go to school. You whatever you do. People are just saying words, but nobody can explain how does the universe exist, how everything exists. We just speak and say things in tongues. But have you ever asked
Does that
yourself,
include you?
why do I
Can you
exist?
explain it?
Why do I exist? And there is the purest evidence. You can say all kinds
he
of words.
just
You
wants
can
to
mix
gibberish more.
everything, but God exists because you exist. That's the biggest gift.
Yeah, that
We
just
are all
doesn't
one.
follow. I would still exist even if God didn't exist.
But that's just the human way of thinking. If.
Because God
That's the
doesn't
biggest-
exist and I exist, so clearly I would exist even if God didn't.
That's just a battle words, what you say.
Okay. Why do you think God lets people die of cancer?
That's just blaming in a human way of being. It's not God that lets people. We exist because we exist.
Doesn't he have the power to stop it?
He does have the power to
So
stop
then he
it.
does
but-
let people die.
Because we get born in other way of being, stars or whatever exists, and that's how we exist because maybe we have
Okay.
been too sinful or whatever we have been.
Sure, so it sounds like you've changed your mind. You agree that God does let us die, and now you're just saying like it's
You act with
good.
a sensitive, you act on sensitive, cancer, death, or whatever, and then you blame God. Why don't you blame the devil itself? He's doing it, not God.
No, he's not. Cancer comes from
Wow.
mutations.
From
Do you think-
biological.
Yeah, do you think Satan's out there fucking shining UV rays at people?
Neither God, because we exist via Him.
That was a
If
yes or
things
no
are
question.
existing the way it exists, it's just a biological, logical of human being. But God exists. That's why you're able to speak. I cannot prove. Neither you can prove He doesn't exist. Nobody
Well,
can prove.
how about you just
God
answer the
doesn't exist.
question? Do you think that Satan causes like all the genetic mutations that lead to cancer?
Oh, that's you trying to be funny.
No,
No.
I'm asking you because you said Satan causes cancer.
Kind of, yeah. But
So that is what you believe. So you believe a silly
I
thing by
know
your own
you twist. Now
standard.
you're twisting. Yeah, you're good at twisting. Yes, you're good.
Yeah.
You're famous for
Yeah,
being
you
good
should see me at
practicing it.
Twister. You should see how good I am at twisting when I'm doing Twister.
Yeah,
You know,
you're
they're
good at
like
twisting
right
tongues.
hand on red, and I'm like, I'm getting pretty twisted
Very
up,
nice, very nice,
gang.
very nice. I don't try to be rude or something. I'm not against America.
Do you think oh,
I love America while I'm
me
Romanian.
too. Would
It's the
you
best country
would
in the
you be
world.
willing to demonstrate that you love America by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
No, I just the way I speak in
Okay,
English.
you hate
That's how I
America.
love America. The Wu-Tang made me, an old dirty bastard made me.
Mm.
I made of it, and I'm gypsy as a culture. We have very much religion. They're all crazy and with this don't dress this. But I know that God exists. He will give you a sign someday, even if you're like, put on people like cancer, this, you're gonna blame and act, and people, they get blocked because nobody knows how to answer that. Only the devil needs evidence, but your life, it came without any kind of evidence. And that's the biggest evidence you have. You exist via God, even if there was cancer, even if there was everything on this planet.
The biggest evidence is that your life came with no evidence.
Because I cannot prove whatever you say, cancer.
But it sounds like you don't even have any evidence for it.
It's biological. It's how we eat. It's how we pledge Earth, because we are so crazy with whatever we do.
Here's a question. So we have this dinosaur bone. This is a dinosaur. It's like 80 million years old. It has cancer. It's not clear if you're saying Satan gives people cancer. I mean, it's not super clear how this dinosaur would have gotten cancer. Maybe it was like something that he was consuming. Maybe he was engaging in some sin. Maybe it was something in his food. But regardless, it's not clear how you could explain the fact that this dinosaur has cancer.
I will uncorrupt you from God.
Please.
Believe in God.
But what would be your explanation for the dinosaur bone?
I give you the Wu-Tang, the Are you having a shell shock, my brother?
Yeah. We call it PTSD, but yeah.
Okay. That's nice. You look like, have you been like rejected in Hogwarts?
Yeah. I was, which is why I'm so upset. That's why I say God isn't real. It's because I got rejected from Hogwarts. But there's one thing that they can't take away from me. I'm still a wizard.
That's nice. No, but look, how can I prove that God exists? How can you explain yourself?
Maybe like a premise 1, premise 2 argument would be cool.
How did you come on this? How you able?
Yeah, from my parents.
You came out of nowhere.
I was sourced by my parents.
Because look, it is so mixed, the universe, and throughout our lives, how we lived, how we evolved, and whatever we mumbo jumbo, we are like Googling our words, and we're like entwine and twist the tongues, and we speak in all kinds of songs just to act like we are the biggest, because you want to be famous because of that.
I like all of your hand motions. I think I should start doing that.
Yes,
the reason why God doesn't exist is because of all of the horrific suffering that's present in the world. The world is a horrific place that's full of a lot of atrocities. God has the power to prevent all of them. God had the capability. God was the creator in the first place. So it's not clear why all of these tragedies are here. If I knew my son was going to grow up to be Adolf Hitler, I probably just wouldn't have that son. Similarly, if God knew that his creation was going to grow up to be Satan, then he probably just shouldn't have created Satan.
Manfura, stop this devil making people not believe in all kinds of people. He's acting and saying against the fuck. Like I said,
I've been saved. I've been exorcised.
He's been molested by the devil itself. How you been molested, my brother?
Whoa.
Do you need medicine? Do you need medicine, my brother?
No, I'm fine.
Because look, when you have no shield, you're gonna say cancer, Adolf Hitler. You're gonna put all the worst. But that's the human brain, what they do. And
this guy's actually a Fiverr actor.
Like the universe. Look, the universe gave us freedom. May you be blessed. May you be blessed.
He still, for the people on YouTube, he still keeps on trying to. He's like holding up his fingers as like a cross. He was holding up like a bottle earlier as like a cross.
Do not believe in this God.
This is this guy's a philosophical fucking juggernaut.
Like a fucking...
We gotta get this guy in front of Graham Oppie.
1 second. Because look, why do you use Adolf Hitler, dinosaurs? You're gonna do all kinds of things just to go against it. But have you ever asked yourself the evidence of life, the way you're speaking? Why do you speak? Why do you look? See, you don't understand this. That's a language. That's the universe language. We should not lie, people. We should connect, because when you speak about God, everybody becomes more pure, more kind. When you speak about evil, all
famously,
kinds of things,
every time
make
throughout history
people
too,
not
right?
believe. And
You
you
know,
give them the
speaking
power
about God,
to
God's
kill,
name has
to
only
rape,
been
to
invoked
take
for good
drugs.
things. It's
That's
never
what
been
you
invoked
teach
for
them.
bad things, famously.
God is the universe. I don't
What?
think
You don't
that
want to say
people
that? Wait,
who
so
believe in the cross or whatever. No,
sorry,
no,
is God the Holocaust?
no, he's not the
But I
Holocaust.
thought you said that he
Humans
was the
are the
universe.
Holocaust.
Is the
He
Holocaust a part
gave
of
us
God?
freedom out of
Wait, I'm
nowhere.
sorry. You
In the
just
name of
that was
Lord
like the
Jesus
infinity
Christ,
blender, unfortunately.
Satan,
We're on like
exit out
a
of your
one-way train
chamber.
now towards like you saying that you think that the Holocaust was good. You think God's the universe.
I
Did
didn't
the
say the
Holocaust
Holocaust
take
was
place
good,
within the
but
universe?
humans are being manipulated by people
Did it
like
take
you
place within the
and becoming
universe?
atheism.
Okay. It's
And
just a
that's
yes or no
why
question.
people believe in people like
Do
you.
you
You are the son of the devil itself.
Whoa, check out these jingly keys. Whoa, you like that? So, okay. Now that I have your attention, it's just a yes or a no question. Do you think that the Holocaust took place within the universe?
We are in the Holocaust instead of Holocaust.
What? I'm not sure if I like that, bud. Whoa. Let's pump the brakes on that one. Maybe it just translates badly or something.
I said Holocaust.
I heard you. That's the problem. Yeah.
But that's not evil. We say holy.
Tugs
like,
collar nervously.
Holy. Why do you protect Satan, or why do you need evidence?
We can agree that the Holocaust was bad, right?
Look at this. Look.
Would
One
you?
second, one
I
second.
actually think that we
One
need
second
to.
for me.
I actually think we need to clarify this point up really quickly. I just want to make sure you think that the Holocaust was bad, right?
Yes, it was bad, but human. It's human made, not God made. It's human made. God gave us life.
Untugs collar.
God didn't do the Holocaust. We as human, in the freedom of perversion, because people like to rape, people like to take drugs, people are fucking crazy and doing atheism. And that's why they do it. Because they believe in one little monkey. Let's suppose you are a little white monkey, okay? And you're going to make people believe that God doesn't exist. And they're going to take God and say, God doesn't exist. He doesn't exist. And that's how you make people more evil. You have to believe in something. Even if there is no God, your universe itself, it's God. Because we don't have the evidence in some holy man with a long beard. Okay, maybe that's not. But the universe, you cannot explain the whole universe. We can say biologically, chemically. We can explain in all kinds of languages, in human ways, in monkey ways. We mumbo jumbo, but nobody can prove how the fuck did we came on this earth. All as humans, even if you're like, we fuck your mother or whatever, how we, my English is not so perfect as an American, but I'm trying my best.
Well, that's fine. Wait, are you maybe to help go in a linear fashion? So you said that God is the universe. I'm with you. I get that. Would you agree that the Holocaust was a part of the universe?
He's good at twisting. He's good at fucking twisting. He's doing the snake twisting. Toss.
I am. I'm doing the snake. It is
not God.
Everybody do the snake.
It's because at some point, humans.
Let's all hit the snake.
You're speaking in tongues. Look, maybe there is no Satan for sure, because you are it, and I'm looking at it. But God exists because your life exists. Even if you're going to scramble.
I just want like the yes or no answer, please. Do you think that the Holocaust was a part of the universe?
I guess kind of.
Kind of? Was it like kind of not a part of the universe?
Kind of, because it's made by humans, so it's the universe, a vibration of people, so it's done by, it was worse.
Yeah, sure. So God is the universe. The Holocaust was a part of the universe. therefore you would say the Holocaust was a part of God.
He's good. He's good. I'm trying to twist this.
Is that
okay?
Do you want to unsay? You can take it back. I'll give you one free take
No, no,
back.
no. I'm gonna win.
In fact,
look.
you know, I feel like we're playing this game at such odds that I'll actually give you as many take backs as you want. Would you want to do like a take back when you said God's the universe? Do you want to like unsay
No,
that?
because now people, they take it seriously as in a funny way. You win in a funny way, but I win in my loss, because those who win and those who lost, they win more, because you cannot explain whatever you say. You just scramble the words just to be the rooster of this content, and people gonna, you're trying to be more famous with Holocaust, using all the stuff, and I have nothing to say, because it's close to impossible to. I say universe, you're gonna twist it. And God did it, and God did it. Yes, but you never ask yourself, where does your life come from? Because you're better with Holocaust. I cannot prove any kind of evidence, but can you prove where does your life come from? Where does your tongue come from?
People don't even try to debate anymore. You know, they just fucking look at you like this. Huffing that copium.
I think you blame God. You don't believe in God because you're less pretty. I'm sorry, Tabitha. I'm not trying to be rude, but
no, I know. But I mean, you think God is like perfectly beautiful, right?
No, God is everything, and everything happens via God, but not via the demons, because He gave us. He's so merciful. He even said to Lucifer, "Okay, sit down, do whatever you do. They're gonna come back to us." I think everything is scrambled. The Bible, everything.
Well,
I don't believe in Bibles and religion and stuff, but the universe itself, there is a connection with God. And there is no Apple, Adam and Eve or whatever, but there must be something holy. Because you know what is holy? Love itself. When you when you're in love, and you're like, every cell from within your body gets so highly happy. That's the highest frequency on earth that we exist. When you fall in love, and there is love, and not chemical like when you fuck or something. No, just when you feel the purity, when you're like so high, higher than any kind of drugs.
Yeah, gosh, that was so persuasive. You know, the question was just, do you think that God is all beautiful?
I'm gonna go to the Holocaust again.
No, I was just asking if you think that God is perfectly beautiful.
I think yes, because we are humans. We are made of Him. We are perfectly beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. So God is all beautiful, but God's the universe. So that would mean that the universe is all beautiful, but I'm ugly, which means that it can't be the case.
I was being funny. Whoa, you're not ugly,
wait,
you're human.
are you saying that I am perfectly beautiful?
You are. Let me think. You're Tabitha for me. You're Tabitha.
Wait, I'm what?
You're Tabitha.
Tabitha?
Yeah. You know who's Tabitha?
No. I bet a lot of people are Tabitha, frankly.
Oh, nice. I don't know. It just came out of universe. Because you can look. You're strong with me when you say the Holocaust. I cannot prove God exists, but can you prove that God doesn't exist?
Yeah,
how can you prove that God doesn't exist? Because if you believe that He doesn't exist, within yourself, with your genetic code, knows that God exists, even if you believe He doesn't exist. Even if I'm not strong with proving you, I cannot prove to you Holocaust is the perversion, because people are stupid. Like, let's suppose Trump controls the whole America, and there is a lot of things happening because we are not so evolved.
True, King.
We are not so evolved as human beings. We believe in one person. We're gonna kill this. We're gonna do that because we give them the power to. We are not maybe after 100,000 generation after us, we're gonna be more evolved. There is no Elon Musk and stuff like that. He's trying to be fun. That's nice. You're good.
No, keep on going. No, you got this. Yeah, you were doing so well. Why'd you stop?
And you're polite, and I've been rude, so you're stronger. Yes. It's better to be polite and humiliating rather than swearing. So I'm a little bit,
yeah, of course, right? You know, that's why
it's difficult to be
I don't know what
strongly
you
first
think
without
like
being
cry
rude.
bullying is going to do for you. Just a reminder, you know, you've already kind of burnt like the being polite bridge. You called me ugly. You said I looked like a dog. You know,
No, but it's nice
I
to
think
talk
I
about
think it
because
might be a
everybody
little bit
loves
too late
playing
to try to
dogs.
pull on that ripcord, my friend. I'm not sure if the whole, you know, I'm
I was
you're
being
being
funny for
impolite.
the
You're being so
people, and you
rude to me.
act as
Card
a
is going to work for
victim.
you at a time
He's
like
gonna do the
this.
victim thingy. Look, people, he's gonna do the victim people. I'm an actor more than him, but he's acting like a victim because you're not used to me.
I'm not a
Obviously,
victim.
when people see,
I'm bullying the fuck out of you, frankly. I'm the perpetrator, if anything.
oh, you're the perpetrator,
I
so
am, yeah.
you must be a file pedo. You must be
Oh,
an
what the
Epstein
fuck? I
box.
don't think that follows. No, I'm like
Okay,
slamming you into the locker or something.
but you
That was kind of
cannot
weird. It was kind of weird that your head went there.
because you're trying to tell me all kinds of things. I'm
I
gonna
just
be
think
more
I think it's
rude.
kind of weird. Like I probably wouldn't call you a pedophile. I don't know anything about you. I'm not sure why you would call me that. You don't know anything about me. It's a pretty serious
Not
accusation.
naive.
You know, I think it diminishes the accusation when you just go around throwing it willy-nilly.
Very nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
At least I'm polite. I have the ability to say I'm sorry. I'm trying to be as funny as you because you win by trying to be
And for
funny
my
and
next
trying to be a
joke.
victim. Because I have no words against the Holocaust, and you blame
Mm.
God. But do you have evidence that God doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Where is the
lots.
evidence?
Yeah.
Without saying the monkey style, because we as humans are still unevolved as monkeys. If a little brat like you and a little rat says like you, oh God doesn't get, just to be famous out of it and cancer and Holocaust,
Yeah,
you're gonna
I should
use
have
all
jumped off a
these
bridge like you to
humans
get
who went
famous.
to so much pain and stuff. You're using this sensitive thing against God and stuff, but he exists, my little dog. Be awakened, my little prince.
Oh, I'm awakened.
Be awakened. We are now battling.
Do you wait,
and I'm sorry it had
wait, I got a
been so
question
rude.
for you,
I'm
maybe?
sorry I had been rude.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
I said
okay.
I'm
I don't
sorry
care. You
because
can
I've
be as
been
rude
rude.
as you want. In fact,
No.
it
It's
almost
not
makes
nice.
it better.
It's not nice.
It's
It is
you're right.
not
It's
nice
not
to me.
nice. I don't care.
No, I'm
You can
sorry
be as
that I've
rude
been
as you
rude.
want.
No, I wanted to be the rooster, stronger than you, and sometimes you act
Okay.
like you're rude and stuff. Just to be, I like to be polite. I don't want people to hate you or me. We talk about God, and we want to do the evidence that God exists. I'm not really unpolite normally.
Sure.
Bagati pula mata.
Yeah, sometimes the Holy Spirit just takes over and you have to say, you fucking dog, you rat, you ugly fuck, you're so fucking ugly. God, I hate you so
focused on
much.
that. Now he is a victim.
Yeah.
Now he is playing a victim.
No, I'm not the victim. I'm the perpetrator. And you tried to be the perpetrator, but you got victimized.
That's a nice twist.
Thanks.
And that's
I'm really
how
good
you
at
got
twisting.
mesmerized, and you got mesmerized because you've been sodomized by your own selfishness.
Fucking bars, dude. That was like the sickest rhyme. Holy shit. I can't even lie. That one was pretty good. God damn. Yeah, you should I think with just that one line alone, that could be like the rap hook.
If I was in America,
in fact,
I would
I
be
bet you
so
could probably like
fucking
AI
high
generate
level.
like the rest of it, frankly.
I don't use AI. I have a stuff. I'm in ancient times. We still live like in ancient times. If people, I'm YouTube, Bahoy Official. Sorry that I'm advertising.
You should be.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. As you are using cancer and Holocaust and stuff like that, because your inner self needs to be hang out of you, because I think he needs a holy wash, your inner child.
What? Huh? That was listen, between the two of us, that was the most like pedophilic thing that I think either of us has said. You wanna wash my child self?
No, you need to wash your inner child.
You think I should?
I didn't
You think
say
my
I
inner
want.
child should like take a bath? Do you want to watch?
In holy water.
In holy water, I know, but would you want to watch? Would you want to maybe like be there like holding me? Do you want like pictures of me as a kid in like a swimsuit? Is that what you're asking? I don't know if I'd feel comfortable giving that to you.
Oh my God, he's using all these weapons.
He's twisting you again. He's twisting.
No. You're playing games. You're good at playing games. Let's talk about God and Holocaust. Why are you using Holocaust and cancer and all kinds of things?
Yeah, it's like really good evidence against God. It's called the problem of evil.
God exists because you exist. You are his face.
Oh, okay.
Even if you
like mumbo
jumbo, even if there's Holocaust, even if
Mm.
everything happens on this planet, we cannot explain because he's so holy. He gave us gift, the biggest gift as nobody can give, life. Life is the biggest gift.
How
even
evil.
if we cannot explain it because it is so holy. Universe, and you're good in debating and blaming.
Holy
That's what you
shit.
do.
Wait, okay, wait. I got a quick question. I'm actually mad curious. I'm looking at your YouTube channel currently. Is this
Bahoy Official?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that you? Is that are you Shrek here?
No, I'm doing no. If you say Bahoy Official, go on my channel. I'm doing
Yeah.
funny
But
things
is that Shrek you? I just want to know who the Shrek
no,
is.
that's a little uncle and stuff like that.
Oh, it's your uncle. It's your uncle. It's good.
Sort
it's
of,
good
not
one.
really uncle. Some I don't know how to say, far away. I'm doing funny things, It's very nice.
Yeah. But I'm the grifter between the two of us.
There was one blonde guy who talks about Trump with them. I used to have like 20K, 50K people watching me, but I get so much banned. I'm doing, wearing a dress, being funny. That's why I was doing, Goo Gaga, and I was making like 1,000 a day. But now I'm because of TikTok. It's very difficult to go again high.
I bet. Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose
because
we probably wouldn't talk to you very long nowadays, given the fact that you're Romanian. And you introduced yourself as like being from Romania 3 separate times. Yeah, you're right. He'd probably just kick you nowadays.
Not because of that, but the AI.
Isn't it kind of sad to like degrade yourself in that way? I feel like if that's what I was doing for money, like I actually really enjoy streaming.
If you're like an actor and being funny, no, I made a lot of people laughing. I didn't use, God just to get famous. No, I was doing, funny. Look, let's suppose somebody.
That's why I hate the fucking Pope, dude. The Pope is such a disingenuous fuck, using God to get famous.
20K people.
Oh, I'm cringing. Can you stop? This is uncomfortable. I need you to stop. Cease immediately.
No, I don't stop. People love
God, if you exist, please strike this man dead immediately. Please kill him instantly, God. God, I'm pleading, I'm begging, I'm on my knees. Please kill this man.
Yourself.
No, you.
You is me is you. We are all one.
God, I would have become a believer so quickly if God fucking smited you. Chat, let's all pray together. God, if you can hear us, if you're real, we yearn to be absolved from the suffering of this world. Please strike this man dead with a lightning bolt. That would be sick as fuck, God, if you struck this man dead with a lightning bolt.
Amen. In the Lord of Jesus Christ. Very nice. It was nice meeting you, my brother.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you as well.
And you're a nice person, but stop using God just to get famous. You just be funny,
I know I was very nice. I think I was like quite mean to you.
Stop barking the lies at people.
Oh,
you have to.
Everything I say is true.
May the Lord be with you.
Okay. Wow. Yo, Molly, that was like the clip of the century. Frankly, that's like the best clip. It's like one of the best clips, but possibly of all time. All right, let's read some supers. Slow TDI, thanks so much for the super chat. He literally tried to dubstep you. Rebaffle, thanks so much for the super chat for alleging my Ian so hard right now. Good. Every Ian will be alleged. Every Blitz will be doctored. Ryan, thanks so much for the super chat. Come on, bro. Common sense, bro. Come on. Common sense. Look at the screw, bro. Come on. Banger. An honest doubter, thanks so much for the super chat. Have you read the Pyrrhonist Sextus Empiricus? Isn't that guy like the skeptic? But also Sextus Empiricus is like an insanely good name. What a fucking mythical pull. Sextus Empiricus. I don't know. It's kind of a banger. That dude sounds like Chad, frankly, just like the name. But no, I haven't read him. I don't like to read people that are ancient. If the arguments are good, they'll still be getting made. Maybe there's like value in like reading the ancients if you want to like pioneer like a new argument, or if you want to like revive an old argument, you want to see what people historically have said about the topic. But typically, if the arguments that people were making were good, they would still be getting made. Nectu, thanks so much for the super chat. 1 year of allegedly Ian. Here's to many more. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. I'm so glad to have you here. Godless Engineer, thanks so much for the super chat. To wail on Molly for being away from her desk. Audio was messed up on YouTube. No. Fuck. I hope not. Well, I mean, I do have it recorded on my side, but no, we'll get that one's getting clipped. Regardless. Okay. Obki, thanks so much for the super chat. Hi, I'm Obi. Could you please write down the premises to prove God doesn't exist because of his change from non-creating to creating? Thanks for being an inspiration to become an educated atheist. Well, first of all, it's nice to meet you, Obi. That's genuinely so cool. I appreciate that happily. Okay, I don't think this argument's like decisive. Technically, there are ways to weasel out of it, but I think it's like pretty good. I think this argument's like a pretty robustly good argument. Either God's act of creation is eternal or not eternal. If God's act of creation is eternal, then creation is eternal. If creation is eternal, then God never creates it. But then, we have, if God's act of creation is not eternal, then God changes from not creating to creating. If God changes from not creating to creating, then God is in time. If God is in time, then God is in creation. If God is in creation, then he didn't create. So either way, God didn't create. That's basically like the gist of the argument. Premise 3, yeah. So if creation's eternal, what that means is that it exists, but it doesn't begin to exist. So what that would be committed to, basically what you'd be saying at that point is that God never brings it into existence, but then he created it. But it seems like to create something means that you brought it into existence. But I don't know. I think that does kind of highlight, I think one of the ways that you could weasel out of this is you could hold to the B theory of time. I think the B theory of time, and then you just reject 3. But the other way I think is that you could say that God does change, God is in time, and that's fine for some reason. But anyway.
Before we continue off, I actually don't think that accepting B theory, it doesn't escape premise 3 in the way
you think? Yeah.
What you present.
Yeah.
Like if whether it's A theory or B theory, I mean, it seems that God's act of creation still like derives from like his primary cause, like the causal efficacy in a sense is like it's still going on within the B theory. So I mean, like I wouldn't say that it's the case that it weasels like it escapes it.
Oh, okay. Wait, so you think that if creation is eternal, then you think that premise 3 still holds even if creation is, or sorry, I'm like,
yeah, like if all points in time are real.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like I would say it's not the case. Like I would say like I'm not sure. Like for example, let's take like mathematics for example. Like 2 + 2 = 4 would be a product of.
Yep.
And you would say that the same for like the universe. Like the universe is a product of like God's will or action and such. It's not like even if it's like eternally generated and such. It's not the case that it wasn't created. You would say it's created in the same sense that, let's say, like 2 plus 2 equaling 4 is a product of mathematical laws.
Sure. That's interesting because then that kind of changes the relation, like the specific sort of relation that God has to it, where I think that 2 plus 2 equaling 4 is probably more of like a grounding situation. It's certainly not like a causal situation. But I think that that's like a view that you could take if you wanted to say that God is outside of time, is that you could say that he doesn't like create it, but instead he like grounds it eternally, that it kind of like emanates out of him.
Yeah, you could say something like that.
Yeah.
I was just saying that I don't know if B theory would escape it in the way that you mean. Like I don't think under A theory or B theory, it's like it seems to be the same whole.
So here's the thought for why I would think that B theory might escape it, is that under B theory, you want to redefine so first of all, under B theory, the entire timeline is just eternal. There is kind of only one state, and it's like the state with the entire timeline laid out. So in this situation, you might want to say that what causation actually means is that it's just when one thing depends on another thing. But I think that it gets like tricky to differentiate causation from grounding under the B theory of time for things that are outside of the universe specifically. I think for things inside of the universe, you could say that it's like a relation between events.
Yeah, I think that like under B theory, causation just means that like it would carry the same definition. Like you would just use like you use like A theory like language, but the relational difference between the two is that like let's say for example I like drop an apple and the apple lands on the ground. Like under B theory, you'd say like it's the case that in point let's say T0 is in my hand. Yeah. T2 it was following, T3 it landed on the ground, right? Like under A theory, you'd say like, well, gravity causes the apple to fall.
Yeah.
When it leaves my hand. Otherwise, it's tension. I think tension's the right word. I haven't been in physics in a while. Like the tension from my hand is keeping it from falling, and such. Under B theory, I would say you'd use A theory language, it'd still be coherent, but the way we talk about the points in time isn't going to be like, well, T's like the relationship difference between T0 and T1 is that the tension is gone. Like that's not how you like describe the relational difference under B theory.
Sure. So maybe what you'd want to say about causation is something like, you have like this set of events, obviously, but maybe you want to say that the reason why event A like the event of like dropping the apple causes it to fall at like the next time slice. Maybe you'd want to say is that it's a result of the entire state of reality combined with like the laws of physics and then just like accelerated forward. And because it's causation. But then the problem with that, I think it's really hard to find a model of causation that works with God regardless, but I don't like that's obviously incompatible with causation with God if causation depends on like laws of physics.
I think when we talk about like causation and God, I think that I agree that we can't apply like time, like when we talk about causation and time, I don't think those can work with God. But I mean, some people propose like logical causation where they take like grounding to be the same as causation. Like,
that's a weird view, but so for example, would they say that that's true like just in the case of God? Because that seems to commit them to like a bunch of like weird statements. Like
they would say that in all cases. They would say that like in all like cases of grounding. Like for example, like holy Jesus, like my example with mathematics. Like the reason 2 plus 2 equals 4 is an effect of like a mathematical law being true, or like Archimedean like mathematics being true.
I guess they could use the language that way, but it's like
it does sound
I'm basically certain that this is like universally rejected or like near universally rejected by philosophers because of like the widespread assumption that abstract objects are not causal.
Yeah, I would say so. But yeah, I mean that's one way like a theist would put it. I haven't like
that's fine. That's fine.
That deep in like metaphysics.
I
did like a lot more ethics. Yeah. So I mean when I hear that, I would agree it sounds a bit confusing. Like it seems we're conflating two things that seem to be entirely different. Like causation seems to be inherently temporal.
I probably agree. I don't know. I can't make sense of like an atemporal cause. Well, actually, sorry. There is I know I think it's Katie Miller and fucking Sam Barron defend a view that time doesn't exist, and then they say that causation they appeal to like a counterfactual model of causation to explain causation across the fuck. I haven't read their book. It sounds like a silly view, but
counterfactual. It does not have anything to do with causation. I don't
or like counterfactual model of causation.
Oh, I haven't heard of it. Like, what is it?
It's like a pretty common view, actually.
What is it?
It's the view that basically what causation is just like a counterfactual dependence. That, for example, you know, the pen fell. Had I not released the pen would not have fallen. So therefore, me releasing the pen is what causes it to fall. This view is like pretty well-known counterexamples, but it seems to be getting at like some true aspect of causation.
Oh, okay.
There certainly seems to be like counterfactual properties in most instances of causation that had the cause not happened, the effect wouldn't have happened either.
Yeah, but like we could conceive of cases where like the outcome is the same, whether you like say for example like let's say if you drop the pen, the outcome can be the same as if like say like someone, this is gonna sound like weird, but let's say like someone stopped time and like moved you.
Yeah.
And like the pen would fall anyway. So I don't know if like sure it's the case that like if you had not dropped the pen it wouldn't fall, but it seems the outcome can be the same for a few causes besides like the immediate ones.
That's a really good observation. These are actually like some of the well-known counterexamples. I'm not sure what the counterfactualist wants to say to this, but I am aware that these are like the good reductios to counterfactual model, that there are cases of like over causation or like over determination and causation that can't really be accounted for with the causation or with the counterfactual model. Maybe what they'd want to say is something like the cause is like no, because that would be like a dumb response. But maybe what they'd want to say very sillily is that the cause of this effect is just like the disjunct of all of the prior events that if they take place will cause it to happen. Or like, I don't know if that makes any sense. Like you just take all the situations, like, you know, you get moved to the side, you let the pen go, fuck, like the pen like quantum tunnels out of your hand. And just if any of those happen, then that's like the sort of event, but that seems implausible.
Yeah. Maybe there's some problems in quantum mechanics, but I mean, like I'm backed up right now. I'm like studying, so I'm not going to reach that for a while.
That's fair. But okay, is there something you want to talk about?
Yeah, I was hoping we can continue kind of talking about like we're earlier talking about like emergent properties and omniscience. So, I mean, when you said that like it seems that God's knowledge is grounded in something else, I mean, I would say like before I said like it seems that it's true that the kind of knowledge God has, like that he has possession of, is not grounded in external things as far as like the kinds of actions we do or the things that happen in the universe and such. But I would say like the property of being omniscient is something that is grounded in something else.
Yeah, but so I hear that. I haven't explored this idea very deeply, but there does seem to be like some weirdness to saying that like the contents, that there's like parts of God that are grounded in things, or at least even like partially grounded in things external to God. That's really weird.
Well, I mean, think of it like this. Let's say like, let's say we talk about like, for example, like God's omnipotence. Like, let's say there exists no mugs, right? Like no coffee mugs, right? Like, then it changes on the type of thing God like can do. If there's no mugs, then God can't move a mug, right? Like that. I would say that's something we could conceive of. So it's like, it seems that what God can do is dependent on external things, but it seems that omnipotence doesn't change its properties.
Yeah, although I actually think that you're going to hate this, but I think I'd probably agree that this is like an example of how omnipotence is dependent on external things, that the powers that you have depend on the world that's out there, that if there is no mug, you do not have the power to move a mug.
I don't see how that's like a problem. I don't think that's changed much. Is about like the property still seems to hold true that you could do with all things logically possible. And like,
Would you
like
would you fucking hate me? Would you think I'm evil if I motivated how this is a problem for simplicity?
Oh well, I could see how I could see how it's a problem for simplicity.
Okay, yeah.
I could see how you'd frame that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't say
Okay,
you're
sure.
not
Then
evil.
I'll spare you. I'll spare you. But yeah,
gonna blow
I
me
think
out of
I think the idea requires like a bit more development to do. But I guess it's a question of like, okay, what are the acceptable ways for parts of God to be grounded in things external to God, and what are the unacceptable ways? And I don't know, is it like a weakened concept of aseity to say that parts of God? I'm sorry, this is like way over most viewers' heads. Let me break this down. God is this proper. Okay, so let me start even further. Some things depend on other things for their existence. I depend on my parents for my existence. Had my parents not birthed me, I wouldn't have existed. I'm ontologically dependent on them. I depend on them for my being. What a lot of theists want to say is that God has this property called aseity, that he is an ase being, which means that he does not depend on anything external to himself, or maybe even internal to himself, depending on how severe you want the aseity to be. Now, grounding is another relation. Grounding is a relation of metaphysical dependence, the same sort of dependence we were just talking about. But grounding is like non-causal dependence, typically construed. It refers to like when you say that something happens in virtue of something else, or that something is this way in virtue of something. For example, the fact that there is an even prime number is true in virtue of the fact that 2 exists. It's not causal, but it's like a grounding thing. So the problem that I'm pointing out is that it seems like God's aseity is threatened, that he might be problematically dependent on things if God's knowledge is grounded in facts about the external world. Like if the fact that I drink the cup of coffee grounds God's knowledge that I drink the cup of coffee, I wonder if there's a problem for the idea that God is independent. I wonder if there's like a problematic dependence there. But sorry. Okay, I feel like chat. Hopefully that made sense, chat.
Hopefully. I think you explained it really well.
Yeah. I definitely need to work with the idea more. I'm not sure if there's a problem there. It could totally be the case that there actually isn't.
But you could say like, I actually think that's fine. Like, I'm gonna admit, like, I'm not sure. Like, that's probably a problem with divine simplicity. I think that's even a problem with like EED. But
Oh yeah. Well, I actually have no idea how Orthodox people try to reconcile EED with divine simplicity. And I also think that divine simplicity, I mean, I have tons of problems with simplicity. It seems like almost certainly false.
Every like atheist logician someone knows is going to say they have a problem with it. So
yeah,
it's not that crazy.
Yeah. Do you hold to simplicity just because you're like Catholic, or do you like reason that through some other means?
I think it's mostly because I'm Catholic and I just went from there. Like, had I not been Catholic, I think I would have accepted that God has parts. Like, I think I would accept that God's a neurological son.
Yeah, that's the fucked up thing. Have you been following Ethan Muse at all?
Oh, I haven't. Is he good?
Yeah, he's like crazy, insano cracked. He's like an insanely talented debater. He debates like basically just miracles. He defends like Catholic miracle claims, and he makes the case in ways that are like very persuasive. Certainly, like I'm out of my depth in terms of like the knowledge claims, but it's very strange because it kind of seems like all of the miracles that have any sort of like backing to them at all, that don't just fall apart immediately, are all Catholic. This is what baffles me about Christianity, is that every single thing seems to point to Catholicism, but then Catholic metaphysics, I feel like, must be false because of things like simplicity.
I don't know if I accept the miracles, like, ironically. I accept like the Marian like miracles, like her appearances. I don't accept like that that we find like the Eucharist like
Sure.
had like Jesus' blood or flesh and such. Like I don't know if I find that convincing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's like a totally separate problem, right? Like the transubstantiation stuff. I think that's all gibberish.
I think that it's gibberish. I think gibberish is a good way to put it. I don't know. Like, I think for people to like understand it, you have to understand it through a lens of like religion.
Yeah.
I think that's a problem because like outside of religion, it just sounds like a bunch of words mixed up. It sounds like nonsense. But
yeah, it's also close. Like I know this isn't what they want to say. I don't mean to be like horribly bad faith, but it does, when people explain it, it does kind of sound like cannibalism.
Oh, it is, yeah. We would accept it's cannibalism, yeah.
You don't want to say that. Come on.
No, like if you ask like any priest and you ask, well, is this cannibalism? They say yeah.
That can't be true.
No, I'm serious. That's like how sociologists agree to it too. Like I've talked with a few sociologists and they say like, yeah, it's cannibalism.
Wow. My priors in Catholicism just like shot through the floor.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm kidding. But it's like all of church history points to Catholicism. All the Marian stuff points to Catholicism. And then it just has like the least defensible metaphysics I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's like, I think it's like the most controversial. I think that other Catholic views are pretty, well, not Catholic, geez. Other Christian denominations, I think because much of them engage less with like formal metaphysics, you won't find as many problems, but I'm sure if they did, you'd find a few other problems. Like they probably have doctrines that seem unintuitive.
Yeah. I know for Orthodox, it kind of seems like one of the key schisms between Orthodox and Catholics is that for a lot of Orthodox problems, they'll say, listen, man, it's a mystery. We don't know. Whereas Catholics really want to create like systems to explain all of this stuff. And I mean, I see like the reasons to do both, but yeah. I'm sorry. Is there, I should probably move on to the next guest, but I always like talking to you. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, for sure. You too.
Yep. Have a good day. Let's get a big W for apostle. I've been told that I mispronounced that word. Tucson, thanks so much for the 10-month resubscription on YouTube. Appreciate it. Mary Andrew, thanks so much for the super chat. May the Lord be with you. Apostle. Is it like apostle? That feels wrong. Apostle. Ali Emporium, thanks so much for the super chat. Common sense, cried the idiot who couldn't track. Yeah, we got a Michael Humorhead over here. You know, he's just out here intuiting the moral facts. Dr. Fudge, thanks so much for the super chat. Man, it's so kind of people to make these amazing pigeon-focused internet interfaces so pigeons can hop online to play chess. That's funny. Bacon Bush, thanks so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. The 10 cool Corey memberships. Whoa. Oh yeah, I already wished Lou a happy birthday. She only gets one. Kane, thanks so much for the super chat. I hate it when my pens randomly quantum tunnel. True. Anthony, thanks so much for the super chat. That was super scary for a moment when Ian was getting uncorrupted. Yeah. Gosh, could you imagine? Could you imagine if the exorcism worked and I had to stop doing this fucking show? We all know that Q-Top is broke as shit. We all know that there's, there's no money to be made on the other side. And then you'd have to give money to the fucking church. Oh my God, I'd be so fucking broke. All right, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some sort of reason to think that God exists. With that, we will go to... Oh, wait, sorry, let me check the list. Okay, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, how's it going?
Chillin', how you doing?
Doing well. How old are you?
40s.
Yep. And what religion?
Christian.
Sure. What makes you think that God exists?
I guess, it starts intuitively, right? It's just like an intuitive feels-based kind of thing. And I like a lot of your logical objections. Can we chat about that principle of change that puts God in time, right?
Yeah.
Like, are there any other more like creative ways to model that so that, so that God doesn't really need to be the creator as much as just kind of like the framework for even having this conversation at all? Like that in his own existence, he's kind of a non-being, right? Like almost in the Buddhist conception, like just empty, like there's even no framework for even talking about existence yet, right?
I don't think you want to say that. I think that almost certainly leads to like huge problems. I don't think like absences have causal power, for example.
Absences don't have causal power. So right, so like
if you're saying like God is like
non-being.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. If you're saying like God is like absence, it would seem to follow that he's
not absence, but like let's say he's real and that nothing else is founding him, right? Like he's not relying
like
on anything else, right?
Yeah.
Right. But like to exist is almost like, like to be in the 3-dimension or 4 dimensions of space time. Like there's no reason to talk about him existing yet because there is no 4-dimensional existence to talk. So he's real but not yet existent. Does that work?
I wouldn't make that claim, especially I wouldn't presuppose that claim when I'm talking to a Christian that the only existence is physical. Probably you want to say that God exists outside of physical space-time.
Well, I wanted to say that he's real outside of physical space-time, but that to exist almost implies to be in what he's made.
I don't think so. I think that real means like basically the same thing as exists, but this is just like a semantic dispute. So, okay. Well, I guess like what makes you think that he exists at all, or that he is real?
Yeah. No, you're right. Let's go that way. So I guess I think it's a combination, the phenomena of like superposition, right? Being combined with intuition of self, let's say. That like I feel like my self-identity, if I have one at all, this continuity of self, is kind of superpositional at its best, right? Like whatever I am, whatever I'm calling my mind, my stream of consciousness, my continuity, is kind of just photons in superposition, and so like it's electromagnetism in some way, right? Like whatever's causing me has got to be electromagnetism or gravity in some combination. There's not really much other option, right?
Sure.
So that like myself is this like superpositional light being, right? Like in this cosmos of light factories building the particles that build me. It becomes this like very entangled cosmic perception of self, right? Where like in the Sorry, go ahead. Well,
yeah, I think I was on the train for like just a second there, and I think I'm probably off the train.
Okay, go ahead.
So I agree.
I
think the entire universe is like one big quantum state. I think that specifically what the universe is like the wave function. But I don't think that. So this is a common misunderstanding of quantum mechanics, but actually things don't depend on like you seeing them or like you perceiving them to collapse. What happens that causes a collapse in quantum or like the wave function collapse is just that something interacts with a quantum system. But I mean, on my view, I would just say that that's like entanglement, that things collapse because you become entangled with them.
Okay, so I'm seeing that in God's universe, there's almost like offering these two existences. One in which kind of what you're saying, we're in this falsified view that we're these causal agents collapsing the superposition of possibilities. Like that's all an illusion that we can choose to buy into, but it's not real. Like you're saying, like that's not real. Like the wave is real, the collapse is an illusion to you. And that like there's a way in like the way that we're built as these like, whatever my mind is electromagnetism, is light, is the same energy that's building and creating all the geometries for, chemistry and physics, all of that. So it's like that it's almost like God very cheekily is putting in, hey, there's this superpositional existence of self that kind of transcends the illusion that like you collapse things and make causes that like, and if you're in that position, it's like there's this more like that. This actually is the model of the fall from harmony. Is like you can choose to perceive for yourself that you've collapsed the infinite possibility of interconnectedness and go down this route of this illusion of self and this illusion of self experiences if that sounds fun to you. But like the true existence is a superpositional harmony and anything else is an illusion. And like God has almost like built this puzzle into it to figure it out and be like, hey, if you figure this out and live as a superpositional self, not this selfish one along this illusional path and all, like there's a better way to live in this cosmos of light, right? And that's kind of like,
whoa. So
I think, sorry, go ahead.
I feel like we're conflating between things that I agree with, and then like we somehow suddenly, we switched
please,
to like.
That's actually why I wanted to.
I feel like all of a sudden, like we switched to like things that are. I don't want to be mean to you. You're like super nice, but to me they sound like nonsense. Like I agree, we're in like a big quantum system, and in fact, like I even agree that the appearance of the collapse is an illusion. That in fact it's just one big entangled system, that there's like another version of you. So if it collapses to being spin up, there's like another version of you where it collapsed to being spin down in a different branch of the wave function. So I agree in that sense, it is like illusory, the measurement outcome that you actually see and interact with. But then we throw in like, we start throwing in like spooky entities. We start throwing in like light, and like
I guess
ethics.
I'm saying light.
Like, I'm not really sure. I don't think
I'm saying
those
light because I'm
things have
talking
anything
about.
to do with that.
I'm talking about light because just, the photon being the boson for electromagnetism. So I reduce a lot of that down to a light-based interaction because we're saying like, the mechanism for electromagnetism is the photon, the virtual photon or actual photon. So I'm saying like, to me, there's something interesting about the language of light being tangled into God a lot, and that there is this interesting idea that like truly photonic light energy does kind of found everything going on. If it's not gravity, like literally photonic energy is running the cosmos.
Yeah, I don't know
like from my own mind to. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I don't know enough about quantum mechanics to know if that's true. But I mean, okay, let's say that it is true.
No, every electromagnetic interaction is a photonic exchange, right? Like that is the boson or the force carrier for electromagnetism is the photon. So like my mind has to be like a product of light, and like in some wording of that. Like So like my cognitive framework, my consciousness. So it's like
but I don't know,
this idea that
the connection between light and God is very unclear to me. It sounds like you want to, because typically people will talk about God and a connection to light in like a metaphorical sense, but not.
No, I don't
definitely
mean it
not in like a literal. Oh
no, I don't mean it like that.
Wait, do you think God is light?
I'm trying to say it like this: like if electromagnetism is the force that causes the shape of atoms and the shapes of molecules and all the chemical interactions and all of physics, like when I put a strawberry on my tongue, it's electromagnetism at the tip of my tongue causing that. Like it's the only mechanism possible. So what I'm saying, if everything is based on photons being the boson of electromagnetism, that is the causal force running the cosmos is light.
Okay, let's say that was true. Why would then God exist?
I guess I'm saying that I want to model God, not one-to-one directly, but model God in some framing that's similar to the photon and superposition running the cosmos, that God is somehow like that.
Okay, so this is where it feels like it super doesn't follow. So even granting like the physics claims that I don't know if this is true, but even granting this, I don't know what inference we're even supposed to be making here that you then want to say that God is like this.
I'm saying that like I don't want to say that photons have a mind per se, but I want to say that being in superposition would allow them as perceivers, let's say, or recorders of any kind of causality in the cosmos, as perceivers in superposition, that's better than any mind. It almost is a superpositional cosmic perceiver.
No, but they don't have qualitative experience.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's not a one-to-one, and it's not perfect. But I'm wanting to like. I mean, like, this sounds goofy, but I'm almost asking for your help to help me model this in a way that's similar to that, where we're not trapping God into things like almost like the photon isn't trapped into an idea of time and causality because of superpositional existence. Almost like God can exist like that. And so we're not hung up on things like his change encapsulating him in time, things like that. Like, so you're a clever dude. Just help me out with it. Pretend, and help me win here.
Sure. Okay. So I think here's like the big hang up is that there's pretty like fundamental disanalogies and like disconnects between light and God. Light follows laws of physics. Photons follow laws of physics. God presumably doesn't. God presumably created all of this stuff. Light is non-conscious, God presumably conscious. I don't know, like, I think analogies are useful for explaining your position, but they're not useful for like motivating your,
okay, all right. No,
I don't think this analogy is useful for like motivating your position, like to make somebody else think that it's true.
My motive goes kind of like this, and you can, laugh at it, rip it apart. That's just fine. Is that like when I have this understanding, right? When I, learn things like there's only 4 forces running the whole damn cosmos. You got your gravity, electromagnetism, strong and weak force. And we're going to pack weak into electromagnetism. All you got is basically strong force, electromagnetism, and gravity. And it's like, when I have this conception of like, so then what am I? It's like, I'm this kind of electromagnetic collection of magical little bubbles, following laws of geometry based on electromagnetic principles and their geometries. It's like, it becomes this like, my mind, my consciousness, my cognitive framework, all of myself becomes this product of like light interactions, looking at a cosmos of these light factories that created the particles that even make me. It's like, it's not I can put that on the chalkboard and prove it to anyone.
Well,
it's just like in that moment,
I might
the
just grant
motivation
all
is
of
that
that.
like, it just, sorry, go ahead.
I might even grant everything that you just said. I just have no idea how God would follow from that.
Okay,
like I agree, you are like
it,
some crazy cool interaction between these fundamental forces and these things that are in superposition. I agree with that. I just have genuinely no clue how God would follow.
I guess because it leads me to, like, in that moment of feeling of connection to the things creating me and the mind that's thinking about even the creation and all of this, like that whole thing being this product of a superpositional light-based existence, just, I think it's like it makes me almost picture this very cheekily smiling creature. A creature might not be the right word. It's almost saying like, yes, there's something here to be discovered, and it's this like higher superpositional existence of self. And then it's because like you're always saying like God has to be this kind of personal figure, right? And it's like that's what almost like jams the selfhood into the equation. That it like, and once I feel that feeling of self, it's like that wants to imply there's got to be another higher self that enables that or something. Like, I'm not explaining this very well.
You don't want to say that because then it leads to like an infinite regress of gods. Like, okay.
So no, I've heard you use that phrase and I'm actually not super familiar. Real quick, infinite regress, educate me.
It just means like after each member is another member. So for example, the numbers are a great example of an infinite regress. After 1 is 2, after 2 is 3, after 3 is 4, and there's an infinite regress forward, an infinite regress backwards. There's just always more members, but it seems like you'd run into an infinite regress of gods because you'd be saying that, because you're personal, there must be a higher person. And because God's personal, there must be a higher person there must be a higher person to him. And because, God's God is personal, there must be a higher person to him. It just seems like it leads to like an infinite regress of gods that is like obviously probably not what you want to believe in.
Okay, what if it models more like, not an infinite regress of gods per se, like maybe that word is difficult, but it goes like there's reality, which doesn't even exist yet, because the terms and framework for even thinking about existence or extension in space-time, or so it's like, that's not even there. It's just real, it is what it is, but like to even say it exists is like, well, how does it, it's like, there's nothing to be said about it. It just is real. Then we go to the framework for even a conversation of even existence and non-existence. It's like a logical framework is built, an actual framework is built to even talk about existence and non-existence. Now we have existence. And in that existence is like this whole expansion of space-time and the quarks and the gluons. It's like, and the like, I don't know enough about physics to say like, whatever transcendental Higgs field, boson, like whatever that in the background of it all, we would be saying like, okay, this is what's creating it all and is the master of it all. But yes, in some regressive form, we'd say, but that is not it, because we can always go back to just the reality where kind of none of that even exists. Like even deleting, I like in that framework, it's like, yeah, we'd be deleting God at that point.
Yeah. So, okay, here's something that's kind of close to what you're saying. And it's something that I believe is that I think that the universe reduces ultimately to the wave function. I think that the wave function for the universe, like the one quantum system, is an exhaustive description of the entire universe. I think that the universe kind of just is the wave function. And it sounds
but can the wave function have any awareness of self, though?
Things inside the wave function can.
But I mean, could there be an overall awareness of self, like that encapsulates the whole of the wave function? Like,
I have no reason to think that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have no reason to think that.
Yeah, well, again, what motivates that?
Yeah, that would be. Listen, I'm not saying that that's impossible. I'm just saying that that's, bizarre.
Yeah. Okay. I guess one other thing that I just kind of like to get your opinion, because in terms of motivation, again, I'm trying to answer your point on motivation, was that like when I, through alternate lenses, like I don't know if you're familiar with Paramahansa Yogananda, philosopher from the 20s. Anyway, his unpacking of Adam and Eve and a lot of stuff in Genesis was very helpful for just landing it in a space where I was like, this makes sense if I'm meant to understand it as like a roadmap for understanding like the consciousness and cognitive framework. So what he does with Adam and Eve is he's saying like, if you think of, again, this is all about, conception of self, like what am I, like as this conscious perceiver continuity. He's saying like we often find our minds split into an emotional mind, a logical, rational mind, and a what he calls like a spirit mind, right? Like these are kind of the three forms of self-mind we're using. And he kind of codes this into, Eve is kind of our emotional mind, Adam is our rational mind, and the spirit is our spiritual mind. And if we keep all of these together, we live in perfect harmony. And this rule of the one thing that we're not allowed to touch with anything but spirit being knowledge of good and evil, he's saying this is like this map of what we usually do is use our emotions, Eve, to go think like they know what's true. Like I have this feeling, this tells me what's true, and it brings this back, collapses our rationality, our husband, Adam, and now we're separated from like the spiritual I, which is the only one we can really use to see what's truly good and evil, what's truly real and isn't, right and wrong. I think like part of that is what motivates me. Like I find that that's true in my daily life. Like I let my emotions choose what's right and wrong. Like, I have this feeling, Sharon loves me, we're meant to be together. Collapses my rationality. Sharon and I are actually horrible. What the hell are you doing? It's like my spiritual eye knows better than both my heart and my logical mind and knows that there's this higher answer. And I think, I guess why I'm saying this, like you're making quite the face at me. Why I'm saying this is that like, I feel like that is often a trap to use the logical mind or emotional mind to think it knows anything about reality, right? And that like, there is this other lensing of mind that does, I don't know, I think see it all better. So when we fall into these traps of like, we put it on the chalkboard and it looks perfect, man, that disproves this. It's like, yeah, but that might also be part of the cheeky trap that the creator of the cosmos put us in. It's like, hey man, you use your emotional mind, you're gonna fail. Use your logical mind, you're gonna fail. But there's the spiritual mind that is the true one that touches the tree of right and wrong and good and evil. And if you use that one, you're probably not gonna fuck up in the human experiment. And that kind of seems to be like, this is the disharmony, the fall from grace, the fall from the superpositional mind, is to like collapse into an illusion of self, chase that, think that your emotions know what's right, think that your logic knows what's right, and separate from your spiritual existence.
Yeah, sorry to pause you, but okay, there's so much to say about this. Sorry. I think that this is like a really good encapsulation of why I think psychoanalysis is like essentially useless, because you can have Jung come along with his like Jungian framework, and then you can have like this guy, one sec, what's his name?
Paramahansa Yogananda. Sorry.
Yogananda come along, and then he's like, no, the mind is like this. And then you have like Jacques Lacan come along, and he's like, no, it's like this. And it's the entire time it's like it's 100% unfalsifiable, 100% unmotivated. There's no reason for anybody to ever possibly accept this. And you can, frankly, you can torture any system you want into fitting over your experience. I think, I don't know, like I really like the Lacanian framework for this reason. because it has like a trillion moving pieces. It has a trillion distinctions within it. And it's just able to account for all of your experiences, just simply because the system has been tortured so brutally that it does so. That he's just made enough distinctions to actually like accurately encapsulate your experience, but not because that's actually what's going on there, but just because that's like the depth of theory crafting that's gone into it.
Right.
It's I just find all of this stuff like super unconvincing. I'm not even like it's like unfalsifiable, which means probably nothing is evidence for it.
Well, in the realm of motivation, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of times, like I guess I'm just trying to like, for me, it's hard. Like logic is an excellent motivator. Shit we put on the chalkboard and it looks beautiful, it comes out, everything. It's like that is an excellent motivator. But like at some point, like after we've gone through the quantum electrodynamics and we understand what Feynman got his Nobel Prize for, and we understand it's just like it seems like there's always something more, and like logic fails to motivate me at that point, and like my even emotional experience kind of fails to. It's like it's the one that I'm not describing well. It's like only that lens of mine towards it kind of unpacks it correctly. You're like, no, homie, no.
For sure, no, right? Like I'm off the. Anytime you're saying that your position is like contrary to like logic, I'm off the train.
Not contrary to logic, but just like understanding that like that's within a framework itself. Like to have the conversations that we have on the chalkboard are still within a granted framework in like a Kant Sellers way. It's like, yes, but these things we're talking about knowing are like relations of concepts that try to model reality but don't really match it. So it's like what we're putting on the chalkboard is absolutely true conceptually, but like the concepts that we're knowing don't really match reality. And like
your conclusion seems to imply that this entire discussion is pointless, that philosophizing about any of this is pointless.
No, I don't think it's pointless. I think it's part of the equation that we're meant to use all three aspects of our self or of our mind as we do this.
So in terms of like our logical self, like how is that supposed to get us towards the truth if our concepts don't match reality?
Well, they don't match perfectly, let's say. Like that we're meant to understand that like even 2 + 2 = 4 is more an unpacking of like two-ness and plusness and equality and fourness, and like that there's a conceptual framework that goes even into that.
Okay, so I think that logic probably is a good indicator of what is the case. The reason I think that is because kind of all of logic is just saying that things are consistent with themselves. That the things that are inconsistent with themselves, the things that are contradictory, the things that are lacking like consistent identity, that these things don't exist or they're false.
No, I totally agree. And that's why I say superposition, like, is this motivator? Because it kind of like forced us to see that like, well, reality itself forces you to accept that this is a particle. It's just one thing in multiple places. It's like to even have to accept that phrasing, like, they're particles. They're always particles, just in superposition. It's like it almost sounds like
the reverse.
Say that again.
I think it's the reverse. I think that they're waves, and then they look particle-like when you look at them. From a certain way.
Feynman's real aggressive at the chalkboard when he says they're particles. They're always particles. They're in superposition. He says there's no evidence of a wave. We don't experience a wave. We don't like. There's no interaction with a wave. They're particles. They're always particles. They're just in superposition. And that like the wave is a nice way to model superposition, but the particle is real. The wave is not what's real. He's real aggressive about that.
I have like 2 physicist friends. One of them is like a PhD candidate. One of them is a PhD, and they're pretty adamant that it's a wave that looks particle-like in some circumstances.
Right. I'm not saying that Feynman's the absolute authority and like he just but I'm just saying like the reason I'm saying that is because I just remember him being.
How would you if it's always particle, how would you explain the double slit experiment?
Well, that's what he's saying. It's a particle in superposition.
But so it's a wave.
No, it can be modeled like a wave, but it's a particle. It's always a particle in superposition. That's what I'm saying. Like it makes us deal with these ideas of like that's not logical, and it's like that's reality. Like I can call it a wave if that helps you.
But like what's
for
the interference pattern?
That it's in superposition. Like,
but what's the object that causes the interference pattern?
The photon. It is the photon in all positions. It is
The
that.
photon
That's what's weird.
but that's in like wave form, correct?
No, the wave is just a convenient model to talk about a photon in all positions.
Definitely not.
This is from his lectures in New Zealand. Like he does 4 2-hour lectures in New Zealand. He's at the chalkboard and Feynman saying they're particles. They're always particles. Like there's no interaction with wave. There's no evidence of wave. He's just like, there's a convenient way to model a particle in superposition.
So, okay, it definitely is a wave because waves are the things that create these interference patterns. Like not like modeling things as waves, literal waves. Like if you're in a bathtub creating waves, like you can splash waves together and they will create like an interference pattern.
But it's when we talk about what that actually is, it's a photon, right? But the photon is in superposition.
But it's like it's the wave, and then it looks particle-like under some circumstances.
The wave is just kind of a convenient way to talk about it being in superposition, because his demonstration of this, he's like, if it were a wave, then it could be at multiple energy frequencies, but it always comes in discrete units. It's always packets. Photons are packets of discrete units. So there is no wave. He's like, it's always a discrete packet. It's always a photon. This is the whole thing. It's always a discrete unit. It's always a photon, but in superposition.
Let me pull up. Gosh, this diagram is like a bit trippy. So let me pull it up. No, it is. It is, and it frankly must be. Okay. It is a literal wave that gives rise to these literal interference patterns.
Right, but there's only photons that exist, like discrete units of energy.
They're in superposition.
Correct.
They're wave-like in superposition, and they look particle-like when you interact with them or like measure them.
They look particle-like when you interact with them.
Yeah.
See, yeah.
Because they need to have like a determinate state insofar as the measurement outcomes are dependent on each other.
Right, but see, a wave, like if it were the wave, then the wave has multiple versions of its frequency, like multiple positions on its crest and troughs. We don't ever interact with, oh, this was where it hit at this position in its crest and trough, or this was where it hit in this position. It's always in very perfectly discrete units.
No, wait, that's literally what's happening here.
No, I'm saying when you use, what is that measurement tool that they use, that they actually fire the photon at, the photomultiplier. When they actually fire this at the photomultiplier, they only get like measurements in discrete units. They don't get like fluctuations of wave values.
Yes, because the measurement tool becomes entangled with it.
That's still just modeling it as a wave, because in all of those realities, it's always a particle. It's always a particle in all of those realities where it's, if there's no experiential interaction with it in any version other than particle, what sense is there in calling it a wave? It's a convenient way to talk about it and model it. But photons are always photons, they're always particles.
It's literally impossible to account for the interference pattern if it's not a wave.
Well, it's interacting with itself.
For the interference.
It's interacting with itself. It is a particle interacting with itself as a particle.
How?
In all
How is
positions.
a particle interacting with itself?
Because it is itself in all positions. It's the same photon in all positions.
But how is it interacting?
Is itself in all positions.
You think superpositions interact with each other? Like a particle's
that's what's happening in the wave. That is what's happening in the wave. You're firing one photon through and it's interacting with itself.
Okay, it is definitely not true that the individual superpositions are interacting with each other.
No. But in the double slit, you're firing one photon through and it interacts with itself.
Oh wait, sorry. You're firing one photon through. No, it's interacting with the other one.
No. There's one photon
like the two
and it interacts with itself.
No, it goes through things that are getting fired.
No. You fire one photon and it goes through both slits and interacts with itself.
You get the interference pattern from the two waves.
Ian, hold on. No, you fire one photon, it goes through both slits and interacts with itself.
Oh wait, okay, sure.
Yes, okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sure. Okay. But
it's one photon going through both slits, interacting with itself in superposition.
I wonder if Dr. Blitz is around. Maybe he could help me.
No, we're on it at this point. Like that's what makes it so goofy. Is like, wait, one photon goes through both slits, interacts with itself. What are you talking about? And it's like, yeah, that's what we're talking
Because
about.
I thought
It's fucking crazy.
So my understanding is that these superpositions are orthogonal to each other. They do not interact.
They don't. What's orthogonal? Hang on, you use a word I don't know. What's orthogonal?
That just means in this context that they like don't interact.
Okay, no, the wave pattern is the photon interacting with itself, and that's what's so goofy. Is it's like, what do you mean it interacts with its fucking self and creates this pattern if we're not looking? You know, like that's what's so eerie about it.
Okay, I guess like, what's your point?
Yeah, what the fuck was the point? Sorry, I got lost on
sure.
that.
Well, you were saying that they're always particles.
Yeah, that they are always particles.
Okay, so
I'm not sure.
Walk me through from step one particle to step whatever interference.
God exists.
No, just interference. Like, how do we get the interference pattern if it's always particle?
Because it goes through all available possible paths. Like that, it's a particle that will take all available like if there were infinite slits in that piece of cardboard, it goes through all of them. Like, but it's going through all possible available paths. Like even like Stephen Hawking likes to say, like around Saturn and through my porridge at the cafeteria. It goes through all available paths.
But if it interacts with itself, then doesn't it just collapse into a specific superposition?
Collapse into a superposition. You mean collapse into a position, just a position? No, it interacts with itself and just creates the interface. Well, I mean, eventually it strikes the fucking film at the back of the thing and just strikes there.
Yeah, and then
that's what it's saying.
film
It's, well,
becomes
each time I
entangled with
strike,
it.
Yeah. Sorry, say what you're asking me again. I'm thinking too many miles a minute right now.
So okay, we got the wave function, we have.
With the particle goes through both slits, interacts with itself, leaves a pattern showing it interfered with itself.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing, is like, how did it interfere with itself to
But
make this
wouldn't
pattern?
that lead to like the collapse? Like, wouldn't that just lead to entanglement?
Like it's entangled with itself due to bumping into itself.
Why does the interactions with it before lead to the non-interference patterns, whereas the other ones don't?
The non-interference is when we make the measurement and we measure and we collapse it, and then it just fires like a bullet, and we get the two bars on one side rather than the waves.
Like it becomes particle-like, but why would it care about that if it's always a particle?
Because the measurement collapses it into one position. Like it's always a particle, but it's either a particle in superposition or a particle in one position.
But if you're external to the quantum system, it behaves wave-like.
Sure. Yeah. Well.
Sure. That's my point. Yeah. Then you would just agree with me.
Okay. So if I'm external to the wave system, so
like an individual, like subquantum system, then you would just agree that it's wave-like. If you're not entangled with the system,
I think the overall
then
way
it's
to
wave-like.
map the system. I think the overall way to map the system is wave-like, but it always is actual things like, you know, gluons and quarks and photons and electrons and neutrinos. Like sure, we map the electron as a wave, but at the end of the day, there are electrons. I don't know that that's necessarily true, but
what? You don't think
I'm saying
electrons?
The standard model, of course, but
okay. I feel like we've just gone kind of, I don't know. When you say God exists, what are you saying exists? Like, what sort of entity do you think exists?
I'm saying that what does qualify as this like personal and minded, right? That it seems like.
Why would I think that it is a mind?
Right. It's similar to the way that photons seem like they have a mind, in the way that it's like
don't.
I know they don't. I'm not trying to say that they do. I'm just saying that like it's yeah. The ability to be in superposition, like as this perceiver of causality, right? Like they could be measurers of things that happen, photons, right? And I guess indeed they are. But it's like the ability to be in superposition, just taking all the data of everything happening, just seems, I don't know, it seems mindful. Like in that, like that in itself. Sorry, go ahead. You're not liking any of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why that would be mindful.
Because it seems like anything that's wanting to I grant that these things like have perceptive qualities just as like measurement things, and this idea of the universe or the cosmos having within it this fundamental force, electromagnetism, busted out through the fucking force carrier of the photon, that is this superpositional creature that's kind of clocking everything like in all, like that seems like it enables like the hardware and software for the cosmos to be mindful or conscious. Maybe mind isn't the right word, but that the cosmos.
I guess why would I think that it's like qualitative experience or something like that? Or is that your claim? That are you claiming the photon is like qualitative experience?
I would say maybe the cosmos as a whole, or that the whole of the electromagnetic force or something similar to it has that experience of the universe. Like let's say the Higgs field, if that's what we're going for, whatever ultimate transcendental field of the cosmos is perceptive in a superpositional way, clocking everything, and that is almost like, well, there's the hardware and software for a continuity of perception, which get into like that starts to seem like we're wanting to build a mind here, like some kind of.
Why?
No.
Why would you think that?
But I guess because we're kind of like that. Like what happened on our own planet was that electromagnetism tended towards creating the mindful creatures that we are.
So I think here's kind of the problem is that I don't think that when you just like start adding like conscious creatures together that there's like some super consciousness that forms. Like I don't think that when you go to like a party with friends, that despite the fact that this party is like comprised of conscious beings, that means that there's like some sort of like super consciousness at the party. Like I just don't.
Let me like, and you don't have to agree, but like, let's say whatever the fundamental boson was, not the photon, the Higgs boson, whatever we'd call it, that fundamental force mover that goes throughout the universe, and that like. Yeah, if that has a quality that tends toward building minds and consciousness like it did on planet Earth, that the cosmos as a whole having that quality, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Like, it doesn't necessitate that. Like, yeah, the stars don't fucking hang out and build higher consciousness shining at each other. But in, like, some way that wasn't modeled as stupidly as I just said it, they do. Like...
I understand the idea, right? In the same way that our neurons fire and then it gives rise to like a conscious experience that.
Yeah, like electromagnetism wants to build that for some reason.
Oh, I don't know if I'd say that it wants to build that. The idea that I'm not saying that this is like plausible or even that there's like literally any evidence for it at all, but the way I'm understanding your position is that it sounds like what you want to say is that the sum total of events taking place. No, that can't be because of relativity. The relativity of simultaneity seems to totally fuck this up.
Unpack relativity of simultaneity.
Sure. So for any given, okay. The time that passes depends on your inertial reference frame, like the way that you perceive time or that time interacts with you. It doesn't seem like there could possibly be one unified experience to the universe insofar as there are different events that are happening at different times depending on the speed that you're moving, right? If you're traveling at close to the speed of light, you're going to experience relatively little time passes compared to somebody who's not. It doesn't seem like...
Well, so let's say that the universe's mind is a superpositional mind, including all possibilities, which includes our energetic manifestation of electromagnetism into the mind and cognitive framework and consciousness we have. So like the sum total of the universe's existence would include consciousness in many levels. I again don't see how that actually goes back to like some proof on a chalkboard of God. So it's not winning me that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But I think that this is like a good reason to maybe doubt that the universe has a global consciousness because there isn't like a fact of the matter as to when events actually take place. Right. It depends on your inertial reference frame.
I guess what is just kind of your personal feeling though on recognizing something that like, the universe has this electromagnetic principle that is kind of governed by these goofy little silly particles we call photons that do weird, crazy shit, and it's like, and it kind of builds what I am and who. It's just like, that the universe does, I guess, is what a lot of people are trying to say, but they just kind of bark it at you like, well, then how did any of this get here? You know, like I'm just like, what is your feeling towards knowing just like, wow, electromagnetism wants to, through these little fucking light bubbles that do superpositional magic shit, create a creature like me to look back out at the light,
I don't
understand
think
that I'm star
that's
stuff.
the
and,
right
like,
word to describe it with. I don't think I would describe it with the word want. I think I would describe it with the word, I don't know,
just does.
Yeah, via
Just
the
does.
geometry of space-time, the geometry of the various fields, like you were saying earlier. I don't think that, like, the geometric result, I don't think when we add 2 plus 2 that it wants to be 4. I think that it
Right.
is 4.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So we're then left with electromagnetism just does this. It builds these geometries, makes these connections.
I don't know if I'd say like just does, but I'd say like there is like a deeper explanation there. It's just like a geometrical, like mathematical explanation.
Oh no, I know. But as we unpack all of those, we're kind of left like, if anyone really challenges us with the like, but why, we're like, at some point, like, this is just how the law operates itself in time space, you know,
or even outside of it, right? 2 plus 2 is going to be 4. Even if like the universe didn't exist, 2 plus 2 would still be 4.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, honestly, you've completely, satisfied what I was, wanting to just kind of chat and run by you.
Well, hey, I appreciate it.
Well done.
It's super evident that you're not a Christian, but I appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming on up.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, I hope you don't think that's an insult, but
no, I am. I understand. I fall
wait, are
outside.
You?
Like,
I thought you were LARPing.
No, Christ consciousness is a big thing to me. Like,
okay.
I Christ is a very different.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to like insult you then, but all right.
No, I forgive you for it. Like, I sound very out of the box. But no, I very much do, like, Christ consciousness works for me, because I feel like this is what he kind of unpacked about himself, is like, holy shit, like, I'm something very different than what I've been. And this is also something that's just interesting to me, and maybe none of this happened, but like, I put a lot of interest in like, did 3 wise men of whatever, something show up in some town, accidentally pick it, like, however this might have happened, did like somebody show up and convince his mother that she actually had birthed the savior of mankind? And did she like raise him, telling him this story, like, hey buddy, at your birth these guys showed up and gave me gifts and said you're the savior and you're this? It's like, was he like raised on a path to explore this and then go like this and then go like, it's like, however the causal chain works, if this being ultimately got to some transcendental existence of self that was motivated to just like save everyone around and like was willing to perform, it's just like, if that happens in whatever coding, it maybe shifts my idea of what I'm calling divine, like in an experience in this cosmos. And it's like you're saying about like, well, the timeline can kind of move around. It's like, maybe once he does it, he makes it real, and it's like I have a lot of problems with the Bible as a text. There's a lot of flaws in there. I don't trust, like a lot of that. But it's like the overall what we're going for is that like a human kind of had this conscious path in existence through whatever means and got here, such that it does actually awaken this idea in other people. Like there's something in there that works. And like you could, hey, I love the grimace.
That's well, okay. It's.
I guess I just wanted to say, like, I'm not coming like on here just fucking with you. It can't
possibly be true, like, conceptually speaking, right? Like, if divinity is anything, it's supernatural. But then to say that the divine is like natural, supernatural, like that just can't. I don't know. It just seems.
Hang on, I talked over you. Say what you said again. I talked over.
No. I was just. It's okay. It seems as a matter of like conceptual necessity that the divine must be supernatural. But then, if all you're saying is that the divine is just like recognizing our place in the world, and then feeling like the strong commitment to like loving each other, and really like sacrificing. I'm not sure exactly what goes into Christ consciousness, but it seems like that would be naturalizing it, which seems like it couldn't be the case.
God must be supernatural, but the qualities I'm ascribing to divinity are natural qualities, you're saying?
Yeah, or divinity specifically must be supernatural.
Yeah, I think it's almost like an epiphenomenal thing, like that's a result of the actions. Like in my conception, I'd almost want to, sure, in some modeling of causality and time, you could say, yeah, Christ was always divine. He was born to do this. It's his destiny. But in like some modeling of just how it works for the human experience and how I experience things myself, it's like, no, that actually only exists like once I get to the end of the thing. And now it's like, it unlocks this new cognitive framework or part of my consciousness. It's like, and now it exists, you know, like now my mastery of whatever fucking judo move exists because I've done it. But it's like, and now we could maybe say, well, in the rules of eternity and causality, it always existed, but its manifestation came there in the timeline or whatever. But it's like, I feel like it was more like that he went on a path, through whatever means, that unlocked that type of existence for him. Yeah, like it's an epiphenomenal thing that has some natural means mixed into it, but it's more a recognition of, hey, this is all fucking supernatural. It's all in superposition. It's all going backwards and forwards. It's all popping in and out of existence 1 trillion times a second. It's all a bunch of fucking tiny energy bubbles that do whatever the fuck they want, and they don't care if we understand it. You know, it's like, if you can be that, you know, rather than like be me and my personal this and that, you know, it's like,
I feel like it happened again, where I was like with you for like a little bit, and then like
where
you
we
said,
fall off
like
this time.
superposition is like supernatural, and then I'm like fully off the train.
Yeah, that's not a perfect one to, I'm just expressing a feeling, sorry.
Okay, well, hey, well, I appreciate you coming on up here. I'm gonna move on to the next guest. Let's read some supers. Tyler Ingersoll. Oh, Tyler Ingersoll, thanks so much for the super chat. Running Randall prayed for me to see abundant signs of God's existence based off Mark 11:24. I should be seeing him anytime now, right? True. Relax with Russell ASMR, thanks so much for the super chat. Bro Reed, Let There Be Light, and sprinted with it. I've never heard of that before. Relax with Russell ASMR, thanks so much for the super chat. Caller is just describing physics and then sprinkling God on top like parsley. It adds literally nothing to anything that he said. Brian Peck, thanks so much for the super chat. Have you seen the most bad faith, bad interpretation, low IQ review of your conversation with Russell? If not, it appears P. Mars did one and tried to paint Russell as the winner. A year outdated, I know. I didn't know that. That's really funny. That dude's the goat. P. Mars, that dude does like nothing but humiliate himself all day. Gotta respect it. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. At the very least, you got to be a deist. With that, we'll go to the next guest. We'll see.
There we go.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello?
Yep.
Hey, Aaron, how's it going?
Yep. Doing
Hey, so
well.
we've spoken, good. We've spoken a time or two before. We talked about the isotropic and anisotropic type gems one time. I don't know if you recall that conversation.
I do recall having a conversation like that.
Okay, that was me. I'm not going to get into a whole physics lesson like the last guy, but I do have just a couple of observations as it relates to the laws that are part of the universe.
Sure.
If we agree that the laws of thermodynamics, the law of conservation, that matter can't be created nor destroyed.
That's not one of them. Conservation of matter doesn't exist. Typically, it's conservation of energy, but even that, it's not clear that applies at like the universal scale.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe I misspoke as far as what the actual definition is, but it does say the conservation of energy is that matter cannot be created nor destroyed, right?
It's that energy is conserved. It's that energy isn't destroyed, only transferred. Oh, if you're off the app, I can't hear you.
Yep.
I don't know if you just said something. I couldn't hear you.
Well, let's go with your interpretation of it. I've always understood it as matter not being able to be created nor destroyed, but if it's energy being transferred, then we can look at these rules exist, right? So if there's a creator, they would have to exist outside of those rules, right?
I don't grant that there's a creator to these. That's kind of the central claim, is that God exists. You know, if there was a creator to the universe, well, that would just be God.
Yes, I agree that the creator of the universe is God, that's where the rules of the universe came from, to be able to establish that there's a trinity of trinities: time, space, matter, time, past, present, future, space, height, width, depth, matter, liquid, solid, gas.
Sure. I mean, that's all fine. I just don't know why I would think that there's a creator to the universe still.
Well, so not to go down the super simplistic route, but there has to be something that generates or creates the matter
Why?
in the first place.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Just what's the justification for that? Like, why would you think that?
Have we ever witnessed or observed matter coming into existence?
My understanding
Ever?
is that, like, literally, yeah, all the time. But also, my claim isn't that it came into existence. It's that, for example, something transferring energy about itself always existed. That probably what it
So
is
you're
is
saying
like the
that time
quantum
always
fields.
existed.
I do think time always existed. That's true.
Well, I mean, I guess if you think that the universe existed outside of the laws of the universe, then I don't know how to respond to that.
Wait, what? What's the law of the universe that I'm saying is violated?
That there was any energy to even be transferred from point to point.
What's the
Where
law
did
of
the energy
physics?
come
You
from?
said that my view is a violation of the laws of physics. Which law of physics?
No, I'm saying that you're disagreeing that this energy, this conservation of energy, there had to have been energy in the first place, and that energy had to have been created
Why?
in some form or another.
Why would I think that it had to be created?
How does anything come about?
What if something always existed? Like, for example, what if the universe always existed and it was constantly converting energy between its various quantum fields?
It just seems intuitive to think that it could exist without there being a creation of some sort.
Do you think God exists without being created?
That's a great question. You asked the question earlier about like why do these bad things happen to good people?
Oh,
I think everybody's
sorry,
asked that question.
Sorry, let's stay on topic. I don't want to move to like a separate thing. I just, I think that you probably do intuit it in God. Actually, I think you probably intuit that God exists and that He wasn't created. But then for some
Yes.
reason you can't take that exact same property and just apply it to the universe. Why not?
So are you saying that you believe that the universe is God?
No, that the universe is eternal, that it always existed.
And I believe that God is eternal and
Yes,
has always existed.
yes, exactly. Yeah, but you're saying that the universe couldn't have been eternal. Why not?
I'm saying that I don't believe the universe has a consciousness.
I agree, but why couldn't it be eternal?
Perhaps it has been eternal.
Sure. Okay. Well, then that seems to be like kind of a problem for saying that God created it.
Well, but if God is eternal, then if the universe was part of His creation, then it was always here. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows the answer to that. So I mean, if we're looking at the things that we have observed from a scientific standpoint, and we've got these laws of physics, which I'm not an expert when it comes to laws of physics, but I think that there's a simplicity to there being an author to the book.
But why not just think that, for example, that these laws of physics emerge geometrically from like some deeper object, and then it's just the geometry of all of these structures that lead to all the interactions that we see around us?
Perhaps it is, and maybe we don't know the answer, but somehow those rules had to be put in place. There had to be rules to make those geometric, whatever it is, come into being to be able to form the thing that you're saying. Right?
I don't know if that's true. For example, they could be like, I think geometry is true necessarily. I don't think that it's true because it was like caused to be true. I think that geometry must be true because there are contradictions otherwise.
So geometry has always existed and we discovered it.
Yeah.
Okay. I can get behind that because I think that there's sacred geometry and things of that sort. When you look at the Fibonacci sequence and all those sort of things, that yes, there is a sacred geometry that was built by intelligent design. That doesn't seem like anything that just came about by chance.
Like what? What are you referring to?
What do you mean?
What's the geometric thing?
Fibonacci sequence?
Like just the numbers? Like
No, it's like a. I mean, you'd have to look it up real quick. If I go look
no,
back-
I have like a math degree. Like the Fibonacci sequence, you just take like the last two. So it goes 1, 2, and then you take the last two and you add them together to get the next term. So it goes 1, 2, 3, and then you do 2 plus 3, 5. 5 plus 3, 8.
But all of these Fibonacci sequence observations have been identified in nature as well.
Like what?
I mean, if you looked it up, you would find an endless list of different areas where these things exist. When you look at different plants, you look at different things that exist that are organic things, that the Fibonacci sequence, it isn't observable in every single thing, but it's observable in a lot of things.
So, okay, this seems to be unfalsifiable because I look at something and either it has the Fibonacci spiral or it doesn't. If it has the Fibonacci spiral, then you would say that that's evidence of sacred geometry. And then if it doesn't have the Fibonacci spiral, you would say, well, that's not any evidence against sacred geometry. So either way, no matter what object you look at, it can literally only derive evidence. So it's unfalsifiable.
Okay.
So I guess like the problem with that is that you can't have evidence for claims that are unfalsifiable.
Well, Ian, I believe that there was an intelligent design to everything around us. It seems unintuitive to think that all of this came about by chance. Do you not agree with that?
No, I think that there's like quite a few things that make no sense if there was an intelligent designer. You know, my kidneys produce rocks that I have to piss out like shards of glass. You know, people get cancer and die like horrible, excruciating deaths.
Well,
there
how
are
long do you think
earthquakes
we've
that
been around?
swallow
How long-
people up.
Yeah, I mean, how long do you think we've been around? I mean, I feel like just
Humans?
through if there's any sort of evolution that's taken place since human existence, then there probably have been some changes in our makeup.
Are you asking about humans?
Yes.
Humans have been around for I think like 200,000 years, something in that ballpark.
Okay, so would that be enough time for us to consume things that cause our bodies to produce these rocks in our kidneys and things of that sort, and that there are other things that are causing the breakdown of the system?
Yeah, totally, right? But I mean, you know, why would God include this as a feature in the system in the first place?
Well, I mean, there's rules. Do this, don't do that. You know,
Why?
if we want to go back to the don't eat the apple, eat the apple. You know, I don't know what the other philosophical reason was other than just the separation of good and evil.
Why? Why should I need to drink water?
I don't make the rules. We just know we.
But why does
identified
God
that
want me
there's
to drink
other rules.
water? Why would God want that?
Well, I don't know that anybody's going to be able to answer those type of questions. We're never going to know until we're dead.
It just doesn't seem like it's very well
I still
designed.
don't even know if we're going to know everything once we die.
That's fine, but it just seems like it isn't very well designed. It seems like, you know, lots of people die from starvation, from thirst. It seems like God could have prevented all of these deaths by not requiring us
look,
to run off of this.
I totally agree. I've lost family members. My best friend lost his mom when he was 12 years old. These are terrible things that have taken place to people close to me, and we've all had experiences that were hurtful like that. And we'll, you know, ask God, why would you do this? I don't think that anybody's ever going to have the answer of why things happen the way that they do.
Evolution can answer this question.
It can answer the question of why bad things happen.
No. It can answer the question of why we need like water and food. We need water and food in order to engage in like the specific chemical reactions that allow for our organism to continue. But God could have created minds without any organisms. We could have been like a bunch of electrons, and God could have imbued them with minds.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But here's the thing. The reason that we identified that, yes, we have to have water and food for energy and et cetera, because those rules were written. Somebody wrote the rules. Oh, this is how this is going to work.
Well, I've already explained this. I think that this emerges from the geometry of the various like quantum fields. But I mean, okay, so it just seems like, here's a question. Let's say you had the power to make cancer disappear. Do you think doing that would be the good thing to do?
Oh yeah, I'd love to get rid of cancer.
Let's
today.
say God had the power to make cancer disappear. Do you think it would be good for God to get rid of it?
He does have the ability for cancer to disappear. And if I had his ear for a second and said, "Hey, I really think we should rethink this cancer thing," I would have a debate. But again, I'm not the one that has all the answers.
I was just asking,
I
like,
agree with you that I would get rid of cancer. I think
I'm
it's
asking,
bad.
would it be good for God to do that?
I think it would be, but I don't know what the overall plan is.
So, okay, if you're saying the good thing to do would be to get rid of cancer, but if God's all good, then he always does the good thing. Therefore, there would just be no cancer.
I mean, that's kind of a circular reasoning.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, you're saying if he's good, then everything he does has to be good, and this thing is bad. So we should get rid of the bad thing. And if he's got the power to do it, why doesn't he do it?
No, it's not even a why question. It's just, if God exists and he's all good and curing cancer is the good thing to do, and being all good means that he always does the good thing, then God would cure cancer.
I don't know that we're on the same page as it relates to what God does and doesn't do, because he did put everything in motion and he gives us free will. And, you know, we have the ability to go out and, you know, hurt people if we want to. Is that a good thing? No. But there's a million different things that you could put in the same place of that, saying, well, why doesn't God get rid of this, that, whatever?
But I mean, I think that he answers this
I think
question.
It's because of love that he wanted us to not be robots. He wanted us to not be slaves. He wanted us to be someone that was in relationship.
Are you saying that creatures with free will are more valuable than creatures without free will?
Are you talking about humans versus animals?
No, I'm just asking, like, do you think that a thing having free will makes it more valuable than if it doesn't?
I mean, we haven't lived in a world where these things didn't exist. There's no comparison that you can make.
Well, I don't know. Do you think God has free will?
Yeah, I think he writes the rules.
Must God do the good thing?
I don't know.
Okay, well, we can walk down both routes. I mean, let's say God can do an evil thing, then it would be possible that God does an evil thing, but that can't be, because God, by his very nature, is both necessary and good. So in all possible worlds, God's going to be good, but also there's like some possible world where he's evil, because he chooses to do the evil thing.
I'll respond to that. So because an evil thing happens doesn't mean that God did it.
I didn't say that. That's what
it was insinuating.
That's not even what it's insinuating. It's just saying that there's tension between God being essentially morally perfect and also him having free will. Because if you have free will, then that means that it's possible for you to do evil. But if God's essentially morally perfect, then it's not possible for God to do evil.
Well, so I do think that there's still a perfection that we're taking into consideration. If we say God has the ability, yet he chooses not to, that's true perfection.
Sure. So it is possible for God to do evil.
Possible, yeah, he could do anything, but I don't think that God produces or does evil ever.
Okay, sure. Okay, so it's possible for God to do evil. God is essentially morally perfect. It is not possible for evil to be morally perfect. I don't know. We'll just do God is necessary. And then maybe if God is necessary and essentially morally perfect, then, or wait, sorry, perfect, and it is not possible for evil to be morally perfect, then it is not possible for God to do evil.
I don't know that that's a conclusion that would make sense to come to. Jesus had the ability to do evil, but chose not to.
What's the conclusion?
The conclusion is not that it is not possible for God to do evil. God can do whatever he wants, but he's choosing not to because of the moral perfection.
Do you think there's a possible world where God does evil?
I think of our world. I don't think that there's another world.
Oh yeah, but I'm asking, like, is there some configuration of reality where God does evil?
I mean, that question's kind of a waste of your time. Like it's just an opinion of something that nobody knows anything about.
I mean, I agree. It's like a waste of time insofar as you're not answering it. But I think it's like a really good question. I think it gets to the heart of the issue.
If there's a world where God does evil?
If there's like some configuration of reality where God does evil.
I mean, I hope there's not.
But is there?
I hope there's not.
Is there like a possible configuration of reality where God does an evil thing?
In the constructs that we're under, I would say no.
Okay, so it's not possible for God to do
outside of
evil.
our existence, I don't know. I don't know if there's other creations that God has made and that the rules are different there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, but then it just sounds like it's not possible for God to do evil.
You're saying you're putting them in the same box, though. You're saying it's not possible to do this because he doesn't have a choice. It's that he does have the
it's that
choice,
it's not
and he's
possible for him to
making
do it because
the
he's
conscious
essentially morally
choice
perfect.
to do the good thing.
But then that would mean that his goodness is contingent, that he just contingently decides to do the good thing, and that there's like some possible world where he doesn't, but contingently he just does the good thing. But then he can't be like necessarily perfect.
I believe in a God that's perfect, both morally and in all of the creation that he's made. I don't know how to respond to a world where all of the rules are different.
They're not different. You think he has free
How do
will?
I respond to that?
I don't know. Maybe for some advice on how to respond to that, we got Justin. Welcome in, Justin.
I know him.
So I just want to, it might be important to add that the Bible doesn't say that God can't or doesn't do evil. It actually says the opposite. I don't know how that's going to change the argument, but in Amos 3:6, 2 Samuel 24, and also in a few other places, God explicitly does do what is in the Hebrew text defined as evil.
What was that example, Justin?
So Amos 3:6 says, does evil befall a city and it not come from the Lord? In 2 Samuel 24, God sends the angel of death to kill 70,000 innocent Israelites, and it's described in the text as an evil thing. And there's a couple other instances where God does something that is described either by him or by the narrator as evil. I don't think there's anything in the book that necessitates that God can't do evil.
This Amos verse can't be true. This is like, I actually, this is like a great time. Well, gosh, I don't want to be like horrific faith, but like this Amos verse is a trumpet blown in a city and the people are not afraid. Does disaster befall a city unless the Lord has done it? This seems to have like pretty insane implications for something like, I don't know, the rape of non-king. It just kind of seems like the theist is committed to saying that God did that.
I'm not educated enough on that specific verse. Justin, I've seen your video that you did about God's conversation with Satan about Job, and there is some humor to that. That it also says in Isaiah, his ways are higher than ours, that we can't truly understand the mind of God. Right?
Well, wait, sorry. Would you, So you're just saying like you don't have like a response to the Amos verse, basically?
Yeah, I don't have a response to it because I'm not as familiar with that story, and I'm unprepared to be able to respond to it.
Justin, I know you're probably busy, which is why you're in and out, but if you want to give context for the Amos verse, I'd be super curious. Maybe we'll just read it. Israel's guilt and yeah, go for it.
Go ahead. Yeah. I mean, the background is that Amos is living just before the Neo-Assyrian period, and the northern Israelites kind of been really bad, and God's about to bring in the Assyrians to punish them, and it's going to be pretty ugly.
Who's been a bad Israelite? Okay.
And the Assyrians come in and they take down Israel in Hosea, right? Isn't that what happens there?
Well, yeah. I mean, Hosea talks about the same invasion, but we're in Amos 3.
But again, he allowed God's people, the Israelites, they were allowed to be taken over by the Assyrians.
Yeah, God caused it.
Okay.
So that's the evil that God causes. So in Hebrew, the word ra, it just refers to anything that is bad. There's no separate word between bad in Hebrew and evil in Hebrew. It's just one word. And so this concept that there's like a thing called evil doesn't really exist in the Hebrew Bible. When something bad happens, God takes credit for it. He causes it.
Well, so all of this that you've said in response to Ian's statement that God cannot do evil, I'm saying he has the free will to do whatever he wants, but whatever the choice is, that there's a divine reason for it.
Well, the reason I think is a separate matter. I think if we're just asking the question, can God do something that's evil? The answer in the Bible, at least, is yes. Not only can he, but he does.
Yeah, it's not even like a potential action. It's like he actually. This Samuel verse is really interesting. So the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people from Dan to Beersheba, Oh, sorry, I missed the word. Yeah, and 70,000 of the people died from Dan to Beersheba. But when the angel stretched out his hand toward Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented concerning the evil and said to the angel who was bringing destruction among the people, "It is enough, now stay your hand." It seems to be saying explicitly that this thing that God was doing was evil.
Well, okay, so let's back up to your original claim that you're saying that God isn't real.
Yeah, there's a contradiction.
Are you letting God take credit for doing the bad thing, or are you saying he doesn't exist
I'm
at all?
saying there's a contradiction because he would both be like this all-good being that also does evil.
But the original claim that you're making is that he isn't real.
Yes,
So is he
because he's
real or not
contradictory.
real?
He's not real because he's contradictory.
Justin, do you believe God is real?
No, I don't.
So if you don't believe God is
Low-key, you
real,
said that
then
as
why
if
do
that
you
was like
believe any of the
Justin's
stories that contradicted.
Low-key, you said that like Justin, do you believe God's real? As if that was like his activation code phrase. But we don't believe the stories. At least like, not the supernatural ones, certainly.
Okay, so if you don't believe the stories, then why would you use the stories as evidence against God?
Because if I did believe them, then what would follow is this contradiction.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of questions about things that I read. I come across things all the time where I go, that's not how I would have done it. But I'm not in control. I'm not the one that writes the rules.
So what we're doing, it's called an internal critique, where we presuppose your worldview to demonstrate that there's some sort of contradiction within it. So, what we're saying is that if the Bible were true, then two things would be true. God would be morally perfect, and God would have done something evil. Now, these things contradict each other. It can't be both. If God does evil, then he can't be all good. And if he's all good, then he can't do evil. But then here we have it clear as day the Bible saying that God did something that was evil?
I don't have an answer for you, Ian.
Okay.
I think that God is real. I think that there are a lot of rules that are written into our universe that indicate that there was a creator that caused everything to be.
Okay.
Yeah. So I gotta run. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
But in the immortal words of Ian, I take that to be a reductio.
True. See you, Justin. Well, Kyle, I appreciate you coming on up here.
Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, appreciate you. All right, let's get one more. We'll see. We'll see. All right, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Yep. How old are you?
I'm 37 years old.
Yep. And what religion?
Christian.
Yeah. What makes you think that God exists?
So I think that, to be honest, I think that like we are all God. Do you know what I mean? I think that
You don't want to
we
say
are all
that.
experiencing. We're all just experiencing life. God is us. We are God, and He wanted us to experience life.
You don't want to
through all
say
these
that.
different-
Okay. It sucks to do this to you so early. Do you think God's all good?
No.
Oh, then you would just disagree with the Bible when it says that, the Lord is just in all of his ways, righteous in all of his deeds, when it says that, God does
Oh,
good by all of
100%, yeah,
us. Okay.
Yeah, I think the
so-
Bible's pretty whack.
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure how you can be a Christian if you just straight up reject the Bible.
Oh, I guess, okay, yeah, I guess I'm not a Christian anymore. I guess that's how I was raised, yeah. So I guess my beliefs are no longer Christian, although I still believe in a God without the church.
Okay.
So
So, but if all you mean by God is just that like something exists, or that like I agree
No.
that all of existence does exist, I agree, it's certainly out there.
yeah,
But I don't think that that's what God is. I don't think that's what God refers to.
no, you're right about that. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's hard to share through personal experience because that's not evidence, and we need evidence in a proper debate or argument,
True.
obviously.
Yeah.
So what is my evidence? I guess my evidence would be oh, hold on, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Are you there? Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next one. Hey, how's it
Yo, what's
going?
up, Ian?
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember me, man. We've talked before a little bit. We talked on it was a while back, but it was you had brought up some points on Jesus not fulfilling a prophecy, and it had taken me a second. But I wanted to come in here because I want to know if it was okay if I could reply to your previous point when you were speaking on Israel. Where would have been modern day Israel and why that plague took place, and
Sure.
how I would rationalize it as not evil.
Well,
If you
sure.
would like, if that's okay.
So here's like the weird thing. Here's the peculiarity. I mispronounced the word, whatever. Is that the text seems to say explicitly that it is evil. So I'll read the text. This is Second
No,
Samuel.
I know what the text is.
No, I'll read it for
we
like
can
the
read it for
audience's sake. This
Well,
is
that's okay.
2 Samuel 24:15 through 16. So the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people died from Dan to Beersheba. But when the angel stretched out his hand toward Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented concerning the evil and said to the angel who was bringing destruction among the people, "It is enough now, stay your hand."
You said 1 Samuel, right?
2 Samuel.
2 Samuel.
Yeah. By the way, this was
What
all in
verse?
response to 2 Samuel 24, 15 through 16. But what he's getting punished for here is that he did a census that God ordered him to do. God says, go do the census. And then he does. And then God's like, how dare you do this fucking census that I ordered you to do? It's time for 70,000 people to die.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. Wait, so David ordered a census on Israel.
No,
right?
God
Later
ordered David to do a census.
He did. He ordered the census. David later. But I would argue David's taking accountability here. I would say that David ultimately is saying that he's the one, like it was his own thing. Obviously, God did it in response to, like, you know what I mean? But I
But
would
God
argue that it
commanded
was,
the action.
it is. But I still inherently wouldn't call it evil, because this would be what my like full testimony will believe forever. Whenever it comes to anything bad or attaining in the Bible, for example, I thought this for a second. I thought this verse was when they were like, he put a plague on Israel, when like, well, where the people lived in Israel at the time, before it was even Israel, like the Israelites were traveling to Israel, and how God had gotten that land free was he had put a plague upon those people. And those people were obviously innocent, had no reason to die, had no reason to suffer a plague, for the sole purpose that they were in the wrong spot where they shouldn't be. So what my argument would still be, it'd be the same if it was that verse. That's why I had to look at it again, because I thought you were talking about something else. But my response to that would be that within the old covenant, like for example, me as a Christian abiding today, if I were to get placed within that old covenant, no matter how much I pray in Jesus, no matter how much I believe in God, ultimately I wouldn't get to go to heaven until Jesus' first coming, right?
Why?
So I would
Why
die
would
and
he?
go to heaven.
Why would he set the system
Yeah.
up like that?
Well, it's just within like the covenant. So we have
Yeah.
through like the Abrahamic religion, we have through Ishmael, we have Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac, right?
Yeah, but why would he do
Ish-
it like that instead of sending Jesus from the beginning?
Sending Jesus from the beginning?
Yeah. Like, why would you ever have the covenant where people don't get to go to heaven?
Well, I can't answer that. Asking me like why God would do something like that, I have no idea. Like I couldn't answer you why he had did it that way. But what I can say ultimately is Jesus, when he had his first coming and died on the cross, he had conquered hell. As in when he went to hell, he preached and delivered all of those people within the old covenant. So for example, me, right? If I were to get placed in that covenant and I were to like not be like, you know what I said, I would go to hell, right? So if I went to hell, Jesus, his first coming, he goes to Hades, he goes to hell, takes the keys, and he preaches and delivers those from hell. So all the people who either died within anything, but would have had, who didn't have the opportunity to believe in Jesus Christ, but got it in hell, they got to go to heaven, which I would argue would be moral. So like, I would say that ultimately the people who deserved it and the people who honestly deserve like and accept Jesus into their heart and were good moral people and got to go to heaven, I wouldn't argue that that would be bad. I would say it sucked in the human perspective that I had to die at a point and go to hell and spend some time in hell before I ultimately got to heaven, but ultimately my end result would be heaven.
It just makes no sense, because they all could have gone to heaven regardless if Jesus just got sent from the beginning. And I know you're saying that you can't possibly answer that this is the thing that only God knows about, but that's like unhelpful, right? If you can't try to salvage the hypothesis by appealing to something that's even less likely than the thing in question. You know, it's as if I was like trying to get like an answer about like what the deal was with God commanding like all these genocides, and then you said, oh well, God just had the disposition in the old covenant to command genocides.
Well, like I said,
that just doesn't help, right?
Well, it's like, so ultimately to get Jesus, he had to have a covenant, right? So ultimately what ended up, because it's like the representation. So within the old covenant, we have the Father, right? We have the person who walked with Adam in the garden, you know what I mean? We have the person who within the Old Testament is likely to speaking the prophets when he's speaking to them, right? It's the Father is who we rely to him as. And when it comes to that, he has this set group from Adam where mankind has branched off in a very negative orientation, where, for example, we have the flood, right? Where we have Noah, we have humans being just absolutely, they were nothing short of just evil. There was no redemption.
Why don't you have Jesus from the beginning?
Well, because they didn't have Jesus and they had God. They had the active word of God, bro. but they had the active word, as in God didn't hide, God didn't do, like, God was very relevant, very apparent. God was a real thing. It's not like me and you where we have to sit here and argue over semantics of certain things to try to prove it to you. It was God. It was an undeniable fact that he was real. He existed. People still fell short into sin and still basically became like nothing good, like as in like physically nothing was good other than Noah and his family. And it's not even like he denied access to this ark at all, right? It's not that I'm sitting here saying you can't come in. People were told about this ark. Noah was made fun of.
Wait. You can skip all of this. I've already read the Bible.
Yeah.
I'm aware of all of this. I don't think any of this helps.
Yeah,
right?
but I'm just saying that, like, what I'm saying though is that, like, Jesus being there wouldn't have changed anything, right? Jesus wouldn't have redeemed these people.
But these people could have gone to heaven immediately. They wouldn't have needed to wait in hell.
But like, who exactly are we waiting on? So if we're going within the humankind from Adam, right, all the way to Noah, which was when like mankind reset, right?
Yeah.
If my Lord is already saying, with my physical presence, with you not even needing Jesus, not needing miracles, you have me to prove that I'm real, yet you still have evil and you deny me and you reject me and you do whatever you want. And he saw that there was no good in man. So that ultimately, to me, Jesus wouldn't have redeemed anything. There was no redemption in that. There was no ark where that needed to be redeemed. So then we go through Noah, and then we get his lineage to get to Abraham, right? Abraham is ultimately where this covenant is chosen, that this is where the covenant will come down to end up like redeeming mankind through the prophets and through scripture that we have today to be able to preach and even tell people about the relevance to it.
But wait,
So
why
I
not
would argue
include
that-
getting into heaven in the first covenant?
Well, heaven was in the first covenant, and
I
not
thought you said
everyone
that all
could get
those
into
people
it. It was all the people,
couldn't
so
get into
everyone who was
heaven.
not within everyone that was not within the covenant. So anyone who wasn't an Israeli Jew or descendants from
Wait,
Isaac.
God was like an ethno-nationalist?
So God basically, anyone who wasn't within Isaac's covenant, so Ishmael and Isaac, the brothers of
Does
the
God have
father.
like a favorite ethnic group or something?
He had a chosen group of people. He had a chosen group of people within his covenant, his first
that doesn't
covenant.
sound all good.
It's like I said, this chosen covenant wasn't for the sake of like discriminatory. It was for the sole purpose that this lineage has been passed down through Adam, and on top of that, it's been pure and upholded him as like the God, right? As in that they're not being sacrilegious, and it's all to serve a purpose to ultimately get to Jesus, that in returns redeems everyone.
But couldn't he have done it without choosing like a favorite like racial group?
Well, it's not that. It's like Jesus had to be an Israelite Jew. He had to be a descendant of Noah. He had to be a descendant of his lineage.
But everyone's a descendant of Noah.
Yeah, I would say that, but I would say descendants of Abraham. Sorry, descendants of Isaac specifically. Descendants of Isaac specifically.
Okay.
Descendants of Isaac are where we would find Jesus's lineage all the way to where we would get to where we would call that the first covenant.
Okay, so you're saying that the reason why God needed to pick this specific group was because he needed to come from Isaac? Why couldn't he have just sent Jesus in place of Isaac?
So what do you mean by that?
Yeah, like when Isaac is going to be born, instead of like sending Isaac in the womb.
Well, it's like you're asking me like
Jesus
why
comes
God
down.
intended it to play out this way,
It
and
just
that's
seems
something
like a
that
better
I
thing
can't
than like
answer
lots
that.
of people going to hell until Jesus comes.
Well, yeah. See, I can't see you telling me that like that would be a better option isn't something that like I could heed by, because to me, ultimately, if I like even within my scripture, if I were to go to the old covenant right now and and I know dang well, I'm not trying to cuss. I don't know what the restrictions are here.
You
But
can
I
say
know
whatever you want as long as it's not like a slur.
Okay, cool. But I know very well that if I were to go back to the old covenant, I'm going to hell after I perish. But the comfort knowing that that's not forever, and that is and we don't know how time works in hell. We don't know how anything works in hell. So however long I was there, I ultimately get to go to heaven. And God is he's not only just, right? That means he rewards. That I'm so confident that for whatever struggles and things that I went through as a human, to then go to, like, God is going to reward me, right? Like, I'm someone who doesn't believe, like, why do bad things happen to, like, good people, right? Because, like, I can make that argument all day that I feel like my life is very bad, but I don't make that judgment against God because I don't feel like ultimately it's his fault for it. But just going back to what you were saying, though, I can't tell you why God would have his plan play out that way, but I do heed by his covenant, as in he has a first covenant of a ethnic group, which is true, and that this ethnic group ends up giving birth to Jesus, where Jesus redeems no Jew, no Gentile.
That's sure. So that's
everyone.
fine. Let's say that this is let's grant it that even if you can't explain it, let's just look at the entailments of it.
Okay.
Do you think that it was? Do you think when God commands like the slaughter of, for example, the Amalekite infants, that they deserved it?
Yeah, so I don't believe infants go to hell at all. So
But I'm
I believe in
asking,
the age
do you
of
think that they deserve to get the death penalty?
Do I believe they deserve to die? If God commanded it, then it had to be done. What I think if they deserved it or not is irrelevant because it was God made the order. So ultimately, I believe that those infants go to heaven immediately.
I
don't
didn't
believe.
ask if you think they go to heaven. I'm asking, do you? So you do think that there's situations where babies deserve the death penalty?
See, that's crazy. I think that in my moral opinion, I would say no, but I would say that's my flesh. I would say I don't know God's morality. I can't dictate if, like I said, I don't think it's inherently, it's his world. He created us. If that person ultimately go, because the whole point of scripture is that our time on earth is very limited and distinct, that we serve it to God. So if I was a baby, right, who didn't even have to deal with the pains and struggles of life, but immediately got to go to heaven with the Lord, I would be more happy about that than them having to grow up with non-parents, with people who aren't there to support them, and a group of ethnic people who could have discriminated against them. You have no real way to justify if God did command this, keeping these children around would be a positive impact with him instead of just bringing them to Christ.
The question is whether or not they deserve it, right? I don't think consequences.
They deserve it.
I don't think like what happens via consequences factors in any way, shape, or form into whether or not a punishment is just, whether or not it's deserved. So, for example, if you're wrongly imprisoned, but the experience of going to prison totally changes your life and you become a better person because of it, a better person than you would have been otherwise.
That's not what I'm saying.
I don't think that's just.
I think serving this time on the planet is the whole reason why we're put here, serving God. I say that if like I said, I believe ultimately heaven, like this earth, was not eternal. Our bodies aren't eternal.
Do you think that you deserve less punishment if you weren't in control of the situation?
I think this is inherently true with God. I think that if, like, for example, when it comes to like babies, and when it comes, like, I believe in like the age of knowing, when something is like, when like you don't have the cognitive behavior to justify from what's right and what's wrong, or to even cognitively understand God, I think you go to heaven. I'm like, at least that's what like I'm Baptist. That's what I'm taught.
So my question was, do you think that if you have less control over a situation, that means that you're less deserving of punishment?
I'm thinking like less control of your brain. Like if you're thinking like, of your brain,
that would
like
be a good example. Yeah.
Like if you have like less control over like your cognitive, like your like we'll say like mentally impaired. Like that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
When you say that.
Sure. That's fine. Yeah. Like I would think that those people have like less moral responsibility for things. Yeah.
Yeah, I would argue that it would be harder for you to argue with them to justify right and wrong to them because they wouldn't be able to understand that.
Then you do agree that if you have less control over a situation, that you're less morally responsible for it?
Well, it's like control as in what? So it's like, for example, it's like if like what do you justify as like if we're saying like within our brain
in terms of ease of how easy it was for you to do the right thing, both like how easy it would be to like know what's actually going on in the situation, how easy it would have been to know the moral facts, how easy it would have been for you to act on that knowledge. Let's say all these things are like really difficult, basically impossible. Do you think that you have any moral responsibility in a situation where there's like literally nothing that you could have done?
Like if I'm like watching are you saying like if I'm like watching the news and I see like, you know, Gaza, just like something happened to Gaza or something, it's, you know, like Palestine children who are like starving right now. If I saw that, like would I feel less of a moral burden on myself? Like,
well, wait, do you think that you're morally responsible for what's happening in Gaza? Because I probably wouldn't say that you're morally responsible for that.
I feel empathy for them. I feel that it's an atrocious thing. But like I'm just saying that like I physically can't go and stop Israel from doing this. You know what I mean? I can't go to Big Ben and tell them what to do.
Yeah, for sure. So in this situation, we would say that you don't have moral responsibility because you're not in control.
Like, is it like if you're saying if the blame were to come down on like whose fault it was for this happening, no one's pointing their finger at me.
No, I know, but I'm just trying to get clear. Like typically when people are less in control of a situation, like in the situation you laid out, that's a great example because you just have no control over that, right? There's nothing you can do to stop that. Basically nothing. But you know, so typically when people have less control of the situation, we say that they're less responsible, which means also that they're like less deserving of punishment.
Then I guess I would, that'd be true. I guess I'm confused.
Okay, here's the problem. That it seems like that principle that I just established is incompatible with what God does by giving these kids the death penalty because they have zero control over anything. Like they're not even a part. They haven't even done anything evil yet.
Yeah,
But
so that's why
they're
they
in
don't.
control
That's
of
why they don't get.
nothing.
They don't get judged. They go to heaven immediately.
But they
That's
do
our
get
end goal is
punished.
heaven. But punished as in like, what do you define as a punishment? Like them going to heaven? I wouldn't define. For me, I wouldn't define that as a punishment.
Maybe getting
If-
like
if-
hacked to
listen,
death with swords.
So like here's my thing, right? So if right now in this exact moment, this is me, right? In this exact moment, if I were to if I someone were to come at me and like murder me or like just I would be dead, right? In any way, but I knew 100% I'm going to heaven, I would be so peace of mind. Even if it was God sending the guy to do it, I would be 100% peace.
So-
I would feel so. I wouldn't care. It wouldn't.
No,
bother.
I get that. I get that. That's not really what's in contention. I'm not contending with the fact that you may well desire to die if you know that what's going to come after that is heaven. What I'm asking you is, do they deserve this punishment? Because it says explicitly in the text,
Well-
I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. So God's saying that it is a punishment, but then the question becomes, do they deserve the punishment? And it seems like they can't possibly deserve it because they have no agency over the situation.
Well, okay, you arguing like the infants like having like no part of it, but I would just say it is just the punishment of just like throughout like what like your kind. So like if it's like hold on, I'm stuttering a little bit because I
It's
get what
okay.
you're saying, but I would say that it's a punishment for the parents, right? It's ultimately a punishment for the Amalekites, the grown men Amalekites, the war that they had between each other, the issue between it, right? That this was ultimately an Amalekite like grown up issue, right? They had all wanted the Israel to fall. They were all in support for Israel to fall, right? Or it was a Jew. I forget. I don't know what you said exactly. I don't know if it was Israel. Like I said, it was King David. No, it was Israel. I was right. I'm right. So I just want to say though that the parents, them not one liking Israel, is ultimately what made them have to go what they went through, right?
Yeah.
Them having issues with Israel, them going through it. Now the children, like I said, ultimately, who is going to take care of these children? Who is going to sit there and take in all of these children, raise them, and then have to also raise and tell them that we murdered
God's
your parents and
all-powerful.
family through God?
God, the
Yeah, but
all-powerful being, could have given them like fucking robot parents or something.
Dude, that's just not okay. You can't concede to that.
He
You
could
can't
do
say that.
anything, right?
Yeah, but
he
they're
could
not
will
giving them
anything.
robots and being like, "Here you go."
Why
guys. Come
not?
on, we know-
If the
because
problem
we-
is that the parents are like bad moral
because we know
character,
throughout
could
the
send
it's funny.
angels.
It's funny, but it's not true though, because God has never he's never given us anything within our time period that we haven't had. He's not going to sit here and drop an iPad in the middle
Could he
of
send down
Jerusalem.
angels?
He can send down, those are angelic beings, those are in heaven.
Yeah. Well, wait, but they also go to Earth.
Yeah, but God could go way past a robot. God, if God wanted to, God, why not just say robots is funny? But you could have just said that. Why couldn't have God just made them new parents, like physically make them new parents? You could just
Why
say that.
not?
You could just so you could just make that claim, saying that they
Yeah,
make robots.
Just
is
make
pretty
them
funny,
like
but-
good,
yeah.
kind,
So you could
upstanding
say
parents.
yeah, but like I said, so that would be God making a creation, right? That'd be God making a physical man. That would be something that is very like how we view Adam is how we would almost view that creation, right?
Sure.
And understand
Wouldn't that be
that, like,
preferable to
Well,
like slaughtering the babies?
well, understand that these kids are gonna still grow up, and what do you tell their kids when it comes to like what happened to their real parents?
Fucking
Are you just gonna tell
nothing.
them that it's a lie? Well, they're gonna ask. They're gonna want to know. They're gonna be like, well,
you just
like
say
what
you
happened?
just say that you're the parents.
No, you can't listen. They're gonna find out. There's gonna be people who talk about it. You know that we know within the Bible.
You only
that
leave like the
s-
babies. What would be
Well,
the problem?
you know within the Bible that people are fallible. So as in that people aren't just gonna sit there and keep these babies secret to what happened to their parents.
Who's gonna
that
tell
they were
them?
mass genocided because they were beefing with Israel at the
Who's
time.
gonna tell them? Who's
Like-
gonna say that?
There's probably quite a bit of people. I don't know,
Like
bro. There's
who?
probably
They all got killed.
within the Israelite community. Who's taking care? So they have to come
The
to
Israelites
Israel,
are
right?
coming over and fucking being like, "Hey, by the way, we fucking slaughtered your parents."
They could, bro. You don't know. They could have resentment towards people. Like you never know. The racism could have just been just as relevant as it is today. You have no idea. I couldn't even.
Why
tell
wouldn't
you
God say
how that
like,
would
"Don't be
work.
racist"?
Well, God, there is no "don't be racist" in the Old Testament. That's the thing. So like we
why
don't
not?
know. Because it's a God. God had condoned this specific group of people to be His people, so they were better than everyone else. They were already better than everyone else. The Israelite Jews were better than every group of ethnic people who weren't an Israelite Jew.
Come on. You can't
That's
be,
true.
You,
That is
you
the
can't be
truth behind the Old
serious.
Testament. I'm not even lying. This is the truth. I'm not even making this up. I'm telling you, like this is what every biblical, like every Christian, and through Catholicism, through some Protestants, like some of them are really weird, but like a Baptist Protestant is what I am, and even through Orthodox Christianity will tell you these exact same things.
I just want to be clear. You're saying that the reason why God didn't say don't be racist is because at that time racism was good?
Well, I'm not saying it was good. I'm just saying that God had I never said they were racist. I'm saying that there could have been racist, and there's not anything explicitly within the Bible that says that you like that. I'm not saying that it's not possible, is what I'm saying. I'm saying there's always a possibility. I'm not saying God had condoned it, but what I'm saying though is that these people are being upheld and being brought to know that your ethnic group of people is God's chosen people, that your lineage is God's chosen lineage, and that you will give birth to the Messiah through this lineage. So these people are obviously, they're going to have some, like, I would assume so. I couldn't tell you 100%. Like I said, I wasn't there, but this is definitely something that could have taken place.
Okay. Do you think it's within God's nature to choose like a favorite like racial group?
Is it within God's nature to choose like a favorite? Like, I don't think he chose them off of, like, this is the difference though, is I don't believe that he chose them off of their like direct ethnicity. I don't believe God was like, these ones look pretty cool. Like, I like these ones. It was through a direct lineage, through so basically when it came to Abraham, when I was talking about Ishmael and Isaac, right? When it came through the lineage, and you were asking why is it through? I mean, you're like, why Isaac, right?
Yeah.
Why is it through Isaac?
Well, I don't think I asked like why is it through Isaac, but
well, you didn't say why is it through Isaac, but you said why Isaac, as I remember you saying that, or something like that. Excuse me if I'm wrong.
well, yeah, just that you could have substituted Jesus in for Isaac, but
yeah.
well, okay.
So-
I asked you like a yes or no question.
What
Do you
is
think
it?
that it's within God's nature to have a favorite racial group?
But I don't think he does though. I was saying that he didn't pick, like, it's not like he
The
didn't pick them off of
weren't his
ethnicity.
favorite? I know
Well, the
I didn't
Israelites
say he
were
picked
his
them off of
favorite.
ethnicity. I'm just
No,
asking.
No, I didn't say you picked them off of ethnicity. Oh, you saying I didn't say that?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, I know. I know you
Okay.
didn't say that he picked them
Okay.
off of ethnicity. I'm not saying that he picked them off of ethnicity. Just that he
Okay.
has like an ethnic group that happens to
That-
be his favorite.
This is true. Yes.
Is that within God's nature?
Is that within God's nature?
Yeah.
If he does it, like, I have to say, like, it's not that, like, it was ultimately to give birth to Jesus. So I think that ultimately, like, even though it was it was just the old covenant. This was just the way the law worked, and to give birth to where we have Jesus.
Well, I mean, he also used like these distinctions to do things like slavery, right? Like the slavery was explicitly based on like
Servitude. Yeah.
slavery,
servitude.
like people owned his property.
Like, you mean like God condoning servitude?
No, not condoning servitude, like condoning slavery.
Well, servitude would be like inherently just slavery. Slavery, the term for it is a like Slovakian, isn't it like Slovakian term that like originated from like the
Totally could have been.
original. Yeah, the original like what it would be in that time would be servitude. It wouldn't be. It wasn't slavery.
We're referring to
It would-
slavery. Slavery is when you own a person as property. When there's
Yeah,
like
and
your
so
legal
would be
possession.
servitude. If you were, yeah, like a
No,
servant,
no,
a
no.
servant, yes. Within
Your
that
servant
time,
can
if you were
quit.
a,
Your servant
a
can
biblical
leave.
servant, you would own a servant. No,
If you
A biblical-
own them, then they're a slave.
No, you would like have owned them. Like a
If you
servitude,
own
could be
someone,
owned.
they're a slave.
I say servitude is a thing, and be a master. A master would be the same thing as like a servant would say to like their like to anyone like who would be in charge. And whenever you go into scripture, it'd be servant.
You can call it like schmavery if you want to. If you own a person, that's bad. And if you can beat the person that you owned, that's really bad.
Yeah, well, there's many servants who could get like I'm confused on what you're saying. Like I said, slavery is a term that was made like through like way before the word slavery even existed.
I don't care
it
about the
wasn't even-
term. I care about the concept.
Yeah, but I'm telling you though, is the concept, even though like inherently it would be what you say, it's not what would be used. It would be servitude.
But it is
Is what
people
I'm
owned
just
as
saying.
property that you can beat
Yeah,
with a
it would be
rod.
people owned as property. Yeah,
and you
but it
can
would
beat
still
them
be
with
a
your
form of
rod if you
servitude.
want.
It was a form. It wasn't just
and
to beat.
they're your property for life. Like they're never not your property.
Yeah, this is
And
true.
you beat
Within
them
the
with a
Bible.
rod.
Yeah,
and you
okay,
make them
but like
work.
not.
That's slavery.
Okay. I'm not saying that. Like, it's. What are you saying about it? Like, What are you asking?
It's
about?
bad, right? It's.
Are you? So you're saying
God-
it's bad that God let it happen?
it's bad that God legislated it into existence. God passed the legislation.
Like I said, brother, I think ultimately we're all redeemed through Jesus. Like I said, it's all going to come back to this. Even someone who is a slave within the Old Testament and is going through all of these worst things, I truly believe without a bottom of my doubt, when they died and went to hell and Jesus came and preached and they got to go to heaven, I truly believe without a doubt in my mind that my Lord rewarded them exactly as they deserve to be for what they went through. I don't believe that it's not true. You're saying that, like, why does the Old Testament have bad things that happen? But I believe these people are rewarded with heaven, which I don't think is inherently a bad thing to think. I think heaven is the goal. So
But
if I have to suffer
Aren't
through,
the slave
if I have
masters
to,
also rewarded with heaven?
what do you mean? Through the covenant, they through the covenant, like as in like if they were an Israelite
Okay,
Jew and they had owned servants.
let me give you an option. So you take option A, you're a slave,
Okay.
you're owned, you get beaten, and then you go to heaven. Option B, you're a slave master, you beat a slave, and then you go to heaven as well.
Yeah, and like I said, so even the Israelite Jews,
Which
like the
option would you take there?
God's chosen covenant was slaves. Like before they were in Israel, they were enslaved by Egypt. They were enslaved by Egypt, and they had to go through. So God had tried to. They went through just as much suffering as anyone else would have to when it comes to Old Testament suffering.
You
That
sure?
the Egyptian. Yes, so I promise you. So if it comes to the Old Testament, like when it comes to Israelite Jews, they were enslaved by Egypt. That's where Moses came. So
Sure,
Moses
yeah.
delivered them from Egypt to Israel, where they confide in today. So
Yeah,
ultimately,
true,
the
yeah.
people.
Slaves, but not even like slaves for life. Yeah, worse than slaves for life.
There were probably some that were slaves for life. Egypt
Yeah, probably
reigned over them
some.
for
There were like
quite a bit.
generations that were slaves for life under the
Yeah,
Israelites.
but I'm telling you though, is ultimately they got to go to heaven. So why would you
because the
you argue with
Israelites also
suffering?
get to go to heaven.
Okay, but the Israelites are chosen
Why-
God's covenant. So why
But
would you not?
Why
like,
would
why are
God
you
say that you could own
arguing against that?
slaves? Like, why would He legislate this into existence? Why not pass like the no slavery law? And why make it based on like ethnic group?
Well, it's just one. It's like the first. It's like within the old covenant. That's why that's like what Orthodox Jews still believe today. They still believe they're within the old covenant. They still believe that their racial group, they're Jew.
That's true of
That's
you,
what-
according to Jesus.
So it would be that if Jesus isn't the Messiah, if Jesus isn't the Messiah
no,
and
no,
Jesus
no.
didn't die on the cross for our sins and Jewish, then it would still be within the old covenant for
So
Jewish
let me
people
read
today.
this for you. This is Matthew 5:17. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Let's do
I
a quick quiz.
100% agree. Yeah,
Let's do
the
a
10
quick
Commandments are
quiz.
very important. We have Mosaic law, we have ceremonial law, we have.
This doesn't say the
Wait.
10 Commandments. This is talking about the law and the
It
prophets.
says, the law. We refer the law as in the 10 Commandments. We refer to the law as the 10 Commandments. In Exodus, when it comes to the Exodus 20, when it comes to the law, we refer, especially in Judaism,
Okay.
they refer that
Just
to
the 10 Commandments? Nothing but the 10
listen, so no,
Commandments?
wait. So
Then what's getting
I'm gonna-
fulfilled in the law?
Yeah. So wait, listen. So there's Mosaic law, right? where
Oh,
we get
shit.
Moses.
So there is more than the 10
So listen. So
Commandments.
we have Mosaic law,
Yep.
we have ceremonial law, and there was civil law. There was a couple of them. So there's civil.
Where
so
in
there's
the Bible
Mosaic.
can I find this distinction?
Like you want to I can.
I just want
can
like
show
something
you.
in the Bible that says like ceremonial law, moral law, civil law.
Yeah. I
Is there
got
any
you.
verse that mentions these?
Well, this is just like how like Jews uphold, like even like Jewish people uphold this today. But I can get you scripture for it. Give me a second. I have to pull it
Yeah,
up.
because my understanding is that this is something that got imposed onto it. That this is
Yeah,
not
so
something
the
present
law.
within
Yeah, so the laws, as in
the
we didn't.
text
They didn't just
itself.
have the 10 Commandments as their laws, right? They had like
Yes,
here, I'll pull it up for you.
correct.
But hold on.
Oh, wait, so
They
you
didn't
do
just
agree
have-
that the slavery laws were a part of the law?
Well, like not the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments are distinct.
No, I
within the
know,
10 Commandments.
but a part of
So
when it refers
Mosaic-
to
so,
the
so
law,
Mosaic law is the 10 Commandments.
when
That's
it
what we
refers
consider.
to the law, what is it referring to?
Hold on, wait. I would say the 10 Commandments, but I would also, like I said, that's why.
Then what's getting
that's why.
fulfilled? when it says
Jesus,
I've come to fulfill this, what's getting wait, which
so
commandment's
fulfill
getting
it
fulfilled?
as in like we get like salvation through Jesus. Like Jesus fulfilling the law is him ultimately like being the sacrifice that bridges the
sorry,
gap.
and where's the sacrifice stuff? Is that perhaps in the rest of the Mosaic law, the thing that you're trying to
What do
avoid?
you, but like no, they're like the sacrifice is I think it's ceremonial law is what they can is where they consider to where they get their sacrifices from, is where they get the laws of sacrifice. And then I think civil law is what they applied by like government laws that you abide by. But you want scripture for it, so hold on. Let me,
Yes,
like, find
yes,
it
sure.
real quick.
So, okay, then are you saying? Okay, I want to let you go get the scripture, but you are saying that the law includes at least the ceremonial law, if you can defend that distinction. What is, while we're waiting for this, let's find the, let's pull up the Greek. Can also read some supers. Kieran, thanks so much for the super chat. That caller seemed nice, but that's really frustrating when people show up and demand that you accept their half-remembered Feynman lecture, makes them an authority on quantum physics interpretations. True. I don't know. I mean, it is like, that is kind of frustrating, but you know, comes with the territory, I guess, but it is like pretty, yeah. Let's get a big W for Kieran. I appreciate it. It's a $20 super chat. That's huge. I appreciate you. Relax with Russell, ASMR. Thanks so much for the super chat. Not Christianity. I don't give a fuck. I will, no true Scotsman, this type of thing all day. They're literally coming up with a whole new thing and then labeling it Christianity for perceived legitimacy.
Hold on, I found, like I said, I have to go through, like, I have to, like, what I have right now is just where it directly says where it distincts law of Moses, where it like distincts the separate laws for Moses, and that it's found in Acts 13, verse 39. It's found in Luke 24,
wait, Acts
verse
13,
24. Acts 13, 29.
29, and okay, wait, let's see the distinction.
Well, that's just referring, this is giving Mosaic law when it comes to the law of Moses.
Yeah, sure. So when they had carried out everything that was written about him, they took him down from the tree and laid him in a tomb. Okay, that doesn't really seem to be referring to the law. The word law doesn't appear here.
Wait, hold on. Pull up Acts real quick.
Acts 13:29.
Yeah. All right.
I fear
Maybe
we're
I'm reading
getting
in touch with.
I fear we're getting a ChatGPT moment.
It's not, I swear, bro. I have like a right now. It's like I have to go through. I don't use ChatGPT. I use Google because like I can't remember every verse off the top of my head. So and I'm also dyslexic, so I have to speak what I have to. That's why I mute. So I speak like, can you help me find this verse like within like I'll give like it's in John or something. So don't think I'm not using ChatGPT. I swear. I'm just trying to figure out where it's at. I promise you that's all that it is. I don't stoop that low. I just try to remember. I just can't remember it all that well. So hold on.
That's fine. That's fine. Right, back to the supers. Tyler Ingersoll, thanks so much for the super chat. Can I PM you running Randall's at so you can challenge him personally? Would you ever do a private debate and post it online? He's scared of chat. Oh yeah, yeah, I remember this. It's all coming back to me. Yeah, I would debate Randall and we could do that. That would be fun. It could happen in my Discord. It could happen in a private Discord. It would be a lot of fun. Yeah, you can DM me. Virtuous Path, thanks so much for the super chat. First Chronicles 21:1 directly contradicts 2 Samuel 24. Did God or Satan incite David to take the census? I think probably they want to say that Satan did it, which is why he's getting punished. But
okay, so this would probably be the best. Like, I'm trying to think where I can like Mosaic law is just Exodus 20 when it's just the 10 commandments. So it's hard for me to like explain that. But when it comes to like in Exodus 22,
That's definitely not true. Mosaic law includes like Leviticus.
Well, yeah, but like and like okay, well Exodus 20, maybe I'm wrong about that, my fault. But like in Exodus 22, it outlines like the like legal framework of like when it comes to like civil law. Like what would be considered to be not within the 10 commandments, but still like you have to obey these laws.
Okay, so you're saying like Exodus 22? Just Exodus 22?
Yeah.
Okay. Sunrise. Anyone who steals must certainly make restitution. If they have nothing, they must be sold. You think we should sell people into slavery?
Well, no, this is what I'm saying. This would be an example of something where I would say Mosaic law is Jesus fulfilling it. So I would argue the 10 commandments, like when it comes to Mosaic law, when it comes to just the 10 commandments discreetly. And then I would argue that it's like civil law and these other laws that come throughout governments and come throughout time that Jesus isn't saying that we, like, for example, we don't like inking our skin as a Christian. I believe that we can get tattoos.
I just want to be clear. Wait, so at first it sounded like you were saying that all of Exodus 22 is still in effect, and now you're saying no? Which one?
What do you
is
mean?
it?
I'm saying you can use it however you want. You can use the Bible however you want. I'm not saying that nothing.
Which laws are still in effect?
So when it comes to Mosaic law, when it comes to the 10 commandments, these are the laws that God had like come down to like write for our, like that he had like Moses had heard, scripted into stone and brought down.
I don't need the explanation. I need
these
the
are
answer.
what are in the. Yeah, but I'm saying that like the Mosaic law is what Jesus fulfilled. That's what Jesus fulfilled.
I'm asking, that just didn't answer the question at all. Not even a little bit. The question was, what law is still in effect? Which parts of the law are still in effect?
I just said a Mosaic law. I just specified.
Which includes what? What is
the
Mosaic
10 commandments.
law? Just the 10 commandments.
I would argue just the 10 commandments.
Just the 10 commandments. Okay.
Yeah.
So what does Jesus fulfill in just the 10 commandments? It says that
like
Jesus fulfilled the law. Which of the 10 commandments did Jesus fulfill?
Becoming the Messiah. I would say becoming the Messiah.
Which commandment
is
is
like
that?
Giving. It's not a commandment. I'm
Exactly,
saying that like
right. So you need to include more than just the 10 commandments.
Fulfilling it doesn't have to mean that it's fulfilling onto of the one of these 10 commandments.
How does he fulfill the law?
It could be him
there's no
extending
law that he
out.
fulfills.
But listen, I'm saying that he doesn't have to like proceed to fulfill a single commandment in there. But what he does is he fulfills it by extending it, as in that this is the final. Jesus being the Messiah, believing in Jesus as King, that Jesus is God. That is ultimately what law he's fulfilling. He's fulfilling the prophecy that was given out.
What do you think the word fulfill means?
Like to like 100% do it, like to
do
what? Basically say,
what did he 100%
like to do what I say
do?
I'm gonna do. Like if I said if I'm gonna,
what is he?
like,
what did he 100% do?
He 100% was God, and he came and he died for our sins.
Which
he 100%
law did he
died for our
100%
sins.
do? It says that he fulfilled the law.
But I'm telling you though,
what's
he
the
obeyed
law that he
all of the laws.
100% did?
He obeyed all of the laws 100%.
You think
but
that
I'm telling
fulfill just means to do?
I'm saying that it not even just fulfilled, that like it was an extension of what the 10, like
okay,
it's not.
I don't know.
There's a.
You must just not know this about yourself, but you literally just don't answer questions.
I don't know what you're asking. I'm so confused on what you're asking. Like,
I
want to
know which law did Jesus fulfill?
But I'm telling you that like out of the 10 commandments, he's not like it's fulfilling it. But you're saying when you say fulfill, you're saying that out of the 1 through 10. Yeah, but like you're saying 1 through 10, which commandment did he fulfill?
Yeah,
right?
I
would argue he fulfilled. I would argue that he fulfilled all of them. That he did all 10 commandments. He didn't ever break them.
And
I
that's
would
all
say
it means for Jesus to fulfill the laws.
I'm saying that
he
he's
followed
also
the commandments?
he's a continuation of the law. Like he's a fulfillment that like.
Let's say that there was somebody.
Jesus in himself is the fulfillment. Like it's Jesus himself.
Wait, let's say that there's somebody who, for their entire life, does every single one of the 10 commandments. You'd say that person fulfilled the law?
I'm saying that didn't just fulfill the law, but like
wait,
answer
the question.
You're taking away
yes
Jesus
or no?
and
Did
what
that
he even
person,
was.
Wait, yes or no? Did that person
You're
fulfill
talking
the law
about
under your
that person
criteria?
does that person have a divine nature? Answer me that.
No,
does that person
they don't have a divine nature.
No,
did they fulfill the law? And
no,
where in the law does it say that you need to have a divine nature?
Jesus, what are you talking about? The being the Messiah. Within
Which law?
like
just name the law.
What do you mean? It's not a law within the 10
I'm
commandments.
asking you about fulfilling the law. You keep doing this.
Okay.
Why are you so incapable of tracking?
It's just it's frustrating because it's like you're saying things. It's like you know what you're doing. It's like you know what I'm trying to say, and you're like
you keep on avoiding it.
I'm not, because you know that, like, I'm not saying that Jesus inherently, like, he did all of the laws. He fulfilled all of them by just like by completing all of them. But also Jesus like had a purpose, right? Fulfilling the law, and Jesus's purpose was him dying on the cross for salvation, that we have
Which
a way
law
to get to
is
heaven.
that?
That's him fulfilling. That's him fulfilling. Like, just
Which
why
law
are we,
is that?
So why are we doing? Why are they doing the laws? Why did
Which,
Moses
wait,
make the
can I
laws?
just get an answer
But
to
can
the
I ask you a question?
question?
No,
Come
because you're saying, what
on.
did Jesus fulfill?
I've
Why
asked you
why
this
do the
question
laws
for
exist
so
for a
long. Just
reason?
answer the question. Which law did Jesus
Why do
fulfill?
the laws exist for a reason?
Here's
Jesus fulfilled
here's
all
the
of them.
rock and the hard place that you're caught between. On one end, you need to say that the law in question here is just the 10 Commandments to avoid the slavery stuff. But on the other hand, if you say that the law is just the 10 Commandments, you're incapable of actually explaining the way that he fulfilled the law without going outside of the 10 Commandments.
No, Jesus being the Messiah and fulfilling the law doesn't have to necessarily mean that Jesus obeyed every 10 commandment. Jesus is like fulfilling, like you don't have to, it can be an extenuation. It's like, for example, if you have a part of a doctrine, right? If you have 1/8 of a doctrine, right? And the other doctrine comes up to be under it, right? You would say that doctrine has been fulfilled in what the doctrine is, right? So what I'm telling you is through 1 through 10 commandments, Jesus coming and ultimately like his salvation, believing that he is God, believing like him dying on the cross for our sins, ultimately fulfilled what God had intended. Because if you look at even why the 10 commandments were made, is because his people needed rules and needed guidance to sit down and justify like what they should be doing within their within their like people. Same way why we don't get tattoos anymore, and we still follow civil law. Even if you would argue that it's not even just Jesus fulfilling the law would be the 10 commandments, but like we obey like our civil law still, and still use the Bible to justify.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go super duper linear. We're gonna type out the answer, type out the question. What does it mean to fulfill the law?
Okay, so I just told you though. If you take, can I ask you to lay this out? If you have one, if you have 1/5, if you have no, we'll say 1/8 of a paper. Okay, you rip a paper in half, and you have one, and you have 7/8, and you have 1/8
of 7/8.
Mm-hmm.
And 1/8.
Uh-huh. They are not fulfilled. Neither of them are fulfilled, right?
Do you think this is even like remotely an answer to the question?
But now listen, but if you put the papers together, they make what? One whole, which is like if we have one of something and we're saying that this is being the law, right? Being plural as in one, the law being fulfilled, what law? That would be one. So one whole of a law would still sit there and it would make it that. Okay, typing out my.
Do you think this is like even remotely an answer to the question?
Well, you're asking, did he fulfill it? And I'm telling you that
I want to know, what does it, I'm not asking you if he did. The question's literally on screen. What does it mean when you say that he fulfilled the law?
I already told you, salvation. That would be salvation. That's how he fulfilled it.
Salvation. That's just, what is that, like a noun?
No, it's like,
I need more than just a noun. What does it mean?
Well, what do you mean?
Says
I'm
Jesus
telling you though.
fulfilled the law, what does that mean?
What did Jesus fulfill the law? What does that mean? He gave us salvation.
Okay.
That is the exact
he
answer I
gave
will give you.
us salvation. Which law does Jesus giving us salvation fulfill?
What are you talking about? Like you're saying that, but I'm telling you that like Jesus can be in a continuation of the law. Why are you saying that like it has to be like he fulfilled all the laws already? So like when it came to Mosaic law, he followed all of them. So why can't Jesus be in a continuation of the law and fulfill it? Why can't you say that?
Do you think that answers the question even remotely?
But I'm telling you that Jesus fulfills the law, as in that you
Which
can have, like
one?
I'm explaining.
Which law gets fulfilled?
As in the 10 Commandments law.
The
like
10
he
Commandments.
fulfills the
Okay.
law.
So
The 10
sure. So
Commandments.
Jesus giving us salvation fulfills the 10 Commandments? Which
Yes,
one?
110%. Just why do we have the 10 Commandments?
Are you asking me in my worldview?
Yeah, well, within Christian worldview, you would know. Like, I would hope you would know. Why do we have the 10 Commandments?
Sorry, wait, that's your worldview. I'm asking you,
Well, no,
which of these
like
10
if you're,
commandments
like you
does
would
he
have to,
fulfill?
like you can't. You
Wait,
can't
so if
sit there and tell me
I
what
just
you
want to
think
be
the
clear.
10
I just want to be
Commandments
clear
are.
about this. If I look in the 10 Commandments, is it going to say a damn word about salvation?
No, but it's giving you
Sure,
rules.
then you're just
it's
lying.
giving you
You're
rules.
just
It's giving you.
lying.
No, I'm giving
You're
you.
lying
no, so
about
I'm
your
telling,
holy book.
I already gave you when it came to being
The
like,
law that you're saying that Jesus fulfilled, he just categorically doesn't.
It would be Mosaic law. You couldn't argue with that. Like, if I would just be a
It's
little bit
Mosaic
smarter,
law, but
like
what
I
does
could
that
show. It would
include?
be he's fulfilling Mosaic law.
But what does that include?
The 10 Commandments.
Yes, but is that all that it includes?
I couldn't tell you if it was all of it, but I would say it's a good chunk of it would be only the 10 Commandments. I wouldn't know anything other than, if anyone were to bring up Mosaic law to me, the first thing that I'm thinking of is the 10 Commandments in Exodus 20.
That's fine, but Mosaic law typically includes the 613 commands that are given throughout the book of Leviticus, Exodus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Yeah, but they can be distinct within, like, even if you go through Exodus 22, I already showed you where it gave like rules for, like, gave you civil law rules, where this is God, like, not even God, this is them giving themselves civil law so they can sit there and be able to persecute right from wrong without having to sit there and like not have, like, it's like the small, like a theft, all of these things are like people getting held accountable
Maybe
for
here's
what
a
they're
question
doing.
that'll help the conversation progress. Which of the 10 commandments is the least of the 10 commandments?
They're all the 10 Commandments. What do you mean? There's
Oh,
every
so
10
Jesus is
commandment in
wrong?
the 10
When
Commandments.
Jesus says that whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments, Jesus is mistaken to think that there is a least?
What do you mean by the, I don't know. Like, I think he's just saying like any of them. Like, if you were to break any of them, I think it's like, if he's saying that even if you were to consider like one of them to be worse than the other, he's saying it doesn't matter. It would be, if you were to break any of them, it's still just as bad as breaking anything, like any other ones that you think would be
So
more
does
worse
Jesus
to do.
think that there's a least of these commandments?
Like, for example, right? So like stealing, right? Someone could pick up someone could pick up a piece of candy,
Okay.
right? Like from this corner store, right? Jesus could pick up like, not Jesus, but like someone could like steal a piece of candy, right? And then someone could murder someone, right? Between me and you, obviously we're gonna be like, that's like, obviously the guy who murdered someone should get a far worse punishment than the guy who sat down and stole a piece of candy. Would you agree?
And the murderer should get a worse punishment. Now, you might notice this. You did it again. You know, you just didn't answer the question straight up one more time. This is a yes or no question. And your answer, so the question was, does Jesus think that there's a least of the 10 commandments? And your answer was, someone can pick up a piece of candy and someone can murder someone and the murderer should get a worse punishment, was like the gist of it.
Yeah,
I
that
started
would be,
writing
yeah,
late.
so that would be what I would say. Yeah, so I believe within the 10
Do you think that
commandments
answers the question?
is like, are they like labeled as in like any of them being worse? Like, I believe they're all not good to do. I just think it's a human perspective is how we view it. I think Jesus was giving like insight to how we view it. I
But
think when we look at things, like I was giving an example, when we
does
look at things,
Jesus think that there is a least of these commandments, of the 10 commandments?
I don't think he does. No.
Okay, so then when he says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches
Yeah,
others
and
to
I
do
gave
the
you my
same
answer. I
will
think
be
he
called
was. I
least
think
in the
when he was
kingdom of
talking.
heaven.
Yeah, I told you. I think it was giving a human perspective that when we view things, right, when we view stealing a piece of candy, when we view someone killing someone, we tend to be, as humans, we tend to think the guy who murdered someone is far worse than the guy who stole the piece of candy.
So I just want to be clear. Like, this is like, I don't know.
Well,
like
I'm telling you that they're all important.
Wait, I'm
telling you
sorry.
that
Give me
we
just
have
1
to obey
second.
all of them.
So, okay, you're saying that Jesus said a false thing.
No, I'm saying
Is
that
it
it's
true?
giving us.
Wait.
I'm
When
saying that
Jesus says it's the least, is it true?
he doesn't say that. Like, can you read? I want you to read the
Yeah,
passage again. I want
therefore,
you to,
whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
yeah. So like, I'm confused on where this would
Is
like
it-
ever contradict.
Okay, so your answer, does Jesus think that there's a least of these commandments is what?
Is exactly this. I don't believe Jesus
Yes or
does
no?
believe that these. No, I don't believe Jesus
No. Okay,
believes
so
that there's a
when Jesus
least of
says
these
that there,
commandments.
when Jesus says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments, is he saying a false
Mhm.
thing?
No, I think he's giving a human perspective that we view things. We tend to view things as
Okay.
in like we tend to view stealing a little bit less than murder.
Says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments, or sorry, let's get explicit. Least of these commandments is a term that refers, correct?
Okay, like what are you?
Yes?
What are you?
Is that correct?
Yes. So when he says the
okay,
least of
so
these
there is a
commandments,
least of these commandments.
yeah. So when he's saying when he's saying this, it's giving perspective that as Christians we tend to believe that stealing a piece of candy is a lot worse than murdering someone. This is just giving the idea that none of them are lesser than each other, but that we have to remember that they're all important and that we have to
Wait,
hold
so
by
does
these.
Jesus believe that least of these commandments is a term that refers to one of the commandments?
I do, yeah. I do believe it would refer to the 10 Commandments, 110%.
But does it refer to a specific commandment within the 10 commandments?
I don't believe it. I believe it refers to all of them.
That all of them are the least of these commandments.
As in the 1 through 10, as in 1 through 10 commandments, that even the ones that you consider to be least of these commandments, that even though he doesn't say this directly, like it's just how, like, that's how I interpret it. I refer to this as he's saying that this is the least, like these commandments, that when we view like stealing and when we view murder, we tend to like, oh, the thief sucks, we don't like being stole from, but this guy just killed someone. So realistically, we're going to be a lot more harsh on the person who's, you know what I mean, who's murdering over the guy who's just stealing stuff, right? So when we do that, it's saying that Jesus is saying that the least of these commandments, saying that, listen, even though you may think like a person who's like cutting off, like a person who's stealing is not really that bad to compare to someone who's murdering, but
I
they're all
understand the
bad.
concept
They're-
that crimes
they're
are
all-
bad.
they're-
I understand.
they're-
You don't need to explain to me 5 different times
Okay,
that
but
some
I'm
crimes
telling,
are worse
okay,
than others.
but what I'm telling you though is that like
I
as
don't
humans,
know.
we
Maybe
tend
you
to
think
gauge
that
them
I'm like a
different.
fucking moron. Like I don't know why you explained that to
Okay,
me 5
whoa,
times. Just answer
whoa.
the question. Stop dodging. I'm getting
I'm not
like pretty.
dodging.
I'm getting pretty fed up at this point, frankly. In fact,
I
I think I'm
think
gonna
I'm-
get.
I
Wait,
think
I'm
I'm
sorry.
pretty
Wait,
well.
wait. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get like pretty aggressive with you, pretty straightforward with you, because you've been, frankly, a scumbag at this point.
What? Wow, how have I been a
Absolutely. The
scumbag?
fact that did you not notice that you didn't answer the question? Like you dodged question after question after question, and I pointed
I
out
didn't
to you
dodge
every
anything.
single
I
time.
gave
Do you not? Wait, I'm
explanations.
sorry.
You
Wait,
like
do you not?
a yes or
Wait.
no.
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Do you not even remember? Do you not even remember me pointing it out to you? Were you not listening at all?
No, I've answered my
Wait,
questions
wait,
pretty
wait.
well. I like
That
how
was
I
another
answered
yes/no
them.
question. That's another
I
question
love
that you
how I
didn't fucking
answered
answer,
them.
by the way.
I love how I
That was
answered
that was
them, dude.
another question that
think
you
they're
didn't answer,
tough.
by the way.
I think the way
It
that
was a
I've
yes or
handled
no.
it so far,
I don't know.
even
I don't know
though
if you're aware
can't-
of that. I don't know if
I'm
you're
doing
aware of
great,
that.
dude. I'm
Wait,
very
sorry.
proud
Was
of
the answer to the
myself.
question that I just asked you yes or no?
I don't even remember the question. You just
I
asked. We
grant
just
that,
started
right?
talking
Because
about
I
you getting
slammed you so
upset
hard
and
that
your
you're
cortisol
fucking
spiking,
concussed.
dude. You
Yeah,
gotta
it
take
is.
ashwagandha,
Frankly,
bro. It's really good for
it
you.
is. My
We gotta
cortisol
calm
is
down. Wait,
through
wait.
the
I thought
fucking
we were
roof
having a
because
really
you're not
nice
answering my
conversation.
questions.
I don't think we gotta
disagree.
be so
I
aggressive.
disagree. I think that if
I
this is
think
what
we're doing
Christianity,
amazing. I
if
think
these
we
are
just gotta
the
work through it.
intellectual fruits of Christianity,
Listen,
I
I
think
think
I'm
I've done
probably
great.
fine. You know, if
I
it
think I've done
causes
great.
me to like twist
Listen,
myself into
I
pretzels
think-
the way that
listen,
you've been doing,
I think
like
ultimately,
this is
like,
ridiculous.
brother, wait.
You
let's
literally
calm down.
have to deny that like
Ashwagandha,
words
my
mean
dude. Your
words.
cortisol is up here.
Okay.
We need it like down here, bro.
Okay,
Listen.
yeah. Okay, I got to wail on you for a little bit. That's totally fine. Okay, let's go back
That's
to
not
it.
right. See, you shouldn't do that. See, how is that morally correct? How could you say you have a better morality than God? You just did that.
whoa. Which
Hey,
law?
that's not
Wait,
nice,
sorry,
buddy.
wait. Which of the 10 commandments? Name the 10 commandment that Jesus fulfilled.
He fulfilled all of them.
Okay, sure. Which one?
All of them.
So let's take the first one.
Okay, he didn't. He fulfilled it. He didn't do it.
Yeah, wait, what is the first commandment?
What is it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
Holy shit, dude. How do I know more about your religion than you do?
You don't though. You don't.
Yeah,
know.
the
You
first commandment is to keep God the holiest, that he is like the number one before all the other gods.
Yeah, you shall have no other gods above
Yep,
me.
exactly.
Yeah, you shall not make. You shall not
Wait,
make
so
worship
you're
idols.
saying that Jesus,
you shall not take my name in vain.
told me that Jesus fulfilled the 10 commandments and you don't even know what
Yeah.
they are.
But yeah, because like I would know them off my head. Like if you were like, I'd have to
how
go
does
back.
Jesus fulfill that?
I know if you were to ask me like what are some of the 10 commandments, I could tell you thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not commit adultery. I'm very aware of the 10 commandments, but if you were to ask me to list them in order, it'd be a little harder.
Okay, so I'm gonna write down the question. How does Jesus bringing salvation fulfill the commandment thou shalt not steal?
Okay.
Yep.
How did Jesus like bring salvation? He didn't steal. That's how he got salvation.
Okay, because Jesus didn't steal.
Yep. He
brought
didn't commit
salvation.
that one. Yeah, he did.
If Jesus had stolen, would salvation have
He
been
also
brought?
said, no, it would not have been. If Jesus
Oh,
were
wait,
to
why
steal,
not?
he would have not had salvation.
Wait,
no, he would
does
not
Jesus
have.
have the power to steal and then also bring salvation?
No, he
He's
can't.
not all
That's not
powerful
what
then.
God is.
Cool.
That's not
then
what
he's
it
not
is.
all
So,
powerful. Sounds good.
Well, no, he is, but I'm telling you that like that wouldn't be something God
Okay,
would do.
well, we
You're
can
saying
drive the contradiction like this
Well,
because
no,
you
no,
were
it's
so
not a contradiction. You're
insistent.
saying if
Whoa,
Jesus
just
would
calm
steal,
down
but
there.
Jesus
Wait, who's
wouldn't
frantic
steal.
now?
What are
You sound
saying?
frantic. Calm down.
Yo,
Okay, so here's what we got. So we got
matter.
Jesus does not have the power to both
Jesus
steal
can't steal.
and bring salvation.
It would be yeah, Jesus cannot steal and bring salvation.
Why
That is
not?
true. It'd be contradictory
What's the contradiction?
because Jesus had to not sin, and now it is a sin.
So wait, sorry. And by sin, do you just mean like something that God disapproves of?
Sin? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Sure, but what if he approves of it?
Well, God doesn't approve of it. That's why it says.
But what
"Thou
if he
shalt
does?
Not,
Does
shalt
Jesus
not
have
have
the
any
power
gods
to
before
approve of
me."
it?
God shall not steal. God said, "You shall not
But
steal."
he
That
literally
means God said
condones
we won't
murder, by the
steal.
way. He literally says, go and murder like this entire group of people.
Yeah, and he brings them salvation right after through Jesus.
Sure, wait, but is it murder?
No, because it's God.
You don't think killing a bunch of babies is murder?
No, because it was God.
Okay. That's funny. Yeah, this is
They
by
went
the way,
to
this
heaven,
is why I
bro.
was
They
like
went to
yelling at
heaven.
you.
I'm not
You
worried
think
about it. bro.
wait,
They
wait,
went
you
to
think
heaven.
babies getting the death penalty is just? I don't want to hear it.
I think they got to go to heaven. I don't
Wait,
like I said.
Hey,
I think they
hey,
go to
murder
heaven.
supporter. I don't know
That's
why
insane.
you
See, you
think
gotta call me that to even like.
you
get a
are.
proof of
You're
it.
literally
That's
a murder
insane.
supporter. You just
You're
said
hiding
it.
your face saying
You
this
just
too,
said
which is
it.
insane. You
Okay.
can't call me a baby
You
murderer
can't.
and then sit
You
there
can't.
and
You just
like
said it.
and then like hiding
You're a
it.
baby murder supporter.
I'm not.
You're
though.
a
I
death
don't
penalty for
support baby
babies
murder.
supporter. Wait, what if God
But they
wanted you
got
to
to go
give
to
the
heaven.
babies the death penalty? Would you give it them then?
Would you say what? Like if like what are you saying? Like what do you mean?
If God commanded you to give babies the death penalty, would you do it?
Like could I physically do it like within my flesh? No.
Oh, you wouldn't do it. Sure, so you would
No.
disobey God?
God would be pretty mad at me, but yeah.
Okay. Sure. So then you would go to hell.
I wouldn't go to hell.
You don't even believe your own stuff.
But where does it say I would go to hell? Where does that say that if God's
Because
saying
you
that,
disobey
where does it,
God.
yeah, but where does it
Do I need to
disobey
wait?
God
So I
all
don't
the
need to
time
obey
with-
God? Wait, is it sin to
I-
disobey God?
I listen, of course it is, but I disobey
Sure,
God
and
every
does
time
sin
I
go
wake up
give you
in the
to-
morning.
does
Every
sin
day I
put you in
wake
hell?
up in the morning, I fall short of the glory of God.
Oh wait,
I
then why
always
wouldn't
fall
the
short.
Israelites just not do it and then ask for repentance?
Well, they could have. I don't know. That's not a question for me to answer. They did
which
it.
one would have been
They
better?
They commanded that all of these
Which
people
one?
would die, and they did
Which
it.
one would be better?
I don't know. I'm not God.
You're not sure whether or not genocide or not genocide is the better option?
Well, I think they got to heaven, so I thought
Wait,
like
sorry,
I
wait,
don't think
just
that'd
answer
be
the question.
tough.
Which option is better, the genocide or the non-genocide option?
Honestly, the non-genocide.
Sure, so then you think that God did not the best option.
Well, I don't know what the best option was. I don't know how it would have played out. I don't have
Maybe
not
not
omnipowers
genocide,
to
right.
view things like through. Yeah, but I can't look into the future and know how things are going to play out. Like if I'm someone, like I said, if I'm someone who's an Israelite and an Israelite Jew, and I'm being commanded by God or by my king of all people to kill every baby, every woman, all of them, like I'm imagining, bro, like that wouldn't have been a crazy thing that all people would have been able to do.
Okay,
And also,
you
like,
can just syllogize this. Okay, not genociding the Amalekites is preferable to
Yeah, I
genociding
would
the
want it to happen.
Amalekites.
I personally wouldn't command it if it
If
was up
not
to me.
genociding the Amalekites is preferable to genociding the Amalekites, then God did not pick the best option.
Well, how do you mean? Bro, I don't know the best option. How are you telling me to
But
pick
you
the
do
best
know that
option?
God didn't pick the best option because you know
No.
that there's a better option, which is
I don't
not
know how it
genociding
could have played
them.
out. I don't know within how the covenant was supposed to play out through God's plan, but through God's plan, that was the best course of action.
Okay, wait. So which premise here would you reject?
What do you mean? I'm just saying that, like, I believe.
Yeah.
that
So we got
God
these three
ultimately knows
premises.
more.
The three of them entail a contradiction. Which one do you reject?
What do you? I'm just saying that, like, you're saying me personally?
Stop
do I
dodging.
condone?
Stop
I'm not.
dodging.
I'm
I didn't
literally
ask
reading over what
which
you're
premise
asking.
do you
I'm
reject.
reading
Yeah,
over
premise
what you're
one
saying.
is.
How are you
Oh wait,
gonna
I'm
say-
sorry. Yeah, I can.
Let me read
Yeah,
over
I'll.
what you're right.
Yeah, it's okay. I can read them out too.
But no,
Premise
what do you mean?
one-
I'm just thinking. So you're saying.
Premise one: not genociding the Amalekites is preferable
Yeah,
to
I think
genociding
that
the
me
Amalekites.
personally,
Premise
within, like,
two:
my
if not
personal, like,
genociding the
framework, I
Amalekites
wouldn't
is
have done it.
preferable to genociding the Amalekites, then God did not pick the best option. God always picks the best option. Which one do you reject?
Yeah, but like you're asking, like, according
reject
to
1, 2, or
me,
3?
and do I have the best
Do you
decision to
reject
make during that?
1, 2, or
like, I
3?
don't.
Okay, but
I
do you
don't think
reject
I
1, 2, or
have-
3?
What do you mean that I wouldn't? I'm confused on what you're saying.
It's a contradiction.
It's not. You're saying
is.
that
It's a
you're
direct
saying that would I
contradiction.
condone? You're saying would I condone
The contradiction, by the way, is
I'm
that
saying I wouldn't condone
I literally
genocide. You're
did
then
not say
saying-
that. You're like so confused.
Okay. What do you mean? That literally says genocide, not. And I said, no, I don't want genocide.
Okay. Listen, I'm not trying to be ableist. I know you said earlier that you have like dyslexia, which is why
I am dyslexic.
I'm
I
happy
am
to read
very
these out to you, but it says quite a bit
severely.
more than that. It says, premise 1, not genociding the Amalekites is preferable to genociding the Amalekites. Once again, not genociding the Amalekites is preferable to genociding the Amalekites. Premise 2, if not genociding the Amalekites is preferable to genociding the Amalekites, then God did not pick the best option.
Okay. And number two, change it up a little bit. Put
No,
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
it's
That's
going to be a
I don't-
non sequitur.
I'm gonna say that I don't agree with number 2 here. I'll do that. I don't agree with number 2 because what it is what like my words got a little misconstrued there. So belay my last is what like they say in the Navy. So my 2 would be in my personal perspective.
I'm not
my
asking your
human
personal
flesh.
perspective.
I am. You are asking my personal perspective. I'm saying that right now. You're saying
I'm
that
not asking for your opinion.
you are. You're saying in your personal perspective. Do you
That's not
think
what I'm
that God
asking.
should have did
I'm
genocide
asking
the
from your
Amalekites?
worldview. Which one?
What do you mean a worldview? Like my worldview, as in like, what do you mean?
I'm not asking like your opinion, like I don't know,
My
like your
opinion
opinion
is
on
like
like ice
awesome,
cream or
though. Why do you want
something.
my opinion?
I just want to know whether or not. So let's say that we have one option and it's better than this other option. Let's say we have option A and option B. Option A is
Okay.
better than option B, but you picked option B. Was
Or you
there a
could just
better
turn the
option?
test blank. You could just turn in the test blank. You can do that too.
Oh, you just didn't answer the question again. You
But
did
I'm
the
just
thing
saying you could
again.
turn in the test blank because I can't tell you because you're asking
Yep,
me something
okay,
that
yeah,
I
you
physically
just
can't tell. You're
did the
telling
thing
me
that
is
I'm
genocide.
telling you. You keep
is
on
this,
doing, which is not answering
I'm
the question.
telling you that I can't answer you why God does things. Like
I'm
that's
not
what
asking
you're
you why
asking
God
me.
did things.
You're saying you're
not
asking
tracking
why God. You
question.
literally just are asking me. You
What
literally
question?
just asked
Wait,
me why
sorry.
did God
wait,
allow
sorry,
genocide
wait,
on the
sorry,
Amalekites
wait,
and say
sorry,
to murder everyone?
wait, sorry, wait,
You
sorry.
literally just did.
Wait, sorry, wait, sorry. What question did I just ask you?
No. What are you? What are you asking me right here? You're asking me that God is this God condoning genocide?
What question did I just ask you?
Just now, I didn't hear you because I was talking over you.
Okay, yeah, sure. Do you want? Is there even a point in me asking the question?
Well, I just don't think you're like listening to me. I think that you're taking like everything out of context, and I think like you're using like me kind of stuttering and me like not having like the best speech or like you know what I mean. And I think you're kind of using it against me. And I think inherently you're
Okay.
not wrong for doing it, but I think that's kind of messed up because I don't know, like
Okay.
maybe I phrase things I shouldn't phrase them as, or maybe like I'm using the wrong terminology.
Okay.
But ultimately, like everything in my head, it makes sense, and I haven't like not rationalized with myself. at
Yeah,
all.
complaint duly noted and discarded. Okay, the question again.
Hey,
So
that's
let's
messed
say
up, bro.
let's say that we have option 1 and option 2. Let's say option 1 is better than option 2. You pick option 2. Did you pick the best option?
That's in my moral perspective, though.
Did
So
you
I
pick
would
the?
say-
It's a yes/no question.
But you're asking my morality over God's.
I'm
Why
just
would I
asking you.
know
I'm
more?
not even asking you a moral question here.
Yeah, you're saying like genocide or not. That's what you're saying, A or B, and you're saying which
What
one's better
question
than
do
the
you
other
think I
one.
just
You're going to
asked you?
associate non-genocide with the better option and genocide
What
with the bad
question do you
option.
think that I just asked you?
You just said A or B. Like which one would I pick? If A
It
was
a yes or
better
no
and B was worse.
question. I didn't. That
What do you
even,
mean? I just
that
rephrased.
wasn't.
You can't
That
take the
wasn't
yes or
even
no
the
question and me
question.
tell you the question. You can't do that.
I literally asked you a yes/no question. The yes/no question was, did you pick the best option?
Did I pick the best option? I don't know.
In the scenario I laid out, where you have option 1, option 2. Option 1 is
Uh-huh.
better than option 2. You pick option 2. Did you pick the best option?
Yeah, no, but that's like your.
Sure.
But what makes?
Cool.
But what makes? Where are you getting this inherent right from wrong? Though you're saying
Wait,
you're going
I'm so
off
sorry.
a moral
I'm so
worldview
sorry.
that does
There's
that
still a
hasn't even been
contradiction in your
relevant.
worldview.
That hasn't even been relevant. Your worldview
Whoa.
hasn't even existed for longer than
Whoa.
like 30 years.
I
Like,
promise you don't have the boots for this hike.
I guarantee you, brother, that like when it comes to like your morality and how you appeed by things that people weren't agreeing with you, if you were to go back 50, 60 years ago,
Who
when people
cares?
were to have a
Why would I
completely
care?
different morality.
Why would I care?
So
So
how are
what?
you gonna justify that your morality is better than everyone else's when you don't know the morality from
Who
100 years
cares?
from now?
Why would
could
I care about
completely-
that?
Well, because I care because
Why
my
is that
God's
relevant to the
morality has
moral
never
facts?
changed. Because you're going with it.
Yeah, which is
you're
why.
going
Well,
saying
except
that
when
my
it did change,
you're
right?
saying you're saying
But
my morality
it was moral
has
to
to
do
overreign
slavery at
God's
one
morality
point,
because
and it
I
was
believe
moral.
it to be the better
Wait,
option.
sorry, wait. At some point in history, was it moral to do genocide?
Like, what do you mean? Like, do genocide? I don't believe
Yeah,
it was.
like
I can't ever.
was it moral to genocide the Amalekites?
There
that
was
moral?
probably a point. I can't say that there wasn't people who obviously believed that genociding was moral.
I'm not
I couldn't say
asking
there
you if they
wasn't.
believed it. I'm asking you if, from your worldview, if it was it always immoral to do genocide?
Was it always immoral to do genocide?
Yeah.
To kill people? Yeah, I think it's immoral to kill people.
That just wasn't the question. Like
Well,
you
genocide
said the
is killing
question
people,
back.
is it not?
You said the question back, and then you fucking changed it to like a completely separate question.
No, you said like genocide. What is genocide? Is it killing people? Yes, I
Genocide
believe it's
involves
wrong
killing
for
people, but it's not identical to killing people. These terms aren't interchangeable.
Yeah, you could say genocide is killing people, and you could say
It includes killing people, but it's not
killing
interchangeable
people.
with that.
If I'm like they're killing this group of people, you could say genocide.
Okay. Yeah, if you kill like an entire people group, yeah, that is genocide. Yes. Is that always wrong?
Is that so? Killing a group of people?
Like
Has
a
that always been
specific
wrong?
like nation of people, would that be wrong?
Like throughout time, I believe that there was a point where it wasn't, no, where it wouldn't be morally wrong.
Yeah, and then it changed to becoming morally wrong now, correct?
Yeah.
So your ethics did change.
What do you mean? So like, as in like, what do you mean?
It wasn't
Like, ethics
moral,
change.
or sorry, it was moral to do the genocide. Now it isn't moral. That's a change.
Yeah, because we have the first and the second covenant.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
two
So when
separate
you said
covenants.
5
Yeah.
seconds ago that your ethics didn't change, you were wrong about
Well,
that.
I'm saying that they do. I'm arguing they do because I'm saying 50 years ago, what we argue when it comes to like morality has like changes over time depending on your environment, where you're from, where
But
you're
your
brought up.
ethics change.
Well, what do you mean? Like as in like scripture
Like
wise,
the
I was never
example
around
that I
in the
just
old.
gave you.
I was
your
never
ethics
around in the Old
changed,
Testament.
and I was never around
in the
100
Old
years
Testament.
ago.
But I was never around in the Old
And I
Testament.
was never
so
around
how-
100 years ago.
Yeah. So, but my point is that but morality can change. So same way that my morality wouldn't change, same way that I
So
wouldn't
then
align
you
myself with
concede
genocide.
that your morality does change.
I do believe it changes, but I'm saying that like not through God. So I'm saying that like my morality
did,
hasn't changed,
through the
as in the fact
covenants.
that like I wasn't born in the Old Testament, so I can't sit down and say that I was actively genociding and being like, oh, I'm here today. So now I can say that my morality has changed. I've always haven't condoned genocide. I've always not wanted people to die.
Brave.
I've always been like I've never wanted, like, you know what I mean? Saying going to anyone and be like, do you want genocide? I don't think anyone in their right mind would tell you yes.
Well, I mean,
But-
God and the year fucking
God did it within the Old
400
Testament to get
BC.
us to the. God did it within the Old Testament.
He's
within
all
his
powerful.
Old
He didn't need
covenant.
to. There were other ways.
They did it. He did it when his way he wanted to. He doesn't have to. Why are you?
Yeah,
you're
he just
giving
wanted
the basis
genocide.
that
He just
God-
wanted genocide.
But he
yeah,
didn't just.
all good
he
God
did
just
it in the
wanted
way that
genocide.
he figured to be the most. The
Could
way that
have
he
could have
wanted
not
to do
done
it.
genocide. He just wanted
But
genocide.
you're saying could have not done what? Like, what do you mean? Like, brother, we have to. He has to go through people. Do you? Okay, if God wanted to, he could have just snapped and erased them off of the planet on his own. If you were to argue it,
True.
going back to everything,
Probably
you could
should
be
have,
saying
yeah.
that. Why doesn't he? You're saying why doesn't he just? You know what I mean? Give them parents. Why doesn't he do whatever? Why not just snap them off the edge of the? He obviously doesn't do that because he gives us free will. That he doesn't intervene in our lives. As in, you think that like
Oh,
God's sitting
as if he
there.
does.
Yeah,
You know, he
within
literally
like
commanded
prophets
one
and
group
within
to
people
kill
he
the other
gives gifts
group.
to, but them as in the majority of
He
the
killed
people.
like all the firstborns in Egypt.
Yeah, but do you know why that was though? Because
Yeah,
were
because they wouldn't
enslaving
let the
his people.
Israelites. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
he's
slavery is
enslaving his
wrong.
people.
Is it because slavery was wrong?
It's because slavery was enslaving the wrong people.
Yeah. Oh, of course, right. Not because something's intrinsically wrong with slavery, but just because it was done against the wrong ethnic group.
No, I think there's something that is intrinsically wrong with slavery. I'm just saying that it was
you
very
don't.
intrinsically wrong. Yeah, dude, I don't
Wait,
like
did
slavery.
God give laws that allowed you to own slaves? Like God
Within
gave
the Old
laws that
Covenant,
included things.
with-
Did the old
within the
covenant
Old-
include laws that were
within the-
intrinsically wrong?
within the
God
Old
gave
Covenant,
intrinsically
yeah.
wrong laws.
within the old covenant.
You think an
yeah.
all good being gives intrinsically wrong laws?
Within the old covenant, I
Okay.
think that it's not that I
A
believe that
morally
his laws
perfect
are
being, does a
intrinsically
morally
wrong.
perfect being give morally perfect laws?
Within that time period, he gave whatever was deemed necessary. I
Did
think that
give
he made
were
laws
they morally perfect?
within. Yeah, I would not argue God's morality
Yes,
would not
sure.
be perfect.
So okay,
God's-
the laws that God gave were morally perfect. So you do think the law that legislated slavery was morally perfect?
Within me, no, I can't say as in like me as a human. I can't say I do. I don't agree with slavery. You can't get me agreeing to slavery. I don't think we should do slavery. I don't like it.
That's a
I don't think-
contradiction.
Well, that's not a contradiction. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that I have to accept Jesus into my heart and let like slave masters whip their
But you
slaves.
do
Like,
think
nowhere does
that
it say I have to
everything
do
that God does, you think all of God's laws are morally perfect?
Yeah, morally perfect, as in like for that time. I believe that everyone who was like enslaved and everyone who had to go through indentured servitude and all of that definitely got to go to heaven. I believe all of them found Christ. Not a doubt in my mind would ever make me think that.
Okay, so here's what I got. We got premise 1, all of God's laws are morally perfect. Premise 2, God's laws include slavery, therefore slavery is morally perfect.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You don't gotta say that.
Seems
Because
to
it
follow.
changes. Because it changes.
Yeah,
within
'cause
the
your
old,
ethics
within the
change,
second
yeah, of
covenant.
course.
Within the second covenant. We know that it changes within the second covenant.
Sure,
so
we
you
could
can't
say,
say that. So
so
you
all
can
of
say
God's
you
laws
can
are
say
morally perfect. So which one would you
yeah,
reject?
you could say all gods are morally perfect. You can say God's law includes slavery, and you can also say slavery was allowed for a little bit, but then got put away.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, premise 3, slavery was allowed for a little bit, then got put away. Therefore, slavery is morally perfect.
No, not at all. That would you
Still
can't
follows
put
from the
C.
premises.
You can't say C because you say if it's like morally perfect, then like actually you can. Yeah, I mean, if it was there for a little bit and God had it there for a little bit, he did what he had to do, bro. I can't tell you why God did things, bro.
But you do think that it's not intrinsically wrong.
So I can't okay, what do you mean by intrinsically wrong? Like
Just
from
like
God's
wrong,
perspective?
just like
Like what do you mean
something
by
inherent to it that it's like wrong in all circumstances.
I think it's wrong in my eyes, but I think that I don't know God, so I don't know what he was thinking or what he was doing. So I couldn't
Okay.
tell you if I think he was wrong.
Well,
so it's like if I knew what God
surely
was
he
thinking and doing, I could
can't
give you a
be.
way better opinion. It's like we knew why Mustache Man did the things that he did. You know what I mean? Because you know we have like we understand that, right? We can sit down and be like, what Mustache Man did was intrinsically wrong. But the issue is that I can't tell you the perspective of an omnipresent,
Yep.
like infinite,
But
like can see
here's what
throughout
we can
all
do,
time.
right? We can apply logic and then determine we can go
But I
down
don't
both
think God
routes.
sees us to our version of logic. I don't think
Oh,
we
well, then I
don't-
wish you would have led with that a fucking hour, 15 minutes ago. Do you think God has the power to make a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it?
What do you mean? What are you talking
A
about?
rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it? Does God have the power to make a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it?
Yeah, he can do that.
Does he have the power to lift the rock that's so heavy he doesn't have the power to lift it?
Yeah.
It's a contradiction.
No, he can do it.
Okay, you said two contradictory things.
No, Drew, he can. So like he can make it where he can't move it, and then can like change his mind and be like, you know what, I want like to do it, and then now he can do it.
Can he move it without changing his mind?
So okay, so what do you mean like changing his mind?
Without changing his mind about whether he can move the rock, can he move the rock?
Like if he doesn't sit there and say like I can't change my mind.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
he
gonna move
imbues
this
it with
rock.
the property that he can't move it, and then he doesn't remove that property.
Yeah, so is the
Does he
rock
have the power
is the rock
to move it?
omnipowerful? Is the rock omnipowerful?
No.
So
Just has
that
the
means
property
that okay.
that it can't
yeah,
be
so
moved.
if it has the property of being unable to be lifted by God, but God is omnipowerful, God can obviously just be like, you know what, now I'm strong enough to lift it, and then make himself be able to do it.
So he does have the power to lift the rock that he doesn't have the power to lift?
Yeah, so he could do it within
Okay.
changing his mind. He can
Well-
he can change
Well,
so like
Tristan, thanks so much for coming on up. Unfortunately, that's a contradiction. This person says that he rebukes me. Hey, how's it going? Mike? I think we caught Mike at an inopportune time. Mike, you're muted. You're muted, Mike. You gotta unmute your mic, Mike. That was a Matan Evan reference. He wasn't ready. Sorry, I think we caught him at an intimate moment. We'll read some supers. We'll see if he comes back. Simeon Shurin, thanks so much for the super chat. If only the ancient Near East had the "Don't be racist, I'm a building" video. Damn, they could have had like the "Don't be racist, I'm a building" scroll. Maybe a lot of the weird ethnocentric themes would have been toned back. Or, if God, just fucking made us all electrons. What if electrons were God's chosen people? Kieran, thanks so much for the super chat. Can we just acknowledge servitude is a darkly funny mispronunciation? I think so, yeah. Dr. Fudge, thanks so much for the super chat. I'm doing great, he said. Not doing great at all. 89 Wampus, thanks so much for the super chat. Ian, don't worry. I'll give you a lifelong supply of ashwagandha. Love you so much. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, don't I need it? My cortisol is through the roof. I wonder what my... I'm super curious what my Aura Ring is measuring. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. My Bluetooth is off. I'll have to use my red tooth. Boop, 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 boop. What? That can't be right. Bro. Absurd. Why the fuck am I like this? That literally just can't be true. Okay, let me... Hold on. Okay, this is... Come on. Apparently my stress level went down. That... Maybe this thing's a piece of shit. Maybe it didn't work at all. One sec. Let me send it to myself. So you guys can all enjoy. This is one of the things that I was thinking. I don't know. It's like a half-baked idea. But I do think it would be like low-key kind of fun. It'd be like low-key kind of fun to do to have like the heart rate monitor displayed during the debate. Okay. Tyler Ingersoll, thanks so much for the super chat. Message sent. It should be under my name. Yeah, I saw that. I'll make sure to message you. Pacho, thanks so much for the super chat. Thank you for popping off on the bad faith Barry. He deserved it for so long, and the Discord was going feral. Yeah, I don't know. I just can't stand I can't stand such aggressive weaseling. It's just like fucking pretzels, dude. Like, it's crazy to say that, yeah, by not stealing, in virtue of not stealing, you've brought salvation. Menti, thanks so much for the super chat. How doesn't he know the rules that could make him end up in eternal torture? It's easy proof that they don't believe it. Yeah, I do think that's like an interesting indictment, which is that he like literally didn't, I don't know. I didn't even know like the base rules. Imagine a Puddle, thanks so much for the Cool Core membership. Appreciate you. Possum Punks, thanks so much for the Cool Core membership. There's a meme. I hate this caller genuinely. Real, relatable. Okay. Mike did not return. So instead, we got the other iconic Ian Crashout ready to go. This one's titled The Gay Agenda, Teaching Kids Plato, Not on This Ops Watch. Do you think we should remove Plato from like the school library?
Like Plato.
The philosopher?
No. I mean, I don't. No one knows who he is, though.
That's the stupidest thing you've. Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm
not.
Saying,
I won't get rage baited. I won't get rage baited. I'm not gonna.
They don't teach that.
I'm not gonna. I'm getting rage baited so fucking badly. This is bullshit. This is ridiculous. That's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. That's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. How could you? How could you?
Ian.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
Yep, doing well. Yeah, how old are you? Banger. God, that was fun. That was a fun debate. Real, cool. Go check it out. It's great. It's a banger. It's short too. It's a short clip. Other than that, I can't wait to see everyone tomorrow. It's also the book club. The book club. It's this Saturday, 8 p.m. EST. The first chapter of Rosalind Hursthaus's On Virtue Ethics. We're going to be reading about action. We're going to see whether or not we're going to be assessing whether or not virtue ethics is a real competitor to deontology or utilitarianism. If Aristotle is writing checks that you know, Rosalind Hursthouse can't cash. We'll see. We're going to find out whether or not virtue ethics is capable of making clear prescriptions as to what you're doing. I'm going to be leading the discussion. It's great. You still have time to read it. It's Saturday, 8 p.m. EST. I really can't wait to see you there. You should go, I'll go check out the newest video. It's in my channel. It's on Allegedly Ian. It's a blast. It's spectacular. It's the best. It's the greatest. Go check it out. Go give it likes. Go give it to all that stuff. All right. Love all of you. I'll see you later.